Chapter 1382. In Zhu Xian, Baiyao blocked the sword with her body and died under the Zhu Xian sword formation. The sensational effect was still fermenting. In the palace, Li Er, who had just arrived at the Li Zheng Hall in Xiyuan, saw Empress Zhangxuan's eyes were red. He couldn't help but ask, "Guanyin, what's wrong? Why was she crying all of a sudden? Did some blind servant make you angry?" "Nothing. Nothing. I'm fine." Empress Zhangxuan quickly wiped the corners of her eyes and said. Li Er asked curiously, "Nothing? Today is really strange. Chang'e, Consort Yang, Consort Yin, Consort Wei, and Guanyin, you all cried like raindrops and your eyes were red, but you all said nothing. But if you're fine, why are you crying? This makes me really puzzled. Guanyin, tell me the truth. What happened to you all?" Seeing that Li Er insisted on getting to the bottom of things, Empress Zhangxuan couldn't help but reveal a trace of embarrassment on her face. In any case, she was the mother of several children, but now she was still shedding tears because of the love, sorrow, and separation in these novels. If this were to be known, how embarrassing would that be? In the end, she couldn't withstand Li Er's aggressive gaze and said softly, "Your Majesty, it's really just a small matter. I just read a novel in Datang Daily today and saw a sad part, so I couldn't help but cry. The other sisters and Chang'e must have cried because of this reason, right?" Hearing this, Li Er was a little confused. Novel? What novel can have such a great attraction? It actually made all of you cry? Empress Zhangxuan was even more embarrassed. She said with a distressed face, "Your Majesty has the world's affairs in mind, so don't care about these trivial matters. It's just a novel for people to pass the time. It can't be taken seriously." Li Er saw Empress Zhangxuan's distressed face and didn't ask any more. He shook his head and said, "If that's the case, then I won't ask. But Guanyin, you're not in good health, so you have to maintain a good mood." "Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. I understand." Empress Zhangxuan smiled faintly. "Zhao Song, do you know the name of the novel that the Empress just mentioned?" Coming out of the West Court, Li Er walked with his hands behind his back and asked as he walked. Zhao Song hesitated for a moment, then bowed and replied, "Your Majesty, if I'm not wrong, the Empress should be talking about Celestial Bane, which is being serialized in Datang Daily. Many nobles and nobles in the palace are reading this novel." "Oh, this novel was written by Leather Knight." Speaking Zhao's and this. Not only did he know, Li Er also knew. Old Li's face darkened when he heard that, and he immediately said in annoyance, "This stinking brat only likes to cause trouble for us." Li's ses. Li, es could only Li's, s's, Li's, by air. By air my air. Unlike Li Er, who knew Leather Knight's identity, the ordinary people who did not know the inside story could only gather and surround the Datang Daily's editorial department. Back when Li Zishuan serialized his first novel, Immortal, he, wittily, used a pen name instead of his real name. Other than to prevent the officials from impeaching him for writing novels that would bring shame to the imperial court, the main reason was that he was afraid that one day, readers would block his door or send him razor blades. Looking at it today, his decision back then was really smart. Otherwise, even if he was a marquis, the readers who were enraged by Er's death would have rushed to the Yunshan villa to surround him. It was easy for people to lose their minds in anger. Er was the dream lover of many readers. Now that she had ended her life in such a way, how could the readers bear it? It was almost the same hatred as killing one's wife, right? Therefore, the number of readers who went to surround the workshop was getting bigger and bigger. This scene was somewhat familiar. In March, many readers also went to surround the workshop to urge Leather Knight to release his novel as soon as possible. However, the number of readers today was much bigger than last time. When the mighty group arrived at Longtime County, there were almost 4,000 to 5,000 people. It was really scary. Godfather Ma. Not good. More readers are coming to block our workshop. And there are more than last time. Datang Daily's editorial department. Song Xiaoxi ran into the room in a panic and said anxiously. Today was Sunday in Yanhuang College, so Ma Zhou had been in the editorial department since morning. After hearing Song Xiaoxi's report, Ma Zhou was suddenly confused and asked, "Readers are surrounding the workshop again? What's the reason this time?" Because he had to teach students in the college, Ma Zhou would usually arrange the affairs of the editorial department a week in advance. For example, he did not need to handle the section of Bragging World every day. Naturally, there would be editors who would ask for manuscripts from the authors and arrange the updates for each novel. However, Celestial Bane was an exception. The manuscripts of Celestial Bane were given by Ma Zhou to the editors under him every once in a while. Each time he gave it, it would last for almost a week. "Godfather Ma, I don't know. I can only hear them shouting from afar, 'Give me back my Bai air. Give me back my Bai air.' I don't know anything else," Song Xiaoxi said with a bitter face. At this moment, a middle-aged scholar in the editorial department stood up and said, "Steward Ma, I'm guessing that they're here for Celestial Bane. Today, Celestial Bane just happened to be updated to Chapter 84, Blood Curse. During the Great War of Immortals and Demons, Bai Air used the Infatuation Curse to block a blow from the Celestial Bane ancient sword and sacrificed her life to save Zhang Xiaofan." This middle-aged scholar was called Fan Shui. He was one of the first batch of scholars to join Datang Daily's editorial department. Now, he had become an official editor in the editorial department and was in charge of the section of Bragging World. Ma Zhou's expression changed when he heard that. He stood up like lightning and said, "What? Why didn't you say so earlier? Retreat. Everyone in the editorial department, retreat. Let's end work early today. Work that isn't done can be done at night. Everyone, come back and continue working tonight." Of course, he had read the manuscript of Celestial Bane in advance, so when Fan Xiaohui said that, he immediately understood what was going on. At this moment, Ma Zhou was really complaining in his heart. Why did he have to shoulder Li Zishuan's sins? It was easy to fool the readers last time when they urged him to write, but this time, the female lead was written to death and the angry readers came knocking on his door. He could not shoulder the blame for Li Zishuan. Someone would die. Steward Ma? Are we really retreating? Fan Xiaohui had been in the editorial department for a long time, but it was the first time she saw Ma Zhou so flustered. She could not help but feel confused. Retreat. Of course, we have to retreat. If you don't retreat, I'll retreat first. Whoever is slow will bear the consequences. As Ma Zhou spoke, he put on his coat and walked out of the door without looking back. Everyone in the room looked at each other, but in the next moment, everyone moved. In just a few seconds, the entire editorial department was empty. It was not empty. There was still Song Xiaoxi who had not recovered from his shock. "Master Ma, you're retreating just like that?" Song Xiaoxi took a long time to react. Then, his face changed and he said in a panic, "No. I have to tell Steward Fu and let him think of a countermeasure. Nothing must happen to the workshop." After saying that, Song Xiaoxi ran away like a wisp of smoke. "Give me back my Bai Yao. Give me back my Bai Yao. Let the leather knight come out and die." Hand over the leather knight. After everyone in the Datang Daily editorial department left, less than half an hour later, the mighty group of readers finally arrived in front of the workshop. Why are there imperial troops around the workshop? The readers of Celestial Bane finally noticed the abnormality. They stopped shouting slogans and began to whisper among themselves. At this moment, the workshop's door was tightly shut. In front of the door, there were 400 to 500 imperial guards in armor and holding lances. They were staring at the angry readers with vigilant faces. A tall, middle-aged general with a stern face walked out and shouted loudly, "That's right, we're in the middle of the night. The workshop of Curious Interest Pavilion is an important place of the imperial court. I have been ordered by His Majesty to guard this place with my men. No one is allowed to cause trouble here. Please leave at once." The group of imperial guards had been secretly guarding the workshop. Now that the situation was urgent, there were 4,000 to 5,000 people blocking the workshop. Faubert was worried that the readers would attack the workshop, so he had to ask the imperial guards near the workshop to step in. They are not ordinary imperial guards. They are the imperial guards of the Northern Yamen. Finally, the readers who had seen the world noticed something from the armor and equipment of the soldiers in front of the workshop. They could not help but exclaim, "What? The Imperial Guards of the Northern Yamen? Why are the Imperial Guards of the Northern Yamen here? Could it be that His Majesty knows that we are here to cause trouble, so he specially sent them here?" Hearing that the opposing army was the Imperial Guards of the Northern Yamen, many of the readers of Celestial Bane who came to block the workshop's door retreated. "But, second young Master Tion, what are you talking about? We are not here to cause trouble. We are here to ask for an explanation from the editorial department. Who told Leather Knight to write our lovely Bai Yao to death?" In any group, there were cowards and boorish people. At the back of the group, a slightly plump young man in luxurious clothes with a gray cloth wrapped around his head suddenly shouted. If Li Zishuan was there, he would definitely fly over and beat the plump young man up. That was because the plump young man was none other than Sun Zifan. Most of the people who came to cause trouble were young students from various universities in Chang and City, as well as some fearless young masters from rich families. However, there were no students from Yanhuang College. Although the people from Yanhuang College did not know that Leather Knight was Li Zishuan, they knew that the Chitsu Pavilion Workshop and the editorial department of Datang Daily were both owned by Li Zishuan. Therefore, even though they hated Bai Yao's death, as Li Zishuan students, they did not dare to cause trouble here. However, Sun Zifan was an exception. He had completely immersed himself in the role of Zhang Xiaofan. Naturally, he liked Bai Yao very much. Now that Bai Yao was written to death, he did not care about anything else. Seeing that someone was leading a group to cause trouble in the editorial department, he quickly disguised himself and followed them. In his mind, Bai Yao was written to death by the cruel Leather Knight. Even if he had to betray his master and destroy his ancestors, he had to get an explanation for Bai Yao. It would be best if he could force Leather Knight to revive Bai Yao. That's right. We are not here to cause trouble today. We are here to get an explanation for Bai Yao's death. Let the editorial department of Datang Daily and Leather Knight come out and give us an explanation. Sun Zifan's words gave the people who came to cause trouble a high-sounding excuse. Therefore, more and more readers began to shout, "General Lu, what should we do?" A soldier saw that the group of readers in front of him did not want to leave, so he was a little annoyed. The general furrowed his brows, then yelled, "Listen up, people on the other side. The editorial department of Tang Dynasty Daily has already left for work. The Pai Xiajue you're looking for, I don't know who he is, but he's definitely not here. If you don't leave, I will send all of you to the Supreme Court for the crime of offending the workshop." What? The editorial department of Datang Daily has already finished work? Hearing this, many people were a little discouraged. After all, they were only here to cause trouble for the editorial department, not the workshop. Sun Zifan curled his lips, then pinched his throat and shouted, "Who are you lying to? It's not even 5 in the afternoon. How could the editorial department have finished work so early?" General Lu's gaze froze. He wanted to find the source of the voice, but there were too many people in front of him. He could not tell who was deliberately causing trouble. It's not even 5 in the afternoon. The editorial department can't have finished work so early. You're lying. Yes, you're lying. The rest of the people reacted and shouted. General Lu's face turned cold and said, If I say that the editorial department has finished work, then they have finished work. If you don't believe me, you can choose 10 people as representatives and go in to take a look." But let's choose. Hearing this, the readers immediately agreed, and Sun Zifan, who was in the crowd, suddenly became low-key at this moment, because he was afraid of being recommended by others. After a while, 10 readers walked out of the crowd and entered the workshop under the lead of a military guard. After a quarter of an hour, they walked out dispiritedly. Judging from their expressions, they had returned empty-handed. How was it? I ask you, is there anyone else in the editorial department? General Lu asked loudly. The 10 readers shook their heads in defeat. They did not find anyone in the editorial department. The readers opposite them were in an uproar. General Lu took advantage of the situation and shouted, "Since there's no one in the editorial department of Datang Daily, then you should go back quickly." Don't disturb the security of the workshop. Otherwise, when His Majesty blames you, no one can afford to take the blame. Everyone looked at each other, and in the end, they could only scatter like birds. Let's go. Let's go. There's no one in the editorial department. What else can we do? Let's go then. I won't read Celestial Bane in the future. Yes. Boycott Celestial Bane. If I read it again in the future, I'll be a dog. But if Leather Knight doesn't revive Bai Yao, I won't read any of his novels in the future. That's right. That's right. If he doesn't revive Bai Yao, I won't read his books in the future. The angry readers left the workshop unwillingly. Then everyone's anger was transferred to Leather Knight. Chapter 1383. I say, Margaret, this Ma has long advised you to change this plot, but you insisted on not doing so. Now that you've angered so many readers, the sales of our bragging world will definitely plummet in the future. In the Cloud Mountain Resort, Ma Zhou, who had luckily escaped, immediately came to complain to Li Zixuan. In fact, as early as 15 minutes ago, Li Zixuan had already received the news that the editorial department was being surrounded. Now that he saw a big man like Ma Zhou complaining pitifully, he found it funny. Brother Ma, this kind of crucial plot is often the result of a slight change. How can it be changed at will? Moreover, the later plot revolves around Zhang Xiaofan finding a way to resurrect Bai Yao. As for the readers boycotting Celestial Bane and Leather Knight, you don't have to take it to heart. I believe that they'll slowly understand me and persevere in reading it. Ma Zhou was speechless. He thought to himself, like hell I'll believe you. You've already tricked the readers into coming to the editorial department to block the door, and you still expect them to forgive you? You must be dreaming. However, the first half of Li Zixuan's words piqued Ma Zhou's interest. He quickly asked, resurrect Bai Yao? Marquis, according to what you said, Bai Yao can be resurrected in the future? If that's the case, then that's great. Those readers will definitely understand us. To tell you the truth, Marquis, when this Ma saw Bai Yao use the infatuation curse to block the attack of the celestial extermination sword and risk her life to save Zhang Xiaofan, I almost couldn't hold back my tears. Other things aside, Celestial Bane is indeed unparalleled in terms of emotional rendering. Mortal man can't be compared to it. In the end, Ma Zhou couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Today, he came to look for Li Zixuan for two reasons. Firstly, he wanted to complain. Secondly, he wanted to ask for the next part of the script. Because his stockpile of scripts happened to be gone, he did not know what the next part of the plot was. According to the original plot, Bai Yao's soul should have been destroyed when she used the love curse. However, Wang Lin took a part of her soul for her. So, the rest of the plot was Sha Danan running around to revive Bai Yao. Li Zixuan smiled. He didn't admit or deny it. He went back to his study and took out a stack of documents. I can't tell you whether Bai Yao has been resurrected or not. It's a secret. These are the manuscripts for the last 80 chapters. Brother Ma, you can take a look at them yourself. Hearing Li Zixuan's words, Ma Zhou suddenly had an ominous premonition. He didn't immediately take the document. Instead, he asked, Marquis, don't tell me you gave everyone hope and then made them despair? He now felt that these manuscripts were a bit troublesome. Perhaps Li Zixuan was going to trick him again. Li Zixuan was silent. After a while, he sighed and said, is the result really that important? Sometimes, the process is far more unforgettable than the result. Whether it's hope or despair, only after reading it can one understand the joys and sorrows of it. Hearing this, Ma Zhou was silent. After a while, he took the manuscripts from Li Zixuan's hands and said, I hope that when the time comes, the readers will be able to understand. Finished speaking, Ma Zhou cupped his hands and took his leave. The Crown Prince, Princess Changle, and His Imperial Highness, the Prince of Wei, have all ascended Mount Yun and are rushing over. Not long after Ma Zhou left, Pang Feiji came in to report. Hearing this, Li Zixuan held his forehead and said, damn. They've all come to settle accounts with me. Back then, Li Tai had helped him copy the manuscripts for a mortal's journey to immortality. Naturally, he knew the true identity of the Leather Knight. Correspondingly, Li Qingqian and Chang'e had also known long ago. Although they complained, they still had to go out and welcome him. They had to give the crown prince face. Not long after, Li Zishuan welcomed Li Qingqian and the others outside the residence. After exchanging greetings, everyone entered the room. Chang'e impatiently asked, "Brother Xiaoxian, why did you write Bai Yao to death? Will she come back to life in the future?" Her words carried 70% anxiety and a trace of blame. Obviously, she loved Bai Yao's character very much. "That's right. Yamacho. Look at how cute Bai Yao is. Why did you write her to death? If others were to find out that you're Pai Xiaku, do you think your cloudy mountain resort will be surrounded by 3 layers of people inside and outside?" The little fatty, Li Tai, also slapped his thigh and shouted. Li Zishuan narrowed his eyes and looked at Li Tai with a faint smile. "If others knew my identity, then it must have been you who leaked it. I won't look for anyone else but you. You brat, just wait to be taught a lesson by me." Li Tai's face fell. He instantly became unhappy. "But, Yamacho, this is unfair. I'm not the only one who knows that the Leather Knight is you. The Crown Prince, Chang'e, my father, and Mr. Ma all know. Why must I be the one who leaked the news?" Li Zishuan ignored the little fatty. Instead, he looked at Chang'e and answered the previous question. "Chang'e, Bai Yao is only a character in a novel. Why do you have to take it seriously and hurt your mind?" Chang'e anxiously said, "Brother Xiaoxian, in Chang'e's heart, Bai Yao is not a fictional character. She's a real person. If you write her to death like this, Chang'e will feel terrible." Li Qingqian interrupted, "Xiaoxian, you don't know. Today's latest chapter of Celestial Bane not only made Chang'e cry, but also my mother and Ku's mother. They were all sad after reading it. The next time you enter the palace to see my father, you have to be careful. He should also know that Celestial Bane was written by you." Li Zishuan heard this and suddenly had the urge to curse. He only wrote a novel. How did he offend the emperor? His Majesty is wise and mighty. He definitely won't punish me for such a small matter. Li Zishuan looked at Li Qingqian and muttered gloomily. Then he said to Chang'e, "Chang'e, in the novel, Zhang Xiaofan was in a desperate situation. If Bai Yao didn't save him, then the one who died would be Zhang Xiaofan. What do you think I should choose?" Chang'e's face suddenly turned bitter and said, "But, can't someone not die? Let Zhang Xiaofan, Bai Yao, and Lu Sueki all live happily together. Isn't that good?" Li Zishuan was speechless. Chang'e wanted Zhang Xiaofan to start a harem. After thinking, he said, "Sometimes tragedy is a kind of touching, and also a kind of beauty. What's important is not the ending, but the process. Some characters are destined to have a sad ending as soon as they appear. You also said that Bai Yao is not like a fictional person. She is a real life, so her ending is not something that we writers can control. Xiao Feng's death was inevitable. Even Jin Yong himself could not change his ending, because this hero who valued friendship and righteousness had been brought back to life and had his own consciousness. He was a living person, and his birth was destined to be a tragedy. Jin Yong could only let Xiao Feng walk towards his death step by step. Xiao Feng's death was inevitable. Even Jin Yong himself could not change his fate, because this hero who valued friendship and righteousness had been brought back to life and had his own consciousness. Another example was the Legend of the Sword and Fairy, especially the Legend of the Sword and Fairy, which caused a huge sensation in his previous life. Some people said that there was no Xianxia after the Legend of the Sword and Fairy. Although the Legend of the Sword and Fairy ended in a tragedy, Zhao Ling, Li Xiaoyao, Lin Yueru, Tang Yu, Anu, and the Wine Sword Immortal, these characters with distinct personalities would always live in everyone's heart. The soul-stirring love and the ultimate sacrifice to save the world made people have mixed feelings every time they recalled it. Although tragedies could hurt the heart, tragedies could be even more unforgettable. But hearing this, Chang'e was silent for a long time. It was rare that she did not continue to argue. She looked at Li Zishuan and said, "Brother Xiaoxian, will Bai Yao be resurrected in the future? I remember that she has the Hehuan jade on her." It was rare for this little girl to be so attentive. She even noticed this. Hearing this, Li Zishuan replied, "Chang'e, you can read the rest of the plot carefully. If I tell you now, won't it be boring for you when you read it? Changle was silent. She nodded and did not say anything else. Fatty Li Tai smiled and said, Yamacho, when I came here, I saw an acquaintance among the readers who went to the workshop to cause trouble. Guess who it is? Li Zixuan curiously asked, Who is it? Could it be a student of our college? Yamacho, you guessed it right. It's a student of Yanhuang College, Sun Zifan. Li Tai laughed gloatingly. Li Zixuan was annoyed and said, This brat dares to betray his master. I'll teach him a lesson when I go to the college tomorrow. Something happened. Something happened. In the student dormitory of Yanhuang College, Hua Hongyi was writing at his desk. Liao Feichen suddenly pushed the door open and shouted as he walked in. What's wrong? Feichen? What could have happened? Hua Hongyi looked up at Liao Feichen and asked curiously. Liao Feichen quickly replied, Something big happened. Hong, stop writing. Listen to me first. Something big happened at the foot of the mountain. The readers of Celestial Bane collectively rioted and surrounded the editorial department. Hua Hongyi was startled and said, Oh, they're angry because of Bai Yao's death, right? Liao Feichen asked curiously, Hongyi, you've also read the latest chapter of Celestial Bane? Of course. Celestial Bane is a good book. I can't compare to it. Hua Hongyi sighed and said with emotion. Liao Feichen thought for a while and suddenly laughed. You can't compare to it in the past, but that doesn't mean you can't compare to it in the future. Hongyi, your novel concept is very attractive. The current results are much better than mine and Tianhua's. Today, the readers of Celestial Bane collectively rioted and said that they want to boycott Celestial Bane. Hongyi, your dream of Great Qin has a chance. Maybe it can reach the top in one fell swoop. Since the start of Dream of Great Qin, Li Zixuan, in his real-life identity and Leather Knight identity, tipped 1,000 strings of coins each, causing quite a stir. Many people began to pay attention to this book at the first moment. Later, more and more people were attracted by this pseudo-time travel storyline. The protagonist of this book was actually very similar to Li Zixuan. Or rather, he was a complete copy of Li Zixuan in the Qin dynasty. The protagonist's predecessor was a student at Yanhuang College. He knew martial arts and engineering. After the protagonist dreamt of the Qin dynasty, he wanted to use martial arts and engineering knowledge to change the Qin dynasty and prevent the Qin dynasty from walking down the path of destruction. Now, the plot had progressed to the point where the protagonist invented the curved plow. This kind of novel plot made people feel very happy. When the news of Li Zixuan's knighthood because of the bent yuan plow spread throughout the world, it was unknown how many people were envious and wished that they could replace him. After all, to be able to jump from a commoner to a baron, this kind of thing had the color of a legend. Many people secretly thought that if they had the engineering knowledge in Li Zixuan's mind, wouldn't they also be able to be knighthoods? It was rare that there was a novel that used this plot. It could be considered to have fulfilled the wishes of those envious people. Many people gradually fell in love with this novel and put themselves in the shoes of the protagonist. When they saw that it was enjoyable, they naturally wouldn't be stingy with tipping. Now, on the daily bestseller list of Bragging World, Dream of the Qin Dynasty was already firmly in second place. However, there was still a big gap between this second place and the first place, Celestial Bane. Feichen, you can't say that. After hearing Liao Feichen's words, Hua Hongyi couldn't help but shake his head and said, The words of those readers can't be taken seriously. Don't listen to them now saying that they want to boycott Celestial Bane. I can guarantee that when they buy Bragging World tomorrow, the first book they read will definitely be Celestial Bane. Because although Bai Yao died, it doesn't mean that she can't be resurrected. She has the Hehuan bell on her. Not only do they want to read the plot later, but I also want to read it. When Liao Feichen heard that, he was instantly speechless. He thought to himself, this is a typical case of the eunuch being anxious while the emperor is not. I worked so hard to help you plan, but you directly defected to the enemy. Seeing Liao Feichen's disappointed expression, Hua Hongyi smiled broadly and said, Hee. Feichen, you don't have to be so dejected. Today, so many fans went to the editorial department to cause trouble because of Bai Yao's death. This also shows the success of Celestial Bane's characterization. Sometimes, we have to admit the excellence of others so that we can improve. Although Dream of Great Qin is creative, I know that it can't compare to Celestial Bane. Besides, Leather Knight was my benefactor in the past. Gloating over his misfortune isn't what a gentleman should do. Even if I wanted to defeat him, I should have fought him head-on. Even if those pronunciations really want to boycott him, I'm still his defeated opponent. There's nothing to be happy about. However, I believe that if Dream of Great Qin is polished properly, it still has a chance to surpass Celestial Bane. Hua Hongyi's frank words made Liao Feichen feel a little ashamed. He waved his hand and said, "Forget it. I won't worry about you and him anymore. I have to go write my manuscript." After saying that, he climbed onto his bed and went to get a pen and paper. Chapter 1384. Hua Hongyi's prediction was right. On the second day, when Big Words, World of Martial Arts went on sale, as usual, many people came to the newsstand to line up to buy it. Brother Meng? Didn't you say yesterday that you won't read Celestial Bane anymore? Why are you buying Big Words, World of Martial Arts now? I bought Big Words, World of Martial Arts to watch Dream of Great Qin, not Celestial Bane. Brother Yang, didn't you say that you won't read Celestial Bane anymore? Then why are you here today? I'm talking about Leather Knight. If he doesn't revive Bai Yao, I won't read Celestial Bane anymore. So I have to see if he can revive Bai Yao. Such shameless people were everywhere, and their reasons and excuses were varied. However, no matter what they said, their physical reactions were surprisingly honest. The readers immediately flipped to Celestial Bane's page and began to read today's update seriously. Chapter 85, 10 Years. Today's update ignited a glimmer of hope in many readers. After the Great War of the Immortals and Devils, Zhang Xiaofan joined the Devil Sect's Ghost King sect and was given the name Ghostly by the Ghost King. In the following 10 years, Ghostly ran around to revive Bai Yao and obtained the second volume of the Heavenly Book from the Ghost King. He cultivated Buddhism, Taoism, and Devil Sect at the same time, and his cultivation base improved rapidly. He fought for the Ghost King and killed countless people. In the Devil Sect, he was known as the Blood Young Master, along with the Poison Young Master Qin Wen and the Ingenious Young Master Jin Pinger. This is great. Bai Yao's soul was captured by the Joyous Bell, and her physical body is lying on the Frost Jade bed. There's still a chance of revival. That's great. As long as there's a chance. She'll definitely be revived in the end. I guess Pai Xiaoke must have seen our wrath yesterday. No matter what, it's fine as long as Bai Yao can be revived. That's right. I've decided to continue supporting Celestial Bane. Let's tip him first. Let Leather Knight see our sincerity. Yes. I'm going to tip them. The reader's attitude toward Celestial Bane underwent a complete reversal the next day. That was because today's plot brought them a glimmer of hope. As long as there was hope, there was hope. The readers who said yesterday that they would never read Celestial Bane again were now on the move. They came to the newsstand one after another to tip Celestial Bane. The speed of this reversal made the passers-by even more flabbergasted. Sun Zifan? Where did you go yesterday? Yunshan, at the entrance of Yanhuang College. Sun Zifan, who had just come to school, was caught red-handed by Li Zishuan. Sun Zifan said guiltily, "Shan. Yamacho, I didn't do anything yesterday. He's sleeping at home." Is that so? Why did I hear that someone went to the workshop yesterday and caused trouble with others? Li Zishuan said calmly. Sun Zifan's eyes widened. He did not know if Li Zishuan was deliberately tricking him or if he really got the news. Regardless, he was determined not to take the blame. Therefore, he quickly waved his hand and said, "Yamacho, I'm innocent. How would I dare to cause trouble at the workshop? Who doesn't know that the workshop is your property? I really slept at home yesterday. My dad can testify. If you don't believe me, you can ask him. I have to write a letter to my dad to collude with him." Sun Zifan added in his heart. Li Zishuan stared at Sun Zifan for a while until the latter felt a little scared. He then smiled and said, "All right. You didn't go, so be it. I won't ask Sun Tingwei." Go to class. If you don't do well in the midterm exam, I'll personally talk to Sun Tingwei. After all, Sun Tingwei was the top scholar. How can his son's results be bad? Sun Zifan shuddered. What a devil! This is obviously using public office to avenge private grudges. He really wanted to ask Li Zishuan, are you the devil? Yamacho, this midterm exam is just a small exam. Don't you think it's a little inappropriate for you to make such a big trip? Sun Zifan said with a bitter face. Li Zishuan waved his hand and said casually, what's inappropriate about this? As a Yamacho, isn't it normal to care about the students' results? Coincidentally, Sun Tingwei and I haven't had a drink together in a long time. Alright, why don't you go to class? After that, Li Zishuan pretended to kick Sun Zifan's butt. Sun Zifan was so scared that he did not dare to talk anymore and quickly ran away. This little bastard. Li Zishuan looked at Sun Zifan's back and scolded him. Then he turned to Mo Zhong and said, Mo Zhong, after school ends at noon, go to class 3 and call Hua Hongyi to my office. Tell him that I have something to talk to him about. Mo Zhong had never heard of this student's name before. But since Li Zishuan pointed him to the class, it was easy to find him. He quickly bowed and said, yes. Yamacho. Li Zishuan nodded and then walked towards Guanghua building. Yamacho, you're looking for me? After the 4 classes in the morning, Mo Zhong took Hua Hongyi to Li Zishuan's office. This was the first time he had come here. Looking at the luxurious decorations inside and the man he had always looked up to, Hua Hongyi cupped his hands and said respectfully, yes, you're here. Come in and have a seat. Li Zishuan raised his head and then greeted him very casually. Seeing that Li Zishuan was about to get up to pour water, Mo Zhong took the initiative to pour 2 cups of tea. Then he said goodbye to Li Zishuan and left. Half of his buttocks rested on the soft sofa. Smelling the faint fragrance of the immortal tea, Hua Hongyi was not in the mood to enjoy it at the moment. His heart was hanging in the air. Mountain leader, I wonder what instructions do you have for me? After hesitating for a moment, Hua Hongyi took the initiative to break the silence and asked. Li Zishuan smiled and said, don't be so nervous. I didn't ask you to come here for anything important. The main thing is that I came across a story a while ago. I asked you to come here today to tell you. Tell a story? Even though Hua Hongyi's brain usually worked faster than others at this moment, he still couldn't wrap his head around it. After a while, he finally recovered and then cupped his hands and said, Yamacho, please tell me. I'm all ears. Although he didn't understand Li Zishuan's intention, he was sure that Li Zishuan didn't have nothing better to do and deliberately used him to pass the time. Li Zishuan nodded and began to speak slowly. The name of this story is The Myth. A few years ago, there was a student in Chang'an's Imperial College called Yi Xiaochuan. This person was quite intelligent. Not only was he good at the construction of mechanisms, but he also liked to study antiques. One day, Yi Xiaochuan bumped into 2 fire tomb robbers fighting beside a tomb. By chance, he accidentally opened a mysterious treasure box from the Qin dynasty. Together with a chef, Gao Yao, who was passing by, they inexplicably returned to the Qin dynasty more than 800 years ago. Hua Hongyi's eyes widened when he heard this special story's opening. Why did this sound so similar to his book, Dream of the Great Qin? Could it be that Yamacho knew that he was the author of Dream of the Great Qin, Hua Hongli? Soon, Hua Hongyi didn't have the time to think about these things because he was completely immersed in Li Zishuan's story. That's right, the story that Li Zishuan wanted to tell Hua Hongyi was the plot of the television series The Myth in his previous life. However, he had deleted the modern plot in The Myth. Both transmigrated to the Qin dynasty, but Hua Hongyi's Dream of the Great Qin could borrow from The Myth in many ways. In terms of the current era, Hua Hongyi's creativity was definitely commendable for being able to write Dream of the Great Qin. At the very least, he could be considered the founder of this era's transmigration genre. However, Hua Hongyi was still lacking in the level of the story's brilliance and the control of the character's emotions in the novel. Therefore, Li Zishuan told Hua Hongyi about a television series that he liked in his previous life, The Myth. He wanted to let Hua Hongyi draw inspiration from it and push Dream of the Great Qin to a new height. A new height comparable to celestial bane. He wanted to create a novel that was the highest god. The reason why he did this was mainly because after writing Celestial Bane, he didn't plan to continue writing. Back then, he personally wrote novels in the Datang Daily mainly because he wanted to bring the online novels of his previous life to the Tang dynasty in the form of newspapers. He wanted to bring the novel culture to a new height. That way, he would have another form of entertainment in this boring era. The appearance of Dream of the Great Qin made Li Zixuan want to retire. That was because his original goal had been achieved. There were already people who took the initiative to innovate in novels. Then, he could honorably retire to the second line. Firstly, he didn't lack the money he earned from writing novels. Secondly, he had more and more things to do later on, so he didn't have the time to write novels. When he was bored, he would rather read novels. However, Dream of the Great Qin wasn't brilliant enough. Hua Hongyi's current ability to control the plot wasn't enough for him to be promoted to the highest god status. Therefore, he wanted to give him special treatment. Hua Hongyi was creative and willing to work hard. Therefore, Li Zixuan was willing to train him. The story was told from midday to sunset. If Mo Zhong didn't personally ask for a leave of absence for Hua Hongyi from the head teacher of Class 3, the teachers of Class 3 would probably be looking everywhere for Hua Hongyi. At this time, their bodies emitted a blue light. Their hair instantly turned white and they became exhausted. The blue light was summoned by the stars and left their bodies. From then on, they could no longer live forever. Lola wanted to rescue Gao Yao from the heavenly palace, but Gao Yao refused. The buoyancy of the stars disappeared. The heavenly palace collapsed, and everyone was buried in the heavenly palace. As Li Zixuan finished the last part of the plot, Hua Hongyi, the big man, was already in tears. Dream of the Great Qin is well written. However, if you can mix the story in, I'm sure your Dream of the Great Qin will be fuller and more exciting. Write well and play to your strengths. I have high hopes for you. Li Zixuan stood up and patted Hua Hongyi's shoulder. Then he left with his hands behind his back. He had to give Hua Hongyi some time to digest the story. Yamacho, Hua Hongyi was shocked. Only then did he realize that Li Zixuan already knew that he was the author of Dream of the Great Qin. He also understood Li Zixuan's intention. Therefore, he quickly stood up and wanted to thank Li Zixuan. However, Li Zixuan had already left. Thank you, Yamacho. Hua Hongyi bowed deeply in the direction that Li Zixuan disappeared. Then, he quickly wiped his tears and left. He had to quickly go back and record this exciting story that he heard this afternoon. Chapter 1385. Dream of the Qin stopped updating. The original author, Hua Gongli, said that he had recently received guidance from an expert and had an epiphany. He needed to replan the plot, so he stopped updating for 5 days. He also promised that the plot would be even more exciting after the next update. This made the Qin fans feel sad, but at the same time, they were looking forward to it. At Yanhuang College, all the teachers passed the first confidential exam last week. All of them scored above 90 points. After all, Li Zixuan had told them beforehand that if they failed even one of the 4 exams, they would be immediately suspended. Therefore, every confidential exam directly affected whether or not they could continue teaching at the college. None of the teachers did not take the confidential exams seriously. Furthermore, in the future, the hiring of teachers in Yanhuang Academy would be accompanied by a confidential examination after the interview and written examination. Only after passing all of these could the teacher be officially hired. It was not that Li Zixuan was trying to stir up trouble. It was just that the people of this era did not have much awareness of confidentiality. In comparison, since the students had 4 chances, they only needed to pass once. Therefore, in the first secret exam, only 400 people passed. There were still 200 people who failed. Regarding this, Li Zixuan didn't say anything. In any case, by the 4th exam, if there were still people who didn't pass once, then he would really have to chase them away. It was worth mentioning that his father-in-law, Han Tianhu, heard that Lantian County was going to plant white dye seeds on a large scale and wanted to follow suit. He wrote a letter to ask for Li Zixuan's opinion. Li Zixuan discussed with his wife and decided that when the seeds were shipped back, he would sponsor his father-in-law with a batch of seeds and farming tools. In any case, it was only a matter of 1 or 2,000 strings of money, so Li Zishuan did not take it to heart. However, the recent Longtime County's wasteland reclamation campaign had attracted Li Zishuan's great interest. In this era, the population was sparse. The entire Tang dynasty only had a population of 20 million, so one could imagine how much land had not been developed. In fact, the imperial court had always been supportive of the people reclaiming land. In order to encourage the people to reclaim land, some states and counties even stipulated that the land that was reclaimed would belong to whoever reclaimed it. There were also certain preferential taxes. As for Longtime County, the conditions given were even more favorable. Not only did the land reclaimed by the commoners belong to them, as long as the area of the land was larger than 1 mu, they would be able to obtain a caddy of white fold flower seeds for free. Therefore, ever since Li Zishuan announced this decree, the enthusiasm of the people of Longtime County to open up wastelands suddenly rose. In just a few days, the county had opened up more than 10,000 mu of wastelands. Many people had opened up more than 1 mu of wastelands because they heard from the village chief that Li Zishuan had invented a new method of planting white dye seeds that could save seeds. 1 mu of land did not even need a caddy of seeds. Therefore, many farmers directly opened up 2 mu of wastelands to plant white dye seeds. Now that everything was ready, all that was left was the seeds. On the 22nd day of the 4th month of the 2nd year of Zhengguan, Yanhuang College's Thursday, the Great Tang Imperial Court had sent out 50,000 Wuwei troops and 30,000 Xia Province soldiers. They had finally crossed Xia Province and arrived in the vicinity of Shuhu. The so-called Shufeng was the area northwest of Hutao and Hotao in Inner Mongolia. It was roughly west of Ordos and southwest of Baianar. Shufeng was more than 700 li away from Cheng. Yuqi Jingde led 50,000 troops and rushed for more than 10 days. At this moment, he was standing on a hillside and using the telescope on his neck to look at the city of Shuafang several li away. He ordered, "Order the 3 armies to set up camp here. Order Shen Fa and Zhong Chang, the 2 Taichang temple officials, to bring the imperial edict to Shuafang city and summon Liang Shidu to surrender." He had shamelessly asked Li Er for permission to use this telescope before he left. He was the only one in the entire army. Li Er had strictly ordered him that in an emergency, even if he had to destroy the telescope, he could not let it fall into the hands of the Turks. Understood. The messenger hurriedly cupped his hands in acknowledgement and went to pass down the order. Chai Xiao, who was standing to the side, looked at the telescope in Yuqi Jingde's hand and said with some envy, "Brother Jingde, can this Chai also take a look?" Yuqi Jingde immediately put away the telescope and said, "No, no." It wasn't easy for this old man to get this thing from His Majesty. His Majesty also said that this old man should take good care of it. If anything goes wrong, I reckon that a beating from the military would be a light punishment. Li Zishuan had indeed produced many handheld binoculars for the Great Tang military, but they had all been sealed up by Li Er and strictly controlled. Each one had a serial number, and there was a detailed record of who it was given to or lent to. This was because old Li believed that this thing was a national treasure and could not be leaked. Chai Xiao said unhappily, "It's just letting this Chai take a look. What could go wrong? Brother Jingde, you're not such a stingy person. Quickly let this brother take a look. At most, when we return to Chang, and this Chai will invite Brother Jingde to drink wine at the drunken Immortal house." Yuqi Jingde said in amusement, "Hee hee. But Brother Sikang, if you invite this old man to drink wine, will Princess Ping Yang agree?" Other than his identity as a great general, Chai Xiao also had another identity, and that was the current emperor's son-in-law. Originally, being the emperor's son-in-law of the Great Tang was a very difficult occupation. Because the Tang dynasty's customs were more open, especially as a princess, her status was even more revered. Perhaps it was because feminism was too strong. Many princesses had bad conduct. For example, although Tang Gaozu's Princess Yongjia was married to Dou Fengjia, she had an affair with Yang Yuji. Tang Taizong's Princess Hepu was married to Fang Yai, but she had an affair with Monk Bianji. Therefore, many good men would rather not marry for their entire lives than be the emperor's son-in-law. Unless it was someone who wanted to muddle through life, as long as there was a bit of ambition and wanted to accomplish something, they would keep a respectful distance from the emperor's son-in-law of the Tang dynasty. Chai Xiao was even more tragic. Not only was his wife a princess, she was also the famous princess Ping Yang, Li Xiaoning. During the last years of the Sui dynasty, she was also someone who had led the army and fought in battles. How could an ordinary delicate princess compare to her? Therefore, Yuqi Jingda's words were deliberately teasing Chai Xiao. Brother Jingda, what do you mean by this? It's just a meal of wine anyway. Would San Yang not comply with me? Quickly bring it out for me to see. Chai Xiao snorted angrily in dissatisfaction, then snatched the binoculars from Yuqi Jingda's hands. Instantly, he clicked his tongue in wonder. This toy is really useful. Even from so far away, I can see how many guards are at the city gate. It's really too magical. Yuqi Jingda smiled and didn't argue with Chai Xiao because the binoculars were taken away. At this time, two middle-aged officials wearing light red official robes came to Yuqi Jingda's side and cupped their hands. General Yuqi, then we will go to Shuafang City. Yuqi Jingda nodded and said solemnly, this time, the two of you only need to read His Majesty's Imperial Edict to Liang Shidou. Whether he surrenders or not isn't important. After reading the Imperial Edict, immediately leave the city. Don't stay in the city. Hearing this, the two Taichang temple officials, Shen Fei and Zhong Chong, couldn't help but look at each other. Since ancient times, who would persuade someone to surrender like this? Directly reading the Imperial Edict and then running away without any persuasion or giving the other party any time to hesitate. This persuasion to surrender was too insincere, wasn't it? We obey the head chief's orders. Although they didn't understand, Yuqi Jingda was now the head of the three armies and the head chief supervisor to destroy Liang Shidou. The two Taichang temple officials still cupped their hands and accepted the order. Yuqi Jingda nodded and said, then go. Sir. The two of them took a few soldiers and left to carry out the order. Brother Jingda, this Shuafang city's security is lax and looks like it's normal. Could it be that Liang Shidou hasn't received the news that His Majesty wants to send troops to encircle and annihilate him? Chai Xiao held the binoculars and saw that Shuafang city's gates were wide open. Pedestrians and merchants were going in and out, and there was only a group of soldiers guarding the gates. It didn't look like a battle was about to break out. Duke Xiao, can you lend me the binoculars to take a look? Shui Wanjun said at this moment. Here you go. Chai Xiao nodded and reluctantly handed the binoculars to Shui Wanjun. Yuqi Jingda said, ever since Liang Shidou was repeatedly defeated by our Great Tang, he no longer dared to fight with the Great Tang and has been holed up in Shuafang City. We're leading troops to encircle and annihilate Shuafang City, so it's normal that he doesn't know about it. However, as long as our tens of thousands of men make any strange movements, he'll definitely sense it and immediately lock down the city gates. Shui Wanjun said, then, according to the head chief's words, sneak attacks are not advisable and we can only attack head-on? Yuqi Jingda's gaze darkened, and he thought for a moment before replying. Shuafang City's walls are tall and sturdy, so attacking head-on will be difficult. Moreover, according to what I know, Shuafang City isn't a monolithic block, and there are many people who are greedy for life and afraid of death. Last time, the Imperial Court's army surrounded and attacked Guan City, and they used the strategy of dividing the city from the inside and attacking from the outside. This time, we might be able to use the same tactic. However, everything will have to wait until the two Taichang temple officials come out of the city. Reporting. Your Majesty, two Tang Empire officials have arrived outside the city. They say that His Majesty, the Emperor of the Tang Empire, has an imperial edict for you. Shuafang City, Liang Kingdom's palace. It was the morning court session of the Liang Kingdom. A soldier quickly ran into the main hall of the palace and reported loudly to Liang Shidou, who was seated high above. In the 3rd month of the 13th year of the Dai dynasty, Liang Shidou sent troops to attack and occupy Daoist, Honghua, and other prefectures. He became the emperor, and the country's name was Liang. He prayed to the heavens in the south of the city, and when he buried a jade in the ground, he obtained the seal, which was Fu Rue, and established the era's name as Yong Long. Therefore, this fellow had been the emperor for a full 11 years, and he could be considered to have had his fill of being the emperor. As soon as that soldier finished speaking, the officials in the Liang Kingdom's imperial court instantly burst into an uproar. What? Tang Empire officials came with an imperial edict? What should we do now? Is the Tang Empire going to attack our Daliang again? Bam. When Liang Shidu saw the panicked officials in the hall, he couldn't help but slap the table and shout, "Silence, all of you. Just 2 Tang Empire officials and you're already panicking. Where is your decency? Didn't he, Li Shimin, send 100,000 troops? What are you afraid of? Don't forget, we have Great Khan Xieli backing us up behind the state of Liang." Your Majesty is wise. Hearing that, the officials calmed down. Liang Shidu looked at that soldier and said, "Go and invite those 2 Tang Empire officials in. I want to see what tricks Li Shimin has up his sleeves." Sir. Half an hour later, the 2 Taichang Temple officials, Shen Fa and Zhong Chang, walked into the Liang Kingdom's palace with their heads held high and their chests puffed out. Then they looked at Liang Shidu and said directly, "Liang Shidu, His Majesty has an imperial edict for you. Hurry up and receive it." "How dare you? How dare you not bow when you see His Majesty? And you even called His Majesty by his name. How disgraceful." As soon as he finished speaking, an old eunuch below Liang Shidu walked out and shouted. Shen Fa snorted and said fearlessly, "What, His Majesty?" Liang Shidu didn't get permission from His Majesty to proclaim himself as emperor. As Han people, you work for the Turks. What right do you have to make me bow? Take down these 2 arrogant bastards. The eunuch was furious and quickly shouted. Zhong Chang stepped forward and said, "Umph. As the saying goes, envoys are not killed when 2 countries are at war. Liang Shidu, you're a hero of a region. Do you want to be ridiculed by the world?" At this time, Liang Shidu, who was sitting on the dragon throne, finally spoke. His eyes were like lightning as he looked at Shen Fa and Zhong Chang and said in a deep voice, "That's enough. You didn't come here just to show off, right? If you have something to say it quickly. Don't test my patience." Shen Fa and Zhong Chang looked at each other. Then, Shen Fa opened the imperial edict and said in a clear voice, "The Tang Emperor decrees that Shidu, the Tang Emperor, stole from my province. The Turks helped. Now that the rebellious kings have been suppressed, the Khitans and Turks have also surrendered to me, leaving only you to occupy the northern side. If you surrender, I will give you the title of king. If you refuse to come to your senses, I will kill you. If the officials of the Liang Kingdom want to surrender, I will also give you the title of king. I hope that you can see the situation clearly and abandon the darkness to the light. Do not resist stubbornly and bury yourselves. This is the emperor's decree." Old Li's imperial edict was ruthless. He directly said that Liang Shidu was a thief and even persuaded his officials to abandon the darkness to the light in front of Liang Shidu. At this moment, Liang Shidu was so angry that his nose was crooked. At this moment, the officials in the main hall were somewhat flustered and began to discuss in low voices. "Bastard! How dare Li Shimin bully me?" Liang Shidu slammed the table and said angrily, "I swear here that I will not surrender to the Tang Empire. If Li Shimin wants to attack the northern side, then let him send his army. I will be waiting for him at the Shuafang city. Men, send these 2 people out of the city. Never let them enter the city again." Shen Fa said loudly, "Liang Shidu, don't be stubborn. His Majesty is wise and can command 1,000,000 troops to flatten the Shuafang city at any time." Arrogant. If Li Shimin really has the ability, then let him attack the city. Chase the 2 of them out. Liang Shidu's expression changed as he roared angrily. "Liang Shidu, you will regret it." Shen Fa flung his sleeves and pulled Zhong Chang out of the hall. Chapter 1386. Your Majesty, what the Tang emissary said is not without reason. Previously, there were 18 rebellious princes helping our great Liang, but now that the Tang Empire has unified the Central Plains, if we do not surrender, we will be attacked by the Tang Empire's army sooner or later. Exon Deshang, shut up. As soon as the two Taichung temple officials left, a middle-aged official stood out from the main hall of the Liang Imperial Palace and clasped his hands. However, before he could finish speaking, Liang Shidu interrupted him with a loud shout. Since the founding of my great Liang country, the country has been peaceful and the people have lived in peace and contentment. Right now, the Li Tang has only sent 2 civil officials, and you're already scared out of your wits? At such a critical moment, Exon Deshang, you dare to cause chaos in the people's hearts. You must be a spy sent by the Tang Empire. Men, throw Exon Deshang into the prison and behead him on a date. As soon as Liang Shidu finished speaking, 2 guards immediately came up and took the middle-aged official away. Your Majesty, you must not. Assistant Minister Exon is only thinking of Your Majesty's safety. Your Majesty, please show mercy and spare his life. Seeing that Liang Shidu was about to kill an official so rashly, how could the officials in the hall sit by and do nothing? A tall and sturdy general immediately stepped forward to plead for leniency. Thus, Your Majesty! Although Assistant Minister Xion's words are a bit out of line, his crime does not warrant death. Please retract your order and forgive Assistant Minister Xion. As the saying goes, the fox grieves for the rabbit. Originally, seeing that the Tang Emperor had the intention to attack the Liang Empire, the officials' hearts were already wavering. Now that Liang Shidu wanted to kill an official, the other officials in the hall naturally could not accept it. If Exon Deshang was killed today, would they be killed tomorrow as well? Thus, everyone began to plead. Liang Shidu's eyes flashed, and after a moment of hesitation, he said, Exon Deshang, since all my beloved officials are pleading for you, then I will spare your life for now. However, you can avoid death, but you cannot escape punishment. From today onwards, Exon Deshang will be stripped of his position as Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Revenue. As for the rest, if they continue to boost the morale of others and destroy the prestige of our great Liang like Exon Deshang, I will not spare them. Exon Deshang's face was ashen as he cupped his hands and said, Thank you, Your Majesty. The rest of the ministers felt a chill in their hearts, and they hurriedly cupped their hands and said, We obey the decree. Liang Shidu was still a little uneasy. Although Exon Deshang's words made him very angry, he had to admit that what Exon Deshang said was true. Now that the Central Plains had been unified, his Daliang kingdom, as the last thorn in the Tang dynasty's territory, was obviously unable to hold the fort alone. At this time, the most important thing was to unify the minds of his subordinates and not let their hearts waver. His gaze was like lightning as he stared at all the ministers in the hall. Although the Tang Empire is strong, our Daliang is defending the city, and we can ask the Turks for help at any time. If the Tang army wants to take down Shuafang City so easily, it is nothing more than a fool's dream. Right now, the most important thing is for us, sovereign and subject, to be of one mind. While reinforcing the defenses of the city, we are also actively stockpiling food. Even if we are besieged by the Tang army, we will be able to hold out until the Turkic army comes to our rescue. I advise some people not to have any thoughts of seeking refuge with the Tang army. Li Shimin hates our Liang to the bone. Even if you seek refuge with the Tang Empire, you will not have a good ending. Thus, there is only one path left for you, and that is to follow me and protect the Daliang kingdom. Only this way can you enjoy a lifetime of glory and wealth. Liang Shidu's warning and tempting words drifted through the hall. When the ministers in the hall heard this, they all had different thoughts, but on the surface, they were all sincerely convinced, and cupped their hands and said, We swear to live and die with the Daliang kingdom. Liang Shidu laughed heartily and said, Good. But today, after those 2 Tang officials return, Li Shimin will definitely be unwilling, and may even send troops to attack Daliang. For the sake of today, you all need to reinforce the defenses of Shuafang City as soon as possible. Rolling logs, crossbows, kerosene, and other defensive items must be prepared as soon as possible. All officials must work together to build Shuafang City into a steel fortress that no one can break through. If Li Shimin dares to send troops over, then his people will not be able to return. We obey the decree. In the forest 3 li south of Shuafang City, the imperial court's army was hiding and waiting for orders. As there were many signs that Liang Shidu had not discovered the arrival of the imperial court's army, Yuqi Jingde ordered the army to hide and act according to the situation. In order to not be discovered, the army definitely could not start a fire to cook. They could only eat some dry rations and drink some water to fill their hunger. Report. Head steward, the 2 envoys who went to Shuofang City have returned to the main camp. Within the central tent, Yuqi Jingde sat at the head of the table, and the other main generals were on his left and right. At this moment, a messenger ran in to report. Quick, invite them in. Yuqi Jingde hurriedly ordered when he heard this. The messenger left, and not long later, 2 Taichang temple officials walked in and bowed. Greetings, head steward. Yuqi Jingde nodded and directly asked, what did Liang Shidu say when the 2 officials went to Shuofang City? Did he surrender or not? Shen cupped his hands and replied, head steward, Liang Shidu is stubborn. In front of me, he swore that he would never surrender. He also said that if His Majesty was not satisfied, he could just send troops to attack the city. Arrogant. This guy is just relying on the protection of the Turks, but he dares to intimidate His Majesty and look down on His Majesty. When the Ol Chai attacks the north, I will definitely take his head. Hearing this, Chai Shao snorted coldly and said angrily. Yuqi Jingde pressed his hand down and said, Sikhang, there is no need to be angry. I already expected that Liang Shidu would not surrender. 2 years ago, Xiexie's troops were able to reach Chang, and because of Liang Shidu leading the way. He knows that His Majesty hates him to the core, so he will not surrender. Letting the 2 Taichang temple officials go to summon the surrender is to show His Majesty's benevolence to the world, and also to divide the hearts of the people of Liang. Deputy Shen, this general asks you, how did the civil and military officials of Liang react after hearing the imperial edict to surrender? The Turks had always been a great threat to the Tang dynasty. Their cavalry was too mobile, coming and going like the wind. However, in reality, it was not so easy for them nomads to come to the Central Plains. The Central Plains had big cities, many villages, and complicated roads. It was easy to get lost. Perhaps Xiexie originally came to attack Chang, but ended up going the wrong way and went to Taiyuan. Wouldn't that be a waste of time? Therefore, every time they came to rob, they would find a way to find a few Central Plains people to be their guides, living compasses. It was not only worry-free but also laborious. Shuofang City's Liang Shidu was a famous guide, the ancestor of the tour guide world. He especially liked to lead the way for the Turks and even help them come up with ideas. It was not an exaggeration to call him Tang Dynasty's #1 guide. In the 9th year of Wuda, Li Er had just ascended the throne when Xiexie Khan led an army of more than 100,000 to crash the scene, making old Li almost unable to get out of the situation. This face-slapping operation was related to Liang Shidu. The Wei River Alliance was the shame of Li Er and all the Tang Dynasty officials. Therefore, the entire imperial court hated Liang Shidu to the core and wanted nothing more than to capture him and tear him into pieces. Shenfa recalled, at that time, after I finished reading the imperial edict, many of the officials in the hall began to discuss in low voices. They seemed a little moved or fearful. Yuqi Jingde nodded and laughed. It seems that although Liang Shidu is stubborn, the other Liang officials are not willing to be defeated and die with him. In this way, we have a chance to divide the officials in Shuofang City and have them cooperate with us from the inside. Shui Wanjun cupped his fists and said, Head Chief is wise. In this way, we can also reduce our casualties and fully guard against the Turks' sneak attack. Head Chief, I have a plan. I wonder if it will work? At this moment, a general sitting on the right side of the hall stood up and bowed. Yuqi Jingde nodded and said, Governor Lu has been in charge of Summer Province for many years. You must know the situation in Shuofang City better than we do. If you have a brilliant idea, feel free to say it. It turned out that this person was Summer Province's Governor Lu Min. This time, Summer Province's 30,000 soldiers were under his command. Lu Min cupped his fists and said, I wouldn't dare to speak of a brilliant idea. I feel that since Liang Shidu still doesn't know that our army is lying in ambush outside Shuofang City, We can first send some spies into the city to act as spies from the inside. Then, we can send out a few teams of cavalry to trample on the crops outside Shuafang City to disturb the hearts of the people in the city. Without the supply of food from outside the city, the people in the city will definitely panic. At that time, not only will the people flee outside the city, Liang Shidu's officials might also take the chance to escape. At that time, when we send out troops to besiege the city, Liang Shidu will definitely seal the 4 city gates and not come out. Our spies can then spread the news of Liang Shidu's cruelty to the people in the city and promote the benevolence and righteousness of the current emperor, encouraging the people in the city and those generals who have the intention to rebel against Liang Shidu to help us take the city. With cooperation from the inside and outside, won't it be easy for us to take down Shuafang City? Yuqi Jingde laughed loudly and said, "Good. Governor Lu's plan is excellent. Shuafang City's walls are sturdy. If we want to take it head-on, we will definitely suffer heavy losses. Cooperating from the inside and outside is the best plan. Governor Lu has lived in Summer Province for a long time, so you must know Liang Shidu's evil deeds like the back of your hand. You will send spies into the city. When the time comes, let them use Liang Shidu's crimes to encourage the people in the city to help us take down the city." From the beginning, Yuqi Jingde had never thought of taking the city head-on because Li Er had only given him 80,000 soldiers. If he wanted to take down Shuafang City with this amount of people, it was undoubtedly wishful thinking. Therefore, he had always had the idea of cooperating from the inside and outside to take down the city. It was just that he hadn't formed a complete plan like Lu Min's. Lu Min hurriedly cupped his fists and said, "Yes, head chief." Yuqi Jingde then looked at Xue Wanjun and said with a serious face, "General Xue, you will lead 1,000 light cavalry. After Lu Min's spies have infiltrated the city, you will lead the cavalry at night to trample on the crops outside the city. Be careful, you must not harm the innocent people." Xue Wanjun stood up and cupped his fists. "This general understands." After instructing Xue Wanjun, Yuqi Jingde continued, "Sikhang, I order you to lead 30,000 elites and lie in ambush on the east side of Shuafang City. Once Xieli sends reinforcements to Liang Shidu, they will definitely pass by the east side of the city. You will wait at ease and annihilate them with all your might." Chai Xiao said seriously, "This general understands." Yuqi Jingde said loudly, "Liang Shidu has been stealing from Shuafang for many years. In this battle, not only will we lure the Turks to send out their troops, we will also take down Shuafang in one fell swoop and pull out this poisonous thorn that is deeply rooted in the north of our great Tang." All the generals in the tent roared in agreement. Jianan Province, Peng Province, in the Chang tribe near the Lan family volcano. The Chang people were an ancient tribe. Their history could be traced back to the time of the Yellow Emperor. Back then, the Yellow Emperor's tribe had a great battle with the Yan Emperor's tribe. After the defeat, the Yan Emperor led his tribe and merged with the Yellow Emperor's tribe to form the Huaxia, Han Chinese. Later on, a small number of Han Chinese migrated to the west and merged with the local natives, forming the Tibetan, Chang, and other ancient tribes. Most of the Chang people had lived in the land of Sichuan for generations. After thousands of years of reproduction, they had already split into hundreds of tribes of various sizes. Usually, they would help each other and live a peaceful life. The Chang tribe near the Lan family volcano was the largest Chang tribe within a radius of 100 miles, with tens of thousands of people. The leader of the tribe was Qiao Feng. His ancestor, Qiao Zhou, was a high-ranking official in the Shu Kingdom during the Three Kingdoms period. During the Northern and Southern Dynasties period, the Qiao family was considered one of the top families in the Shu Kingdom. Later on, with the unification of the Sui and Tang dynasties, the Central Plains dynasty's military penetration into the land of Shu became stronger and stronger. Thus, the power of the Chang family was weakened to a certain extent. At this moment, the Chang family's courtyard was filled with all kinds of people. Most of them were Chang people. There were only a few Han Chinese. Ku Shiqing, a student of Yanhuang College, and Gao Shilian, the chief secretary of the Yi Protectorate, were among them. Ku family's down, you were able to enter the Imperial College a few years ago. You have indeed brought honor to the Chang tribe in this area. When you pass the imperial examination, even if your tribe's old Liang doesn't hold a banquet to celebrate, this old man will definitely hold 100 tables for you to celebrate. In the courtyard, a hale and hearty old man with white hair looked at Ku Shiqing and said with a kind smile. Ku Shiqing quickly clasped his hands and said, "Thank you for your kindness, Grandpa Chang. However, Grandpa Liang has already told me that as long as I pass the imperial examination or enter the imperial court, he will definitely hold a banquet for me to celebrate. If Grandpa Chang doesn't mind, please come and have a drink." "You child, what's there to mind? You're a member of our Chang tribe. This old man is more than happy to see you succeed. Why would I mind? When the time comes, this old man will definitely go and have a good drink. I'll drink all the good wine that old Liang has hidden away." Xiao Feng laughed heartily. At this moment, the person sitting next to Ku Shiqing looked at him and scolded, "Our great clan chief Chang is getting more and more shameless as he gets older. I see that you've hidden away a lot of good wine these past few years." Xiao Feng stroked his beard and smiled. Shiqing is from your tribe. When the time comes, it should be your turn to treat him to a drink. Hey, if you can't afford it, just say the word and this old man will do it for you. Who can't afford it? When the time comes, let's see if you won't be drunk." Clan Chief Liang said unhappily. Even if he lost, he couldn't lose. He didn't want to be such a petty person. "Alright, Grandpa Liang, Grandpa Chang, thank you for your kindness. If that day really comes, Shiqing will treat you to a drink of immortal drunkenness. Today, this junior has come here to discuss some matters with Grandpa Ji." Chapter 1387. The Qiao Family Compound. Hearing that Ku Shiqing had something to ask of him, Qiao Feng's eyes narrowed. His weathered eyes contained a cunning insight into the mortal world. He took a sip of tea and said indifferently, "Shiqing, there's nothing to discuss about the divine mountain. Don't ask for it. Our Chang tribe has been passed down since ancient times. We can't be disrespectful to the gods, or we'll be punished by the heavens." That one sentence completely blocked Ku Shiqing's path of retreat. Although news was limited in Sichuan, Xiao Feng, as the chief of the tribe, still knew that Ku Shiqing was studying at Yanhuang College. In addition, San Bao, who claimed to be a servant of the Marquis of Yong, had just escaped from him a month ago. Today, Ku Shiqing, a student of the Marquis of Yong, had brought the chief of staff of the Protectorate to his door. How could he not guess Ku Shiqing's intentions? Chief Qiao, don't speak too confidently. It's hard to say whether or not there are gods on that mountain. Gao Shilian, who was sitting to the left of Qiao Feng, finally spoke up. "That's right. Grandpa Qiao, that mountain is a mine, not a divine mountain. Previously, my Yamacho, the current Marquis of Yong, sent people to take 2 pieces of stone from that mountain. Before I came, the Yamacho had already refined iron and vanadium from those 2 pieces of ore. That's why that mountain is filled with vanadium titanium magnetite, which contains a large amount of magnets. That's why it's so attractive to metal weapons. This is just the natural attraction of magnets to metal. It's definitely not the power of gods." Ku Shiqing hurriedly followed up on Gao Shilian's words. "Magnetite? You're saying that the divine mountain is filled with magnetite?" Qiao Feng frowned as he asked. Ku Shiqing took out a gray stone the size of a soccer ball from his bag and said, "Grandpa Qiao, this is absolutely true. Shiqing dares to guarantee it with his life. Look, this is the ore that was moved down from the mountain. In fact, the main component of this ore is the magnet. If an iron saber gets close to it, it will be strongly attracted to it." Ku Shiqing took out a dagger and handed it to Qiao Feng. "Grandpa Qiao, if you don't believe me, you can try using this dagger." Qiao Feng hesitated for a moment before taking the dagger with one hand. He pulled the dagger out of its scabbard and brought it to the magnetic ore that Ku Shiqing had taken out. Suddenly, an inexplicable force sucked the dagger over. The Chang people in the courtyard could not help but discuss, there really is a magnet inside this rock. No wonder every time I get close to the mountain, the hoe in my hand will inexplicably fall down. It turns out that it's a magnet mountain." So it's not the power of an immortal, but the attraction of a magnet. In front of everyone's eyes, Qiao Feng had done the experiment himself, and the ore was indeed a rock from the divine mountain. The Chang people in the courtyard had no choice but to believe it. Qiao Feng put down his dagger and was silent for a while. After a moment of silence, he said, "Brother Ku, how can you be sure that this rock contains a magnet and not divine power?" In addition to the strange phenomenon of attracting soldiers, there was another strange phenomenon in this deep mountain. Every time there was a thunderstorm, there would be very little thunder and lightning in other places, but there would be frequent flashes of lightning and roars of thunder on this mountain, so much so that it would not rest for the entire night. Since ancient times, no one knew how many hunters had been struck to death on this mountain, so no one dared to go up the mountain on a rainy day. Tell me, if there's no divine power on that mountain, why would it attract lightning? Yes. The chief is right. When it rains, there's lightning and rumbling thunder on that mountain, and no one dares to go near it. That's a divine mountain, but when it rains, it becomes hell. As soon as Qiao Feng finished speaking, the Chang people in the courtyard all began to talk at once. Ku Shirqing's brows furrowed slightly, then relaxed. He smiled slightly and said, "Grandpa Qiao, the reason this mountain can attract lightning has nothing to do with divine power. It's because of the magnetic or inside." Qiao Feng frowned and said, "Shirqing, don't lie to me. This or is an iron, so how could it attract lightning?" Gao Shilian also frowned. Although he didn't say anything, he didn't believe that magnetite could attract lightning either. Ku Shirqing smiled and said, "Grandpa Qiao, Shirqing isn't lying to you. The theory behind this can be completely explained with my knowledge of engineering from Yanhuang College. First of all, the magnetite in the mountain would produce a very strong magnetic field. These magnetic fields would have a strong attraction to the electric charges in the thunderclouds. Therefore, there would often be some thunderclouds with electric charges gathered above the mountain. Once someone entered, they would become a live target and be struck by lightning in an instant. You don't understand these theories from Yanhuang College's engineering, so you might not understand. However, all of Yanhuang College's theories can be proven through experiments. Right now, we don't have the conditions here, so it's very difficult to simulate this scene. If Grandpa Qiao doesn't believe me, you can send a few people to follow me back to Chang. Yamacho will definitely have a way to simulate this scene for everyone to see with their own eyes. At first, Qiao Feng was also confused. He didn't understand anything about magnetic fields or electric charges. However, after hearing Ku Shirqing's last few words, he couldn't hide his shock and said, "Shirqing, you're saying that the Marquis of Yong and can simulate lightning? How is that possible?" The Chang people in the courtyard couldn't help but whisper among themselves. Wasn't simulating lightning the work of an immortal? Ku Shirqing smiled slightly and said, "Grandpa Qiao, what's impossible about this? Our Yamacho created electricity last year, and this year, we're planning to build a large power station in Longtime County. Although not many people know about this, it's definitely not a small number. Just send someone to ask around and you'll know." This official can testify to this. At this time, Gao Shilian, who was sitting on the left, suddenly said, "Although this official is an official in the land of Shu, I've always been paying attention to news from Chang. The Marquis of Yong and did create electricity last year and used it on the battlefield. This year, the Marquis of Yong and's telegraph machine made a great contribution to the rebellion of the aristocratic families in Hunan County." Gao Shilian intentionally or unintentionally mentioned quelling the rebellion in Chang, and a few days earlier. Those who understood would naturally understand the deeper meaning behind it. Qiao Feng's eyes flashed imperceptibly, then he smiled and said, "Since Chief Gao has said so, then this Qiao naturally won't have any doubts. It's said that the Marquis of Yong and is the descendant of our ancestors. Although I don't know whether it's true or not, just the ability to create lightning is unparalleled. The Marquis of Yong and is really capable. Amazing, amazing." The Chang people in the courtyard all exclaimed in amazement. Gao Shilian had been an official in the land of Shu for more than a year, promoting irrigation, running schools, and getting rid of vulgar practices. He had a very high prestige among the people. Now that he was personally supporting Li Zixuan and Ku Shiqing, they naturally believed him without a doubt. Ku Shiqing saw that Xiao Feng was interested, so he struck while the iron was hot. Grandpa Xiao, even if there are gods watching over us, Shiqing can guarantee that there are no gods on this mountain. This is just an ordinary magnet mine. Not only do we have one here, but there are also mines in other places in the Tang Empire that can attract weapons and thunder. The only difference is that the mine near us contains an extremely rare and special material that our Yamacho greatly needs. If Grandpa Xiao can convince your clansmen to allow our Yamacho to mine this magnetic iron mine, it will bring endless benefits to the tens of thousands of Chang people around us. What benefits? Xiao Feng asked after a moment of thought. Ku Shiqing's expression shook as he hurriedly said, "Naturally, there will be many benefits. Before coming here, the Yamacho already told me that the mining of this mine will all be done by the local Chang people. The wages will be 3 to 5 times that of other mines, roughly 50 to 100 copper coins a day for a miner. In addition, the Yamacho will pay to help our Chang people build roads, schools, and shops. In the future, we will be able to buy all the high-quality goods in Chang. Grandpa Xiao, you must have never sat in the strange taste pavilion's Don't Touch Me, eaten the drunken immortal's chicken, or drunk the drunken immortal's wine and delicacies in Chang, and right? These things are in short supply in Chang, and the Shu lands are remote, so they naturally won't spread here. But once our roads are built, the Yamacho will call for merchants to open shops here. The fine goods that Chang and people can enjoy can also be enjoyed by us without leaving the Shu lands. In addition, the Yamacho will also spread the advanced planting techniques that they promoted in Lantian County to the Shu lands. Grandpa Xiao, you should have heard of the curved plow, right? This type of plow that can be pulled by humans was created by the Yamacho. In addition, the Yamacho is also very knowledgeable in the field of farming. With their technology, we can guarantee that the fields of our tribe will be able to produce high yields every year. As Ku Shiqing spoke, the Chang people in the courtyard all widened their eyes, and their breathing quickened. By the time he finished, they were already whispering to each other and discussing spiritedly. What? The Marquis of Yong, and is willing to pay each miner 50 to 100 copper coins a day? Doesn't that mean that we can earn at least 2 strings of money every month just by working in the mines? It's not just the mines. The Marquis of Yong and wants to build roads for us, so he must hire people to build roads, right? When the time comes, we can earn quite a bit of money. Hey, you guys are really short-sighted, only seeing these small benefits. Most importantly, the Marquis of Yong and wants to build a school here. In that case, won't our children have the opportunity to learn immortal knowledge like the Ku family's Dalong and become successful? That's great. That's right. Didn't you guys hear what Official Gao said? The Marquis of Yong and is an immortal disciple, and he can even create lightning. How can his knowledge be lacking? Tisk tsk. Chang and city's drunken immortal, the land of warmth, these are things that I heard people talking about when I went to Chengdu. It's hard to buy a cup of drunken immortal with money. I heard that the taste is so good that mortals will get drunk after drinking 2 cups. It's really a wine for immortals. It's that magical? Isn't that so? And this curved plow, the Ku family's dung was right. This thing was indeed made by the Marquis of Yong, and last year, there was a drought near Chang and the farmers couldn't plow the fields. In the end, they relied on this curved plow to make it in time for the spring plowing. Whoa! Then this is a good thing. Since this mountain is not a sacred mountain, then let the Marquis of Yong and mine it. When the time comes, our tribesmen will also benefit from it, don't you guys think so? That's right. That's right. Since it's not a sacred mountain, what's there to worry about? In this world, there were very few hermits who didn't value profits. Most of them were mortals. As mortals, they had to work hard every day to find food, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and tea. When Ku Shiqing spoke of the great benefits that this mine could bring to the Chang tribe, the Chang people in the courtyard were all tempted. After they were tempted, they all looked at Xiao Feng with hopeful eyes. They were only small leaders in the tribe, and the one who made the final decision was still Xiao Feng, the big leader. Xiao Feng was deep in thought and didn't say anything. He was probably still making the final decision in his heart. Seeing this, Gao Shilian smiled and said, "Ever since the Marquis of Yong and took over Lantian County last year, the tens of thousands of households in Lantian County, although not all of them are wealthy, but at the very least, every household can afford to eat meat and wear clothes. Their children can even afford to study." This official is not making this up. The Marquis of Yong and's achievements in governing Lantian County are obvious to all. Now that the Marquis of Yong and's heart to benefit Shu, this official believes that this is a blessing for the people of Shu. In addition, the current emperor also attaches great importance to the development of Shu. Half a month ago, the emperor changed the title of his favorite, the King of Han, to the King of Shu. He also took the position of governor of the Yi Protectorate and was in charge of the affairs of the 36 provinces of Jiangnan. The King of Shu also has another identity, and that is the student of the Marquis of Yong. He and Shiqing came from the same master, so when the King of Shu comes to Yi Protectorate in the future, the lives of the people of Shu will get better and better. Inexplicably, the topic of Li Er conferring Li Ku the title of Prince of Shu was brought up. Gao Shilian's secret warning to Xiao Feng was obvious. Although the imperial court had established the Yi Protectorate in the past, the position of governor had always been empty. Now that there was finally someone to take over the position, and this person was the king of Shu, Li Ku, who was the most favored by the second emperor. Even a fool could see the hidden meaning behind this. The imperial court was about to start governing Shu. If there was someone who was blind enough to go against the imperial court at this time, the consequences, Xiao Feng was not stupid. How could he not understand the meaning behind Gao Shilian's words? His eyes flashed, and after a long silence, he finally opened his mouth. "Good. Since the Marquis of Yong and has shown such great sincerity, and the emperor is so concerned about the people of Shu and Shiqing, you have also verified that the mountain is not a sacred mountain, then this old man will naturally not continue to obstruct you to the end. The Marquis of Yong and only needs to send people to mine the mine, and no one in our tribe will stop you. Previously, this old man was not reasonable and accidentally injured the servants of the Marquis of Yong and Manor. Shiqing, please help this old man send the most sincere apologies to the Marquis of Yong." Gao Shilian's words were the last straw that broke Xiao Feng's back, allowing him to make the most correct choice. Hearing this, the Chang people in the courtyard all heaved a sigh of relief and then began to cheer. Ku Shiqing was also overjoyed and said, "Grandpa Ji is wise and righteous, Shiqing admires you. Shiqing will definitely pass on Grandpa Ji's apology to the Yamacho. Also, Grandpa Ji, don't worry. The conditions that Shiqing mentioned before, such as building roads, schools, and shops, will definitely be fulfilled one by one. Shiqing will stay here and accompany Grandpa Ji to witness the prosperity of our tribe." Chapter 1388. Your Majesty! Not good. Not good. The thousands of mu of farmland outside the city have all been trampled overnight. The wheat seedlings have all been trampled into the ground, and it looks like they won't survive. On the 24th day of the 4th month of the 2nd year of Zhenguan, Liang Shidu had just come out of his bedroom when an old eunuch ran over and shouted. Liang Shidu's expression froze, and his face instantly darkened. He angrily said, "What? Thousands of mu of farmland have been trampled? Did you find out who did it?" The old eunuch hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, Wang Xiaoqing has already brought people to investigate, but they only saw many messy horse hoofprints in the fields. They can conclude that someone rode a horse at night and trampled on the crops. They don't know anything else." Horse hoofprints? Has the Great Tang Cavalry already arrived outside Shuafang City? Liang Shidu's heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly had a bad premonition. With an ugly expression, he said, "Have X and Liao immediately send scouts out of the city to see if there are any Tang soldiers hiding around Shuafang City. Have Li Zhengbao increase the security of the city to prevent any Tang spies from entering the city to incite the people." This old servant obeys. The old eunuch also smelled a trace of something unusual and hurriedly left to carry out the order. Even though Liang Shidu had sent generals and soldiers to increase the patrols in the city, as the saying goes, Preventing the mouths of the people was more important than preventing the river from flowing. Once the people's mouths were opened because of something big, it could not be stopped. Furthermore, the great Tang emissary had just left 2 days ago, and now, thousands of mu of farmland outside the city had been trampled. For such a thing to happen at such a sensitive time, it was hard for the people not to think of the worst. The Tang army had cut off Daoyang's grain and was about to attack Shuafang city. This kind of rumor spread everywhere in the city. There was no need for Lu Min to send spies into the city to fan the flames. After a morning, the news had already spread like wildfire. Those gentry and noble families who had good eyesight packed up their valuables and quickly escaped Shufang city before Liang Shidu closed the city gates. Liang Shidu saw that he could no longer control the public opinion, so he quickly ordered the city gates to be closed. No one was allowed to enter or leave. In the forest outside the city, in the tent of the Tang army, Yuqi Jingda said in a low voice, "According to the reports, Master Liang has sent out a large number of scouts to search for us outside the city. In order to prevent them from discovering the location of our main forces, General Shui, this chief steward orders you to take 2,000 cavalry and immediately move out to trample the crops. While you're at it, draw the attention of the scouts in Shuafang city. Once a large army pursues from Shuafang city, immediately retreat to the southeast and draw them away." The Tang army had a total of more than 80,000 people. Although they were hidden in the forest, it was still difficult to not be discovered by the Liang army with so many people. Therefore, Yuqi Jingda thought of this method. Shui Wanjun received the order and said, "This general obeys." Yuqi Jingda nodded and said, "Once all the crops outside the city have been trampled, we will dispatch troops to surround Shuafang city. At that time, the spies inside the city will move out together. Without food and being surrounded by us on all sides, the officials and common people inside the city will definitely be alarmed. At that time, we will break through the city in one fell swoop." Head Chief, Lantian County, Cloud Mountain Courtyard. Boss Feng's fleet has returned. They are now nearing the Ba River Pier. When it was close to noon, Pang Feiji rushed into the house and reported to Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan's spirit was lifted. He could not help but be overjoyed and said, "Really? That's great. Immediately go to Lantian County and find County Magistrate He. Tell him to send all the bailiffs in the county to the pier to transport the seeds. At that time, you will bring all the guards in the residence over as well." It was already the end of April. Logically speaking, it was a little late to plant cotton. However, if they wanted to plant it, they would definitely be able to do so. Moreover, the nutrient bowl method could also increase the survival rate of the seeds. Therefore, in general, if they immediately started planting now, they would still be able to catch the last bus. Pang Feiji clasped his fists and said, "Yes." Li Zishuan nodded and immediately went out. He asked someone to bring Big White over. He rode alone on the white horse and galloped towards the pier downstream of the Ba River. When he arrived at the pier, Li Zishuan happened to see the Feng family's big boat approaching the pier. After waiting for the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the big boat docked. Feng Jihua quickly jumped down from the big boat and cupped his hands towards Li Zishuan in a flattered manner. He said, "Marcus, what virtue and ability do I have to trouble you to personally welcome me?" Li Zishuan laughed and said, "Boss Feng, you have traveled thousands of miles to buy the white fold flower seeds for me. How can you not be worthy of me personally welcoming you? Boss Feng, you have worked hard on this journey." Feng Jihua cupped his hands and said, "It's not hard at all. It's not hard at all. It's my honor to work for Marquis. Fortunately, I did not disappoint you on this trip south to Guangdong. I used the immortal mirror and colored glass items that Marquis gave me to exchange for a total of 16,000 caddies of white fold flower seeds. I have a balance of more than 3,200 strings of silver. If it weren't for the fact that the Nanyang Sea merchants are running out of seeds, I would have exchanged for even more white fold flower seeds for Marquis." Li Zishuan said in surprise, "You actually managed to exchange for so many flower seeds? And there's still a balance?" Back then, he had given Feng Jihua 80,000 strings of cash worth of rare products from the workshop and asked him to bring them to Guangdong to exchange for 10,000 caddies of white fold flower seeds with the Nanyang Sea merchants. Although the merchants of small Nanyang countries loved the items in the Immortal mirror and colored glass cups and would give a lot of premium, Li Zishuan did not expect that there would be so much premium. After calculating, the 80,000 strings of cash worth of goods had been sold to the Nanyang merchants for almost 160,000 strings of cash. Feng Jihua smiled slightly and said, "This is mainly due to the Nanyang Sea merchants. It's rare to see so many Immortal mirrors and colored glass cups. The price they offer is usually about 50% higher than the market price in Chang. Moreover, Marquis, don't think that the white fold flower seeds in Chang and city are expensive. That's because the barbarian merchants raise the price. In the Nanyang Sea merchants, 1 or 2 white fold flower seeds only cost 300 copper coins. Therefore, in the end, not only was I able to exchange for 16,000 caddies of seeds, but I also have a balance of more than 3,000 strings of cash." When Li Zishuan heard this, he could not help but secretly praise Feng Jihua for his honesty. If Feng Jihua did not take the initiative to say this, he would definitely not know. If Feng Jihua really wanted to embezzle, he could have embezzled tens of thousands of strings of cash on this trip and not be discovered. However, Feng Jihua did not do so. Li Zishuan said with a gratified and happy expression, "Good. Boss Feng, you've been running around all this time. Moreover, you've spent a lot of money hiring crew and repairing the ship. You don't have to give me the balance of more than 3,000 strings of cash. I can't let you come here for nothing and even pay for it, right?" Feng Jihua hurriedly waved his hands and said, "No, no, no. Marquis, I've long become indifferent to money. I can't accept this money." Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Ha, Boss Feng, you and I have already agreed before we left. Don't reject it anymore. This trip to the south, I owe you a favor. If you have any difficulties in the future, feel free to look for me. If I can help you, I'll definitely help you." Yo, I'm really lucky to have such a seed. This is really great. At this moment, County Magistrate he finally arrived at the harbor with a group of yamen runners. Seeing the large ship full of seeds, County Magistrate he could not help but exclaim in joy. Recently, it was not only Li Zishuan who was waiting anxiously for the seeds. He was also waiting anxiously. April was almost over. If they could not start planting now, they would not be able to plant in the future. If that happened, the land that the commoners had cleared would be for nothing. Feng Jihua had met County Magistrate he before. At this moment, he hurriedly went forward to greet County Magistrate he. Li Zishuan looked at County Magistrate he and ordered, "County Magistrate he, there is a total of 16,000 caddies of white fold seed. Immediately order the yamen runners to send 3,000 caddies to the Imperial Palace. Bring 10,000 caddies back to the county office's warehouse. As for the remaining 3,000 caddies, I'll have people move them to Yunshan." Back then, Li Er wanted to promote the planting of white fold seed in the Imperial plantation. He also asked Li Zishuan to help him solve the problem of the seeds. Therefore, these 3,000 caddies of seeds were to be sent to Li Er. As for the other 3,000 caddies, he planned to give 1,500 caddies to his father-in-law and another 1,500 caddies to the Yi family in Nanyang. Previously, Yi Guizhong had mentioned to him that if he had any extra seeds, he should leave some for the Yi family. As a prominent family in Nanyang, the Yi family naturally had a lot of villages and land. In addition, Yi Fashion had also made a great contribution in suppressing the rebellion in the city. However, when it was time to reward him, Yi Fashion had already gone to the south to seek Dao. Li Er had no way to reward Yi Fashion himself. He could only add this reward to the Yi family in Nanyang. In total, he rewarded Yi Fashion's father, Yi Huiming, with a total of 400 villages. Therefore, the Yi family had the ability to digest these 1,500 caddies of seeds. County Magistrate he cupped his hands in response. Then he ordered the dozens of yamen runners behind him, "Did you all hear that? Hurry up and help unload the goods on the ship." The group of yamen runners accepted the order and left. Feng Jihua was very perceptive and said, "Huh, I'll get the crew and the commoners to help. This way it will be faster." County magistrate he could not help but laugh. Then, "Thank you, Boss Feng." He knew that the reason why Li Zishuan was able to get so many white stack seeds was mainly because of this businessman in front of him. Therefore, he did not dare to underestimate him. "County magistrate, you're too polite." Feng Jihua cupped his hands and smiled. At this moment, Li Zishuan instructed, "County magistrate remember to send someone to inform all the farmsteads in Lantian County. Tell all the farmsteads who signed up at the county office and reclaimed 1 mu of land to go to the county office tomorrow morning to sign the agreement and receive the flower seeds. As for the farming tools used to make the nutrient bowl, each household can use the agreement to receive 1 free of charge. If anyone feels that 1 is not enough, they can also go to the county town's strange interest pavilion to buy 1. It only costs 80 copper coins." County magistrate he cupped his hands and said, "Marquis is benevolent and righteous. I'll do as you say." Chapter 1389. Yo, Mang Zi, you're so early today. Da Shun, aren't you early too? Ha, speaking of which, if we're late, what if the white fold flower seeds shine? Who am I going to cry to? Hey, Mang Zi, what you said is wrong. Back then, we all went to the county office to register. What kind of person is Marquis? Would he cheat on our seeds? Then why did you wake up so early? Isn't it because you're feeling uneasy? Hey, I'm different. I want to get the seeds earlier and start planting them immediately. It's already the end of April now. Planting 1 day earlier is 1 day earlier. I heard that the nutrition bowl that Marquis' family planted in Cloud Mountain has already sprouted and transplanted into the mountain. It's growing vigorously. If my white fold seed flower can grow as well, I'll be burning incense to thank the gods. I feel that as long as we use the method that Marquis taught us, the final growth will definitely not be bad. After all, we're using the same method. After I get the seeds today, I plan to go to Chitsu Pavilion to buy 2 making utensils. It's 80 copper coins for 1. If I buy 2 more, I can turn all these seeds into nutrition bowls 2 days earlier. Moreover, the utensils can be used next year. It's not a loss. Hey, Mang Zi, your idea is not bad. After we get the seeds, I'll go with you to buy the utensils. When the time comes, my eldest child and my wife will make the nutrition bowls with me. We can plant all the seeds a few days earlier. Ha, that's right. That's the logic. Early in the morning of the second day, all the villagers of Lantian County woke up early and headed straight for the county seat of Lantian County. Along the way, the villagers had their arms around each other's shoulders as they talked and laughed. Their faces were filled with happiness. The news that the Lantian County government was going to distribute the white fold flower seeds had been spread around yesterday evening. Even the farmers in other counties near Chang knew about it. Those farmers were naturally envious, because now that Li Zishuan had brought back tens of thousands of caddies of seeds, the farmers in Lantian County would be able to make a fortune with the white fold flower seeds, even if they did nothing this year. As soon as the city gates opened, the villagers who were guarding the city gates swarmed towards the county yamen. The yamen runners and petty officials of the county yamen were all mobilized today. Some helped to verify the identity of the villagers, some guided them to sign the agreement, some weighed the seeds for the villagers, and some distributed the farming tools to the villagers. In any case, each of them had their own duties and were divided into several groups. They wanted to ensure that all the seeds and farming tools would be distributed before noon. Speaking of which, each household was given a set of alms bowls for free. In total, there were more than 10,000 sets of alms bowls. The cost was not low either. In the past 10 days or so, the workshop had been rushing the production with all its might. Only then could they rush out so many alms bowls. As for the majority of the farmers, after receiving the seeds and farming tools, they immediately went to Curious Pavilion. This was because the experienced farmers all knew that with an additional alms bowls, there would be one more person to help make the nutrient bowls when they returned. The white fold flower seeds could also be planted a day earlier. It was already the end of April. If they did not plant the seeds earlier, they might not be able to make it in time. Moreover, The alms bowls from Curious Pavilion were not too expensive. One was only 80 copper coins. Most people could still afford it if they gritted their teeth. Speaking of which, if Li Zishuan had not opened a branch of Curious Pavilion in Longtime County, they would have had to travel all the way to Chang and City to buy alms bowls today. Now, not only did they not have to go to Chang and City to go to Curious Pavilion, some of the famous shops in Chang and City had also opened branches in Longtime County. Anything that could be bought in Chang and City could also be bought in Longtime County now. This was the convenience that Li Zishuan's arrival had brought to the people of Longtime County. Today, the Curious Pavilion in Longtime County did not disappoint the farmers. Cart after cart of alms bowls were placed in front of the open space in front of the door. The people could line up into more than 10 lines to buy alms bowls at the same time. This could be considered as saving a lot of time for the farmers. Reporting to my lord, all the registered farmers who have reclaimed the wasteland have all received their seeds and farming tools. At noon, it was already past lunchtime, but the 10,000 caddies of seeds had all been distributed. The county yamen runner cupped his fists and reported to county magistrate he, both physically and mentally exhausted. County magistrate he was also exhausted today. His throat was almost smoking from shouting at the side. Hearing this, he let out a sigh of relief and laughed. Ha! Good. Arrester son, immediately get all the officials in the county yamen to pack up. In a while, we will go to the drunken Immortal restaurant in the county to have a meal. Marquis said that everyone has worked hard and specially prepared a banquet at the drunken Immortal restaurant to entertain us. Arrester's son was pleasantly surprised. Marquis is benevolent. This subordinate will go and inform the brothers right away. The registration of the 10,000 farmers and the distribution of the 10,000 caddies of whitefold seed was not an easy task. The officials of Longtime County contributed a lot and almost everyone worked hard. However, in the end, Li Zishuan's banquet reward made everyone feel that their recent hard work was completely worth it. Not only was the wine and food delicious, but the most important thing was that they received recognition from Li Zishuan. In the process, they also received recognition from the people of the county. They were willing to work for Li Zishuan wholeheartedly for the rest of their lives. The people who received the seeds began to make the nutrient bowls that afternoon. As for the fertile soil used for the nutrient bowls, they had already prepared it. The soil was filled with cow dung, chicken dung, and plant ash to be used as fertilizer. It was completely capable of ensuring the successful germination of the seeds. It was now the end of April. Even at night it would not be cold. Therefore, there was no need to specially store the nutrient bowls in a large shed. In this way, it saved the farmers a lot of effort. It was not only the farmers of Longtime County who were busy planting the whitefold seed. The farmers of the Cheng, Qin, Niu, and Yuqi families, as well as the farmers of the imperial farms, were all busy planting the whitefold seed. As Yuqi Jingda was currently leading the army on an expedition to Liangshi, the Yuqi family originally could not catch up with this wonderful matter. However, in the end, Yuqi Jingda's wife stepped forward. With the help of the Qin, Cheng, and Niu families, as well as Li Zishuan, they also caught up with this last train of getting rich. Logically speaking, Li Zishuan's method of using the nutrient bowls to plant the whitefold seed was no secret. Not only did the people of Longtime County know about it, the people of Chang and the surrounding counties also knew about it. However, there were very few people who imitated it. Among the people, there were many who believed that Li Zishuan's method could obtain a better harvest and earn a lot of money. However, even if they wanted to imitate it, they did not have the capital to do so. According to the current market price of the whitefold seed, most people could not even buy a caddy of seeds even if they used all their savings. As for those wealthy families, although they had the capital, there were very few whitefold seed on the market. If they wanted to buy a large amount of seeds, they could only do what Li Zishuan did and send people to Guangdong to buy from the Nanyang Sea merchants. However, they were not willing to invest so much capital and energy to risk following behind Li Zishuan. In this world, those who were willing to be the first to eat crabs were always the brave ones, and they were also the minority. If more than 70% of these whitefold seed can survive, not to mention Longtime County, all the people around Chang, and will probably be able to wear winter clothes made of white fold seed this year. Yanhuang College, Yamacho office. Yi Guozhong stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling glass window and looked at the people who were busy planting the white fold seed at the foot of the mountain. He was full of smiles as he lamented, "I don't think it will be possible this year. At the very least, it will have to wait until next year." Li Zixuan stood behind Yi Guozhong and said faintly, "Just relying on these white fold seed in Lantian County, it will be difficult to lower the price of the white fold seed. When the time comes, the people of Lantian County will be able to wear winter clothes made of white fold seed, but the people of other counties will definitely not be able to afford it. The extra white fold seed will probably be bought by the merchants and sold to the officials and nobles. After all, who would like the warmth of this thing? However, when this batch of white fold seed blossoms, we will be able to obtain hundreds of thousands of caddies of white fold seed. When the time comes, we will really have the conditions to promote the planting of white fold seed in all the counties around Chang. It all depends on whether His Majesty has this intention." Yi Guozhong nodded and said, "That's true. Relying on Lantian County alone, it's indeed impossible to suppress the price of the white stack tidbits. However, little Xian, you've truly benefited the people. Grandfather is very gratified. Your father and mother are also proud of you. Grandfather is too kind. Grandson just doesn't want to see so many people suffer." Li Zixuan said honestly. It wasn't that he was a saint, but that he really didn't like to see the people around him suffer. Although he was now a true marquis, if he couldn't lead the people in his fief to prosperity, then when he went out, he would only meet pitiful people who couldn't even afford to eat. Then what was the point of him being a high and mighty marquis? Yi Guozhong looked at Li Zixuan with appreciation. The more he looked at this grandson, the more he liked him. After a long time, Yi Guozhong sighed with emotion. "The Yi family has also benefited from you, little Xian. 1,500 caddies of seeds is enough for the Yi family's farmers to work hard. Last time when Guan City quelled the rebellion, Fashion received your help and made a great contribution. However, in the end, this child still insisted on going to the south to seek Dao. Sigh. This old man doesn't know if it's good or bad to indulge Fashion like this. Obviously, Yi Fashion had made a great contribution in Guan City but gave up on receiving the reward. This had shaken Yi Guozhong's conviction that he had always held on to. He had always supported Yi Fashion's study of Dao. However, this time, Yi Fashion had given up on his official career to seek Dao. This made Yi Guozhong a little uncertain. After all, Yi Fashion now had a promising cousin like Li Zixuan to look after him in the imperial court. As long as Yi Fashion was willing to accept Li Zixuan's reward and enter the official career, his future achievements would not be bad. It seemed more reliable than pursuing the illusory Dao. Li Zixuan smiled and said, "Grandfather, you don't have to worry about personal gains and losses. Fashion is determined to seek Dao and has a pure heart. In the future, his achievements will not be worse than mine." Yi Guozhong smiled. He thought that Li Zixuan had chosen some nice words to comfort him. However, he did not know that Li Zixuan was stating the truth. "Yamacho, Li Shilang requests an audience." After sending Yi Guozhong off, Li Zixuan sat alone in his office and quietly began to draw. About half an hour later, Mo Zhong walked in and bowed to report. Li Zixuan usually did not like to be disturbed when he was seriously drawing or working. Therefore, whenever this time came, Mo Zhong would be very considerate to guard the door. Li Zixuan was stunned when he heard this and asked, "Assistant Minister Li? Which Assistant Minister Li?" Mo Zhong quickly explained, "Yamacho, it's the Minister of Imperial History, Li Daozhang." "So it's Daozhang Li? Why didn't you say so earlier? Quickly invite Daozhang Li in." Li Zixuan helplessly stared at Mo Zhong. He thought to himself, Daozhang Li is so nice, why did he have to call him Li Shilang? It's easy to mishear, okay? Li Chunfeng was considered a special existence in Yanhuang College. He was not a student of the college, nor was he a teacher or an employee of the college. He belonged to the Imperial History Bureau, but he often stayed in the Yanhuang College's faculty dormitory and often occupied the college's astronomical telescope. He was given such special treatment because Li Zixuan appreciated Li Chunfeng's character and talent. That was why he was given such special treatment. Previously, Li Chunfeng overheard from Li Zishuan that the astronomical telescope could be modified and upgraded. Therefore, he often asked Mo Lingwei for help to upgrade the telescope. However, Mo Lingwei was busy with the generator and microscope at that time and did not care about Li Chunfeng. Li Zishuan thought that Li Chunfeng might have come to him today to upgrade the telescope. Mo Zhong answered pitifully and then went out to pass the order. After a while, Li Chunfeng pushed the door open and entered. Li Zishuan stood up to greet him warmly. Before they could exchange a few words, Li Chunfeng could not wait to get to the point. Bad news? Last night when I was observing the sky at night in the academy, I discovered that Jupiter entered from the south gate of the Supreme Palace enclosure and exited from the east gate. Moreover, the Big Dipper was dim and lightless. All these signs are signs of a drought. Drought. Li Zishuan's heart skipped a beat. According to history, there would be a drought this year in Tang Dynasty, but he did not expect Li Chunfeng to be able to predict this year's drought just by looking at the stars. It seemed like Li Chunfeng was really something to be able to create a divine book like the pushback chart. It was definitely not just something to be able to do, it should be many things. My master has done a lot of research on the study of astrology, but I'm ashamed to say that I haven't received half of his teachings in this aspect. The astrology that Daoist priest mentioned just now, is it really an omen of a great drought? Li Zishuan was stunned for a moment. He quickly hid the shock on his face and asked politely. Li Chunfeng nodded seriously and said, "It's absolutely true. Based on these stars, I can conclude that a drought is coming to Tang Dynasty. I plan to return to Chang and report this to His Majesty, so that His Majesty can be prepared." Chapter 1390. When people looked up at the sky, they saw glowing objects. Those were the stars. The stars were not isolated. People used their imagination and organized them into various shapes. That was how the image came to be. The Book of Changes said, "Images formed in the sky and on the earth. Changes can be seen." The changes in the sky were originally caused by the stars. When people looked up at the sky, observed the stars, and thought about their periodic changes, they would find that the sun rose in the east and set in the west every day. They would find that the moon was full and then full again. If they were in the northern hemisphere, they would find that the North Star was always shining and the other stars were moving around. If they were a persistent observer, they would find that the movement of the sun and the moon was related to the seasons, and the seasons were related to the harvest of agriculture. The distant celestial phenomena were not unrelated to the fate and production of human beings. However, when people looked at the stars, different people saw different worlds and gained different experiences. Some people strived for the accuracy of their observations and explained them mathematically. That was how astronomy was formed. Others used their imagination and explained it in words. That was how the myths of the stars were formed. These myths often evolved into legends, stories, and folk customs. In ancient China, astrology was the same as astronomy. It was an ancient and mystical knowledge. Astrology had a history of at least a few thousand years in China. In fact, its history might be even further back. In essence, astrology, along with Tai Chi, Hichu, Luo Shu, Zhou Yi, and Bagua, all originated from prehistoric civilization. The ancients believed that heaven and man are one, and heaven and man are one. They could predict what was going to happen to human beings from the changes in the sky. When people followed the heavens would show auspicious signs. The human world would have a bountiful harvest, good weather, and peace. If people went against the heavens and did bad things, the heavens would send bad omens. The human world would experience droughts, floods, rebellions, and so on. That was why the ancients attached great importance to the observation of celestial phenomena. During the Tang Dynasty, the imperial court set up the Imperial Historian Bureau and the Imperial Astronomer. They were responsible for observing celestial phenomena and predicting good and bad luck. Li Zishuan had never come into contact with astrology before. His first reaction was disbelief. However, the person in front of him was Li Chunfeng, and the prophecy was exactly the same as history. Therefore, he could not help but admire and respect this knowledge. The study of astrology is extremely mysterious. I'm afraid that your majesty will find it hard to believe just based on the Taoist priest's words. Li Zishuan pondered for a moment and said. Li Chuanfeng's eyes darkened. His majesty will believe me. This is because according to my observations and calculations through the astronomical telescope, the heavenly dog will devour the sun in 3 days. According to ancient records, a solar eclipse in the first month would cause many people to fall sick, a solar eclipse in the second month would cause many deaths, a solar eclipse in the third month would cause floods, and a solar eclipse in the fourth and fifth month would cause a great drought and starvation. If Marquis and your majesty don't believe me, you can just wait for the heavenly dog to devour the sun in 2 days. Li Zishuan was shocked. A solar eclipse might seem like a normal astronomical phenomenon to modern people, but in the eyes of the ancient people, it was not normal at all. Most of the time, a solar eclipse was an omen of great misfortune. It indicated that there was a traitor in the country, a fatuous ruler, or a great disaster. If someone took the opportunity to mislead the people and cause trouble, it would be very easy for them to succeed. Li Zishuan looked at Li Chunfeng sternly and said, the heavenly dog devouring the sun is a very important matter. We must let your majesty prepare for it. Otherwise, Chang and city will be in chaos if someone uses it to their advantage. Please go to the palace as soon as possible. Li Chunfeng nodded and saluted. Then I will go to the palace and request an audience with your majesty. I would like to thank Marquis for providing me with the astronomical telescope. If not, I would not be able to predict that the heavenly dog will devour the sun in 3 days. You are too kind. Li Zishuan saluted and smiled. Li Chunfeng saluted and turned to leave. Li Zishuan, who was in the office, suddenly looked serious. He turned to look out the window and looked at the busy farmers at the foot of the cloud mountain. He thought about how there would not be a single drop of rain in the next few months. After the drought, there would be a plague of locusts. His heart ached for the people who were working in the fields. He hesitated for a moment and then turned to leave. Yamacho, where are you going? Mo Zhong's voice came from outside the door. To the dam. In this era, there was no artificial rainfall and no water pumps for irrigation. The most direct and effective way to fight a drought was to use dams and water trucks. For example, the Dujianjian in Sichuan had protected and nourished the people of Sichuan for almost 1,000 years. It was also known as the Land of Abundance. The current Ba River Dam was built by Li Zishuan to protect the people of Lantian County. It had been more than 4 months since the construction of the Ba River Dam began. Tens of thousands of craftsmen and workers had been mobilized. After solving the critical problem of cutting off the river, the construction of the dam had progressed by leaps and bounds. However, Li Zishuan did not know how much progress had been made. Usually, he did not pay enough attention to dams. Li Zishuan came to the construction site of the dam next to Plum Village. He saw a wide dam that crossed the Ba River from north to south. It looked very majestic. Li Zishuan saw this scene and could not help but nod. Obviously, the main project of the dam was basically completed. All that was left was the details. Yamacho, you are here? As soon as Li Zishuan arrived at the construction site, a servant went to report to Mo Huai. When Mo Huai heard the news, he hurried over. His clothes were stained with a lot of mud and water. He looked completely different from the image of a cultured person like a professor of the academy. Li Zishuan nodded and asked, Mr. Mo, how is the construction of the dam now? Mo Zhong pointed to the dam on the river and smiled. Yamacho, look, the main body of the dam has been completed. Now, the main work is to prepare for the installation of the generator in the dam in the future. For example, the generator, the control room, various switches, gates, and so on. Li Zishuan nodded with satisfaction and said, well, this speed is very good. I just don't know if the current dam can be lowered and the canal blocked to store water. As for the generator and the control room, can we store water while building them? Mo Zhong didn't know why Li Zishuan was so eager to store water, but since Li Zishuan suggested it, he had to consider the feasibility of this approach. After thinking for a while, Mo Zhong nodded and said, store water first, and then build the generator-related parts. This is indeed feasible. But in this way, it will inevitably slow down the construction of the hydropower station. Li Zishuan smiled and waved his hand. It's okay. The hydropower station doesn't need to be in a hurry. As the saying goes, slow work produces fine work. Mo Zhong nodded and said, in that case, this Mo will order people to make the necessary preparations. By tomorrow morning at the latest, this dam will officially begin to store water. Only then did Li Zishuan notice the mud spots on Mo Zhong's body and the pair of shoes that had long been soaked by the muddy water in the river. He couldn't help but feel touched, and then he cupped his hands and said, Mr. Mo has been working hard on the construction of the dam for the past few months, but because I was busy with mundane matters, I rarely came here to help. I'm really ashamed. The reason why the Ba River Dam can be built so quickly is definitely related to Mr. Mo's hard work day and night. On behalf of the tens of thousands of people in Longtime County, I would like to thank Mr. Mo. After saying that, Li Zishuan solemnly bowed to Mo Zhong. Hey, you can't. Yamacho, you can't. Mo Zhong was caught off guard by Li Zishuan's bow. After he reacted, he quickly stepped forward and helped Li Zishuan up. Yamacho, the Ba River Dam gathered your wisdom and the energy of tens of thousands of workers at the construction site. I only did what I should do, and I dare not take credit for it. Moreover, the Mo family's divine ancestor pitied the suffering of the people in the world. He wanted to use his talent in siege weapons to help the people to live a better life. I'm just fulfilling the divine ancestor's last wish. Once the Ba River Dam is built, it will definitely ensure that the people of Longtime County will no longer be afraid of drought. Therefore, I have to thank Yamacho for giving the Mo family a chance to use their knowledge to benefit the people. Otherwise, with the Mo family's gradual decline, it would be even more difficult to benefit the people of a county. After saying that, Mo Huai sincerely bowed to Li Zishuan. These words came from the bottom of his heart. Although Yanhuang Academy did not impart the school of Mo, but rather the school of engineering, its philosophy of helping the world was similar to that of the school of Mo. In Yanhuang Academy, under Li Zishuan's command, the disciples of the school of Mo were able to use what they had learned to practice Mo's philosophy of helping the world. It could be said that they had indirectly promoted the school of Mo. Without Li Zishuan's strong financial support, it would have been impossible for Mo Huai to participate in and complete such a huge project like the Ba River Dam that would benefit the people of a county. Mr. Mo, please get up. Li Zishuan quickly helped Mo Huai up and said respectfully, Mr. Mo has noble character and is wholeheartedly devoted to the people. Ziyuan admires you. The people of Longtime County will definitely remember Mr. Mo's contribution and great kindness. So, to tell you the truth, just now, Li Chunfeng, the official of the Imperial Historian Bureau, told me that he had observed the stars and predicted that our Tang Empire would soon suffer from a severe drought. That was why this marquis was so anxious to have Mr. Mo lower the dam gates and start storing water. What? There will really be a drought? Mo Huai's expression changed. No wonder since the beginning of the year, the number of days of rain can be counted on one hand. I think that Li Shilong's prediction is very likely to be true. This won't do. I will ask the craftsmen and the people to speed up the progress. The Ba River Dam must be stored as soon as possible. Otherwise, when the weather gets hot, there won't be any water to store. After saying that, Mo Huai clasped his hands at Li Zishuan and turned to leave. Imperial Palace, Suite Du Hall. Li Er paced back and forth in the hall with a gloomy expression. Recalling Li Chunfeng's words, his frown deepened and he would sigh from time to time. Inside the hall, Zhao Songjing dared not make any noise. She was afraid that she would disturb Li Er, who was in a bad mood. Thump, thump, thump. At this moment, there was a series of footsteps outside the hall. A moment later, Empress Zhangsun walked in with a few palace maids. Your Majesty, the weather is very hot. I have made iced mung bean soup for you. Would you like to try it? Empress Zhangsun took the plate from the palace maids behind her and walked to Li Er. Li Er waved his hand and said, Guanyin, put it down. I'm not in the mood to eat now. Empress Zhangsun's expression froze. After being husband and wife for so many years, how could she not see that Li Er was troubled at this moment? She turned and waved her hand. All of you leave. Yes. Your Majesty! Everyone in the hall, including Zhao Song, left the hall. Empress Zhangsun stared at Li Er and asked softly, Your Majesty, are you troubled by something? Li Er sighed and hesitated for a moment before saying, Guanan, Li Chunfeng from the Imperial Bureau of History came to me just now. He told me that last night, Jupiter entered from the south gate of the Supreme Palace enclosure and left from the east gate. Moreover, the Big Dipper was dim and dim, indicating that there will be an unprecedented drought in the Tang Empire. Also, he told me that in 3 days, there will be a heavenly dog eating the sun. Drought? A heavenly dog eating the sun? Empress Zhangsun opened her mouth in shock and said in a panic, Last year, Mark Yong, and told your Majesty that this year, there will not only be a drought, but also a plague of locusts. However, once the heavenly dog eating the sun appears, I'm afraid there will be rumors among the people? Li Er shook his head and said, I'm not worried about the rumors. Since I ascended the throne, I have always been diligent in government and love the people. The lives of the people in the Tang Empire have been improved significantly. What can mere rumors do to me? What I'm worried about is that the drought is really coming. Last year, Li Zishuan's prophecy made me feel a little lucky. However, now that even Li Chunfeng has said so, this year's drought will definitely appear. When that time comes after the drought, there will be a plague of locusts. The people in many places in the Guanzhong Empire will not be able to harvest a single grain. My heart hurts. If this is a punishment from the heavens for the Tang Empire, I'd rather bear it alone than let the millions of people suffer this unprecedented disaster. Your Majesty! You can't be so dejected. Empress Zhangsun saw Li Er frowning and couldn't help but feel sorry for him. Your Majesty, have you forgotten about Mark Yong'an? From last year's reduction of taxes for raising chickens, to later urging the imperial fleet to go south to exchange for grain, and then to this year's construction of the Ba River Dam, although he knew that our Tang Empire would have a drought and a plague of locusts this year, he never gave up and has always been fighting against the natural disasters. He is the son of an immortal. With him, I believe that our Tang Empire will be able to survive this disaster. Your Majesty, please don't worry too much. This will hurt the dragon body. Li Er was stunned. Then, he patted Empress Zhangsun's shoulder and sighed, Yes. How could I forget about that kid? With the Tang Empire's full granary, even if there is no harvest in the Guanzhong Empire, the Tang Empire will be able to resist this natural disaster. That kid is really the lucky star that the heavens have given to the Tang Empire. Chapter 1391. 2-in-1 chapter. The next day, the Datong Daily published an article written by Li Zishuan himself. It was called Overview of Astronomy. This was an article to popularize basic astronomical knowledge to the public. In the article, Li Zishuan formally introduced the concept of the solar system to the public. He pointed out that the sun was a star, and the earth under our feet was called the Earth. It was a planet in the solar system. Moreover, there were 5 planets in the solar system: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The planets in the solar system all revolved around the sun. At the same time, he also pointed out that it took about 365 days for the Earth to revolve around the sun, which was what people often called a year. Therefore, people could feel the changes of the 4 seasons in a year. The moon was the Earth's satellite, and it would revolve around the Earth. It took about 27 days for it to revolve around the Earth, which was about a month. Therefore, every month, the moon would be waxing and waning. In addition, the Earth also rotated, and its rotation period was about a day. Therefore, people could see the sun rise and set every day. In addition, in this article, Li Zishuan also explained to the public the cause of the solar eclipse phenomenon. When the moon moved between the sun and the Earth, if the 3 of them were in a straight line, the moon would block the sun's light, and the shadow behind the moon would fall on the Earth. At that time, a solar eclipse would occur. In order to better let the readers understand the theory in the article, he also added some simple diagrams of the orbit of the stars. Basically, as long as the reader was literate, they would be able to understand the cause of the solar eclipse after reading it. Finally, Li Zishuan stated that the above content could be observed and verified with the telescopes of Yanhuang College. As for why he only mentioned the 6 planets in the solar system, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and not the 8 planets, it was mainly because the other 2 planets, Uranus and Neptune, were relatively dim, orbiting slowly, and were at the edge of the solar system. Yanhuang College's telescopes couldn't observe them. Therefore, he could only tell people that there were 6 planets in the solar system. In fact, the ancient people mentioned several planets in the solar system in astrology. The most important content of astronomical observation was the 5 stars, 7 policies. The so-called 5 stars were 5 planets visible to the naked eye: Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn. The so-called 7 policies were the addition of the Sun and Moon on the basis of the 5 stars. Therefore, the concept of the 6 planets in the solar system proposed by Li Zixuan was very easy to understand. With the telescopes of Yanhuang College as supporting evidence, the theory was even more convincing. Li Zixuan's intention in writing this article was to give the people a heads-up about the heavenly dog's solar eclipse that would appear in 2 days. Since ancient times, whenever the solar eclipse phenomenon appeared, it was regarded as a sign of the king's muddle-headedness, a sign that the country was about to die. This made the people panic, and those with bad intentions would take the opportunity to cause trouble, or even encourage the people to rebel. Li Zixuan wanted to tell the people in advance that the solar eclipse was a normal astronomical phenomenon, and it had nothing to do with the king's muddle-headedness. Once this article was published by De Tong Daily, it immediately caused a huge sensation. The world outside the earth, such as the sky, the moon, and the sun, had always been very mysterious in the hearts of the people. Moreover, celestial bodies like the moon and the sun had special meanings in many ancient myths and legends. Now that Li Zixuan had unveiled the mystery of these celestial bodies and officially proposed the concept of the solar system, it was refreshing, and the people were shocked. What? The Earth under our feet is spherical? And it even orbits around the sun? Look at this picture. There are 5 other planets that also orbit around the sun, just like the Earth? Nonsense. It's complete nonsense. How can the Earth under our feet be spherical? Also, how can the Earth under our feet revolve around the sun? Don't tell me the sun doesn't revolve around us. It's because of this that we can see day and night. You can't say that the Marquis of Yong and is spouting nonsense. Because according to the Marquis of Yong and's point of view, we have 4 seasons: spring, summer, autumn, and winter every year. Far from the sun is winter, and close to the sun is summer. A year is a cycle, and it also happens to be a revolution cycle. Furthermore, the Marquis of Yong and's Earth can rotate view is very unique, because if the Earth's rotation cycle is a day, then it can explain why there is day and night on Earth. The Marquis of Yong and's point of view is hard to not believe. I heard that there is a scholar in the Imperial Bureau of History who uses astronomical telescopes to observe the celestial bodies in Yanhuang College. If there was no proof, the Marquis of Yong and would definitely not dare to say these points of view with such certainty. Now that he has said it, then it can definitely be proven with astronomical telescopes. That's right. That's right. The Marquis of Yong and is a knowledgeable person, and since he dares to say this and has so much proof in his hands, it means that it is all true. I believe the Marquis of Yong and's words. I also believe it. And today I finally understand why there is a solar eclipse. It turns out that the moon is blocking the sunlight that shines on Earth. In the past, people thought that the solar eclipse was a bad omen, but looking at it now, it is so laughable. The people were discussing Li Zixuan's article. There were those who were suspicious of it, and those who were supportive. The main reason was that Li Zixuan's point of view was very sufficient, and it explained many problems that could not be explained in the past. Coupled with a few illustrations, it was very easy to convince people. At this time, Li Zixuan could not help but be thankful that he was an engineering student in his previous life, because engineering students paid the most attention to clear logic, sufficient evidence, and sufficient data. It was because of this rigorous academic quality that he was able to write a scientific article that was completely different from the style of this era, and yet was able to convince the majority of people. Besides, Li Zixuan had put on a, "If you don't believe me, Come to the Yanhuang Academy and see for yourself with your binoculars. Posture. This strong confidence was even more convincing. Of course, Li Zishuan's lofty reputation among the people and the academic community also played a considerable role in this. Even if engineering had not been widely recognized and become a mainstream theory, there were already many scholars among the people who admired Li Zishuan very much. With the support of various reasons, there were many people who believed in Li Zishuan's solar system theory. Since then, the solar system theory had shown its first success in Tang Dynasty. In the palace, after Li Zishuan finished the morning assembly, Zhao Song handed over today's De Tong Daily to Li Er. As he was present when Li Zishuan met the emperor yesterday, he immediately understood Li Zishuan's intention after seeing the article written by Li Zishuan today. In his opinion, Li Er would be happy to see this article. Solar system? Planet? Solar eclipse? Now that this kid mentioned it, a solar eclipse doesn't seem to be a bad thing. He's trying to reduce the impact of the solar eclipse on the people. It's really hard on this kid. After reading the solar system theory and Li Zishuan's explanation of the solar eclipse, Li Er also understood Li Zishuan's intention. He could not help but sigh in his heart. Order the Bureau of Imperial History, Li Chunfeng, to compile a draft of the results he observed with the telescope in Yanhuang College over the past 6 months. In the name of the Imperial Court, publish it on De Tong Daily to let the people completely believe in Li Zishuan's solar system theory and explanation of the solar eclipse. After thinking for a moment, Li Er gave the order. Li Chunfeng had borrowed the telescope in Yanhuang College for so long, so naturally he had discovered something. Regarding the orbit of the planets in the solar system, Li Chunfeng had already drawn a star map at the beginning of the year and secretly showed it to Li Er. Therefore, when Li Er saw Li Zishuan's theory now, he did not seem so surprised. Li Er was not afraid of the rumors during the solar eclipse, nor did he intend to make arrangements in advance to deal with it. However, now that Li Zishuan had helped him, he naturally did not mind going with the flow and providing Li Zishuan with official evidence to let more people believe in Li Zishuan's theory. Zhao Song understood and said, "Yes. Your Majesty, this old servant will go to the Bureau of Imperial History to pass on the decree." The impact of Li Zishuan's solar system theory was not small at all. After the news spread to the Japanese diplomatic corps, the king of the mountain back seriously read the overview of astronomy more than 10 times. In the end, he could not help but sigh. The Marquis of Yong, and is really a learned man. I have never heard of such a theory, but it is so reasonable and it is hard not to believe. While our people are still worrying about food and clothing, the Marquis of Yong, and has already set his sights on the world. Such knowledge and such breadth of mind, I am afraid that no one in the world can compare to him. If he can be used by our country, then our country will not have to worry about not being able to prosper and prosper. After sighing for a while, he looked at his subordinate and asked, "Ishikawa Joki, how is the training of our football team?" After Yoko Ono's death, he had one less person to serve him at all times. Now, he was the head of his guards, taking over Yoko Ono's position. "Your Highness, the progress of the football team's training has been very good recently. We have learned the tactics of a few of the top-ranked teams in Tang, and now the cooperation between the team members is very good. A few days ago, we had a private competition with a few Tang First Division teams, and we won all of them. This subordinate believes that we can fight against the best team in Great Tang and emerge victorious." Ishikawa Joki was a Japanese warrior in his 30s. Although he was not burly, his body seemed to be filled with strength, and no one dared to underestimate him. At this time, he was reporting to the king of the mountain back respectfully. The king of the mountain back said with satisfaction, "Good. When the Tang Football League is over, I will go to see the Emperor of Tang and request to compete with their best team. The Tang people are prideful, and the Emperor will definitely agree. If we win, maybe the Emperor of Tang will accept our conditions. In the future, the Japanese can send students to Yanhuang College to learn advanced knowledge." The term students originated from the cultural exchange between China and Japan during the Tang Dynasty. It meant Japanese students who stayed in China to study after being sent back by the Tang Dynasty. In modern times, it generally refers to students who stayed in foreign countries to study or do research. This guy really had a good plan. He had never given up on the engineering knowledge of Yanhuang College. As the saying goes, the onlooker sees more clearly. While the Tang people were still fighting each other over Confucianism and engineering, the king of the mountain back, an outsider, had already seen through the fact that engineering was more practical than Confucianism. He even had a faint feeling that engineering could make a country invincible in the world. He very much hoped that one day, Japan could surpass all the other countries in the world. Therefore, his obsession with Li Zixuan and Yanhuang College was very, very deep. However, in a country as powerful as Tang Dynasty, he did not dare to reveal the hidden ambition in his heart. He knew that the most important thing now was to keep a low profile, endure, and develop. On this day, other than the heated discussion about the solar system theory, something else happened. The Ba River Dam finally began to fill up. All the sluice gates have been closed. The current water level is 75 zhang. 2 hours have passed. The water level has risen to 10 zhang. 4 hours have passed. The water level has risen to 12 zhang. 6 hours have passed. The water level has risen to 13 zhang. Starting from 9 in the morning, all the sluice gates of the dam were closed. The previously built aqueducts were all blocked. The water level in the upper reaches of the Ba River was constantly rising. Fortunately, there were no people living near the riverbed in the upper reaches. Otherwise, they would be in danger of being flooded. Listening to the craftsman's repeated reports, Li Zixuan's heart didn't completely relax. This was because the water level was getting more and more difficult to rise. A mere 100 feet of water wasn't enough to satisfy the needs of Longtime County. Yamacho, there should still be some time before the drought. You don't have to worry about it. During this period of time, as long as there is rain in the upper reaches of the river, the water level of the Ba River Dam will easily break through to more than 25 zhang. When that time comes, it should be enough for the people of Longtime County. Mo Huai saw Li Zixuan frowning and could not help but comfort him. Li Zixuan nodded and said, "We can only wait now. Mr. Mo, you go ahead with your work. I will go back and think of other ways." The next day, the Tang Dynasty Daily published another article on the theory of the solar system. What was different was that this article was signed by all the important officials of the Imperial Bureau of History. The article introduced in detail the results that Li Chunfeng, the Imperial Bureau of History's official, had observed with a telescope for the past 6 months. The conclusion was exactly the same as Li Zixuan's article yesterday. When this article came out, the public was in an uproar again. This was basically equivalent to the imperial court supporting Li Zixuan's solar system theory. Since then, the solar system theory had gained a firm foothold. The explanation of the cause of the solar eclipse could be considered as an early precaution for the solar eclipse in a day's time. Chapter 1392. The 3 days that Li Chunfeng had mentioned had passed very quickly. In these 3 days, Li Zixuan's solar system theory spread like wildfire, with Chang and as the center. More and more people knew about it. Almost all the people within a few hundred miles knew what the solar system was, how many planets were there in the solar system, and what was the cause of the solar eclipse in the heavenly dog. This day seemed to be the same as usual. The sun still rose from the east in the early morning, emitting a golden light. When the sun rose, the people had already gone to work in the fields. The merchants had also entered the city. The officials were either attending court or on duty in the government office. Everything seemed so normal. Husband, it is said that the solar eclipse means that the world will be in chaos. Is that true? In the courtyard of Yunshan, the Li family, who had known that the solar eclipse would happen, did not go anywhere today. Han Yushi leaned on Li Zixuan in the backyard and asked softly. Li Zixuan shook his head and said, "Of course not. Didn't I say it before? The solar eclipse is just an astronomical phenomenon caused by the movement of the stars. It has nothing to do with the world being in chaos or the prince being muddle-headed." Han Yushi frowned and said, "But these legends have been around since ancient times. It is hard for me to understand them in such a short time." Li Zishuan smiled and was about to speak when Pang Feiji suddenly walked in from outside and said, "Marquis, bad news. Priest Li insists on going to the courtyard of the Guanghua building of the academy. He wants to use the astronomical telescope to observe the solar eclipse. No one can stop him." Previously, Li Zishuan had not only introduced the cause of the solar eclipse in the article Overview of Astronomy, but also reminded the people not to directly stare at the sun for a long time when the solar eclipse was coming. Otherwise, it would hurt their eyes. Although he had mentioned this, not many people seemed to have noticed it. Because people were shocked by his solar system theory, who cared if it would hurt their eyes if they looked at the sun with the naked eye? Besides, no one would have thought that in just 2 short days, the heavenly dog eating the sun would really appear on the land of the Great Tang. However, Li Zishuan did not care whether the public noticed it or not. He could do what he had to do, and that was to seal off the atrium of Yanhuang College's Guanghua building and prohibit students and teachers from using telescopes during the solar eclipse. He did not expect that even though he had banned the students and teachers of the academy, he could not stop Li Chunfeng, who was obsessed with astronomy. Hearing this, he quickly stood up and said, "Is there such a thing? I'll go take a look." Then he greeted Han Yushi and left with Pang Feiji. "Daoist Li, the Yamacho said that no one is allowed to enter today. I can't open the door for you." When Li Zishuan arrived at the courtyard on the 4th floor of Guanghua Tower, he heard Mo Zhong's helpless voice. "Commander Mo, please do me a favor. I have to use this telescope today because I have something very important to do. I'm willing to bear all the consequences." Li Chunfeng said stubbornly. "Mo Zhong, you can go now." Seeing this, Li Zishuan coughed softly and walked out. When Mo Zhong saw that Li Zishuan had come personally, he could not help but let out a sigh of relief. Then he cupped his fists in acknowledgement and slowly walked away. "Martin." Seeing Li Zishuan, Li Chunfeng's face suddenly showed a trace of awkwardness. Li Zishuan frowned and asked, "Daoist Li, what is so important that you have to use the telescope today? I've told you before that when the heavenly dog eats the sun, it will hurt your eyes the most. If you use the telescope to observe the sun, you will most likely be blinded by the sunlight. Why do you insist on doing this?" Li Chunfeng said seriously, "Marquis, the sun is usually very bright. Whether it's with the naked eye or with the telescope, it's impossible to observe the sun directly. It's rare to see a heavenly dog eat the sun. When that time comes, the sun will be much dimmer. If I don't take this opportunity to observe it with my own eyes, I will not be satisfied. I hope that Marquis will allow me to do this. I will end my observation before the sun reappears. It should be fine. Even if there is an accident, I am willing to bear all the consequences without any regrets." Li Zishuan was speechless. He had only considered the issue of safety, but he had not considered the issue of humanity. He had not considered the fatal attraction of an astronomical spectacle like a solar eclipse to an amateur astronomer like Li Chunfeng. Even in modern times, whenever there was a solar eclipse, astronomy enthusiasts from all over the world would swarm over from thousands of miles away, set up professional equipment there in advance, and wait to observe the solar eclipse. However, according to Li Chunfeng's prediction, today's solar eclipse should be a total solar eclipse. The sun was 400 times wider than the moon, but it was also 400 times further away from the Earth. Due to symmetry, the moon's shadow, which was the shadow that fell on the Earth's surface, was just wide enough to cover the entire sun. The sun's light sphere was completely covered by the moon, and the originally bright sun's disk was covered by the moon's shadow. At this time, a total solar eclipse would occur. Other than total solar eclipses, there were also partial solar eclipses, annular solar eclipses, and so on. However, relatively speaking, only during a total solar eclipse could people safely look at the sun with their naked eyes. During a total solar eclipse, almost all of the sun's light was blocked. Only the sun's corona could be seen, and the corona's light was only equivalent to the full moon. Therefore, the light at this time was acceptable. However, the light from a small part of the photosphere was enough to hurt our eyes. Therefore, it was better to have safety measures during a total solar eclipse. Li Zishuan thought of this and said to Li Chunfeng, "Since Taoist Master Li insists, I won't persuade you anymore. However, I have to add some color to the lens of this telescope. He then turned to Pang Feiji and said, Feiji, get me some ink, a cup of water, and a brush. Li Chunfeng looked at Li Chunfeng, who was both happy and confused at the same time. Pang Feiji took the order and left. After a while, Pang Feiji brought over all the ink, water, and writing brush that Li Zishuan asked for. Under the two's confused gaze, Li Zishuan first diluted the ink with water, then dipped the writing brush in the diluted ink. After that, he held the writing brush and painted the surface of the eyepiece and the objective lens of the telescope. Hey, it's fine if you don't want me to use this telescope, but why do you have to destroy it with ink? How can the binoculars be able to see clearly like this? Li Chunfeng was heartbroken and tried to stop him. Li Zishuan did not stop. As he painted, he said, Who said that I can't see clearly? This ink is diluted, so it won't block too much sunlight. It's just right for Daoist Master Li to observe the solar eclipse. This way, it can reduce the damage to your eyes. Strictly speaking, when observing a solar eclipse, it was necessary to use professional polarizing lenses, similar to sunglasses, to reduce the damage caused to the eyes by the sunlight. However, Li Zishuan couldn't make such lenses in a short time, so he thought of a simpler method, which was to use diluted ink to smear the lenses of the telescope. Although this method was simple, it was indeed effective. In modern times, many people use this method to observe solar eclipses. Other than that, they could also use exposed film, old floppy disks, protective lenses for welding, blackened glass, and so on to replace the professional polarized lenses. When Li Chunfeng heard this, he felt slightly relieved. After a few minutes, Li Zishuan finished painting both lenses of the telescope with diluted ink. He then said to Li Chunfeng, All right, Daoist Master Li, you can do as you please. Although I've painted the lens with ink, please don't look directly at the sun for too long. I know. Thank you so much, Smart. Li Chunfeng said gratefully. Li Zishuan nodded, then turned around and left. After he left, Li Chunfeng immediately moved his eyes closer to the eyepiece of the binoculars. After a quick glance, he felt as if the whole world had been smeared with a thin layer of ink. The light was not as dazzling as before, and the clarity of the lens did not seem to be affected by the light. Because of this, Li Chunfeng was even more grateful to Li Zishuan. Around noon, the farmers in the fields packed up their farming tools and prepared to go home for lunch. The pedestrians and peddlers on the streets also went home or went to the restaurants. Everything looked the same as before. But at this moment, the originally clear and cloudless skies suddenly darkened. The sun that was still shining brightly a moment ago seemed to be partially blocked by something. As time passed, the area where the sun was blocked became smaller and smaller. Before long, the sun was completely blocked, and the entire world suddenly became as dark as night. Panic. Faced with the sudden darkness, the citizens' first reaction was panic. After all, it was still noon a moment ago. Now, the sky had turned completely dark. Many people had never experienced such a strange thing in their entire lives. How could they not panic when encountering such a strange thing? Inside and outside the city, the terrified screams of the commoners could be heard everywhere. The people outside hurriedly wanted to return home, but it was so dark that they couldn't even see their fingers clearly. How could they see the way home? The ghosts are here. All the evil spirits from hell must have come out. It's not evil spirits, it's the heavenly dog eating the sun. The heavenly dog is going to eat the sun. Everyone, take out your weapons and take out your gongs. If you don't have a gong, take out an iron basin. Let's scare the heavenly dog away together. What heavenly dog eating the sun? This is called a solar eclipse. According to Duke Yong, the moon happened to be in between the earth and the sun. That's why the sky suddenly turned dark. There's no heavenly dog or evil spirit. Then when will the sky turn bright? Soon, in less than 15 minutes, the sky will return to normal. As the night fell, the people were in a state of panic. However, after the initial panic, the people began to think about the solar system theory that had been circulating for the past few days. Thinking that even the imperial court had acknowledged the validity of this theory, the people began to calm down. Although the faint sounds of gongs and drums could still be heard in the streets, It was far less noisy than during the days of the heavenly dog. Thus, it was obvious that the article Overview of Astronomy that Li Zishuan published on Datang Daily a few days ago had some effect. At Yanhuang College, when the solar eclipse suddenly descended, the students were still in class. The sky suddenly turned dark, and the students were panicking at first. However, under the comfort of the teachers of the college, they quickly calmed down. Many bold students even walked out of the classroom, wanting to see what was going on. When they saw what was going on, they were instantly mesmerized by the wonderful scene in the sky. But what a beautiful belt of light! That's the moon, right? The moon seems to be wearing a necklace. It's so beautiful! Someone exclaimed, and immediately, the students in the classroom ran out of the classroom to look up. During a total solar eclipse, the sun would gradually be blocked. At this time, not only would the sky turn dark, but it would also show strange colors. The temperature would drop by a few degrees, and the wind would blow. The birds would think that the sun had set and would prepare to rest. When the total solar eclipse began, the light from the sun's photosphere would continuously circle around the moon's edge until it surrounded the moon. At this time, the moon would look like it was wearing a necklace. The bright spots on the edge were called Bailey beads. It looked very beautiful. Everyone, go into the classroom. Yamacho said that you can't look at the sun directly for too long. Otherwise, it will hurt your eyes. All students, go back to the classroom now. Even though the teachers of Yanhuang College could not help but marvel at the magnificent view in the sky, they still remembered Li Zishuan's instructions. Therefore, the teachers walked out of the classroom and chased the students outside into the classroom. In the open-air courtyard on the 4th floor of Guanghua Building, Li Chunfeng was looking at the sky with a pair of binoculars. He had completely forgotten about Li Zishuan's instructions. Right now, he wanted to stick his eyeballs on the binoculars so that he could not miss a single second. The light doesn't look right. All of a sudden, Li Chunfeng exclaimed in bewilderment, and his expression turned solemn. At the same time, hundreds of miles away from Shuafang City, a group of Turkic cavalry was marching towards Shuafang City. There were about 20,000 of them. Even though the soldiers on the horses were not wearing heavy armor like the black armored troops, the aura they exuded was not any weaker than the black armored troops. This was an elite force, the world-renowned Turkic Wolf Cavalry. Speed up a bit more. We have to reach Shuafang City before the Tang army breaks through the city. The Turkic general who was leading the group turned around and shouted. The cavalry behind him replied loudly. Then, the entire group of cavalry rushed towards Shuafang City at an even faster speed, leaving a trail of dust behind them. However, the leader of the Turkic Wolf Cavalry did not know that there were people waiting for him outside Shuafang City. Chapter 1393. Reporting. General, the Turkic Wolf Cavalry is 20 miles away from the East City Gate. There are around 20,000 of them. 3 miles east of Shuafang City, in the bushes beside the official road, a cavalry galloped over. He quickly got off his horse and cupped his fists toward Chai Xiao. Chai Xiao was shocked and said excitedly, "Good. Xieli did not disappoint me. Did you recognize who the general is?" General, the enemy general is Ashina Shirchu. A few years ago, the Turkic invaded our Tang border. I followed General Qin up north to fight the enemy and saw him. The soldier cupped his fists and replied. Ashina Shirchu, also known as Ashina Shirchu, was a Turkic noble. He was the second son of Chuluo Khan. When he was 11, he was famous for his courage and intelligence, and his archery skills were unparalleled. As such, he asked Tuo Xie, the leader of the tribe, to build the ivory flag, a flag decorated with ivory as the symbol of a general or leader. Together with Xieli Khan's son, Yugu Xie, he ruled the Tiela, Hueha, Tongluo, and other tribes. Ashina Shirchu used a relaxed policy to raise the troops and raise the people. As an official, he did not collect taxes for 10 years. He once said, "Since the tribe is rich, I am satisfied." It's actually Ashina Shirchu? Good. Today, I will help Shu Bao take revenge for that arrow. You quickly go and scout and report. Hearing that Xieli had sent such a heavyweight general like Ashina Shirchu to rescue Liang Shidu, Not only was Chai Shao not afraid, he became even more excited. He hurriedly ordered the scout. In the 6th year of Wuda, the Turkic invaded the Tang border. Qin Xiong followed the Qin king Li Shimin up north to fight against the Turkic. In a battle, Qin Xiong fell into a trap and was surrounded. The Turkic general at that time was Ashina Shirchu, who was known for his courage and intelligence and unparalleled archery skills. Although he was surrounded, Qin Xiong naturally could not get off his horse and surrender. In the chaotic battle, Ashina Shirchu found a chance and shot an arrow at Qin Xiong's back. If not for Han Tianhu risking his life to save him, Qin Xiong might have died in battle in the 6th year of Wuda. Even so, one of Han Tianhu's legs was crippled because of the arrow. Hence, Chai Shao was helping Qin Xiong take revenge for that arrow, but it was more like he was helping Han Tianhu. General. The soldier immediately accepted the order and left. Chai Shao ordered his men, "The Turkic reinforcements are here." Yes. The left and right. It had been 6 days since the army arrived outside Shuafang City. During these 6 days, many things had happened. First of all, the crops in the farmland outside Shuafang City had been completely trampled by the cavalry led by Shui Wanjun, leaving Liang Shi badly battered and exhausted. If he sent out troops to deal with them, he was afraid that there was a large force of the Tang army behind him. But if he did not send out troops, he could only watch as the crops were destroyed in a mess. In the end, the people in the city panicked. After all, Shufang City was now a dead city. Liang Shidu had closed the gates, and the crops outside were all trampled. Being trapped in the city meant that they would starve to death sooner or later. Moreover, the Tang army was hiding outside the city. Although this matter had not been confirmed, it was a fact that everyone knew. Liang Shidu saw that the people were becoming more and more restless. He could only send people to spread the news that the great Liang reinforcements were about to arrive. At the same time, he sent soldiers out of the city to ask for help from Xieli Khan. Although Yuqi Jingda's men noticed the soldiers that Liang Shidu sent out to ask for help, they did not stop them. This was because one of the goals of the imperial court was to lure the Turks to send troops. On the same afternoon that Liang Shidu sent troops to ask for help, Yuqi Jingda led the main force and surrounded Shuafang City so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Seeing the Tang army surrounding the city on all sides, the commoners, gentry, and officials in the city were even more terrified. At the same time, the hundreds of spies that Lu Min, the governor of Summer Province, had sent into the city suddenly worked together. All kinds of rumors and slanders immediately arose in the city. For example, Liang Shidu's son had raped many women, Liang Shidu had raped 10 palace maids in the palace after drinking, and afterwards, those palace maids were all thrown into the snake pool to feed the snakes by the empress. Liang Shidu had raped the Tujue for his own glory and power, Liang Shidu had raped the wives of officials, and so on. All sorts of rumors and slander, regardless of whether they were true or false, were spread like they were true. As a result, Liang Shidu's reputation in the Great Liang fell again and again. Liang Shidu also wanted to find the Tang spies who spread the rumors, but he did not have the energy to do so. This was because there were many violent incidents in the city where the people fought against the officials. More importantly, there were also mutinies in the army. Although those mutinies were all mercilessly suppressed, the morale of the army was shaken. At this time, if he was not careful, he would lose everything. Thus, Liang Shidu did not dare to make any rash moves. He could only try to rope in some high-ranking generals, promising them high positions, wealth, and beauties. However, whether or not such roping could truly obtain their loyalty, only the heavens knew. Hiya! Ping ping pit. After waiting for about 2 hours, the place where Chai Shao's army was hiding finally heard the sound of horse hooves in the distance. Chai Shao's expression was extremely nervous. He ordered his men, "Send down the order. After the Turks enter our pocket formation, prepare the tripping ropes. Next, prepare the archers. Lastly, charge the cavalry." General. The left and right generals received the order and left. The sound of horse hooves was getting closer and closer. The Tang soldiers lying in the bushes on both sides of the road could already faintly feel the earth trembling. 20 zhang, 15 zhang, 10 zhang, 5 zhang, 3 zhang. The Turkic wolf cavalry did not realize that anything was wrong. The entire army was still galloping at an extremely high speed. On the way here, they had already learned that Shuafang City was surrounded by the Tang army. They had to reach Shuafang City before it was breached, so they had to use their fastest speed. Rise! Whoosh whoosh whoosh! Someone shouted, and dozens of tripping ropes suddenly appeared on both sides of the road. The Turkic army was caught off guard, and a third of the vanguard was instantly tripped. The cavalry at the back had no time to slow down and avoid the tripping ropes. Like dumplings being dropped into a pot, they fell into a pile of meat in front of them. Ambush! Ambush! Order the cavalry at the back to immediately slow down. Turkic Great General Xianxia had jumped down from his horse at this crucial moment, and now that he had stabilized himself, he hastily called out. But to completely slow down the Turkic wolf cavalry in this state was easier said than done. The powerful inertia caused batch after batch of cavalry to fall onto the soldiers who had tripped over them. Once all 4,000 of Xianxia's vanguard had fallen, the army finally came to a stop. Xianxia looked at the mountain of Turkic corpses in front of him, and although his heart ached, he knew that now was not the time to be sentimental. He hastily ordered the army to get back into formation. At this moment, several thousand Tang archers suddenly stood up from the bushes on the right side of the road. They knocked arrows and aimed at the Turkic army. Not good. Spread out the formation. Everyone, get on your horses. Charge. Xianxia grimaced as he hastily ordered. There should have been no problem with his command, but it was a little too late. Chai Shao had waved his hand, and a dense rain of arrows immediately began to rain down on the Turkic army. Thwish thwish thwish. Squelch. The sound of arrows being fired and the sound of arrows piercing flesh rang out incessantly. Countless Turkic soldiers began to wail in agony. Charge. Get rid of their archers. Xianxia waved his saber to deflect the arrows flying towards him. At the same time, he led the cavalry around him and charged towards the Tang archers. He knew that at this distance, if he tried to escape, he would definitely be shot in the back by the Tang army. He could only brace himself and break through the Tang archers. Only then would he have a chance to fight the Tang army head-on and have a chance of survival. At this moment, the ferocity in the bones of the Turkic people was on full display. Although many of the Turkic soldiers still had arrows in their bodies, they still fearlessly followed Xianxia and charged at the Tang army. Even if their clothes were stained with blood, they still did not care. The Turkic wolf cavalry was indeed a world-renowned elite cavalry force, and their reputation was well-deserved. Chai Shao's eyes darkened. Even as an opponent, he could not help but admire this cavalry. He stretched out his right hand and was about to order the cavalry behind the Tang army to charge when a strange scene that no one had expected appeared. A moment ago, the sun was still high in the sky, but at this moment, the sky suddenly darkened. Soon, it was so dark that one could not even see one's own fingers. Faced with this bizarre scene, not only were the Turkic cavalry panicking, even the Tang army began to stir. Everyone was at a loss for what to do. The attack of the Turks paused for a moment, and the military order that Chai Shao wanted to give also paused for a moment. Don't panic, the heavens are helping our great Tang. Archers, listen to my order. Aim at the Turkic people and shoot with all your might. The rest of the soldiers, prepare the tripping ropes and make the Turkic people fall from their horses. Although the weather was bizarre, Chai Shao quickly calmed down at this crucial moment. He suddenly thought of a plan and circulated his internal energy as he shouted. His shout was not only heard by the Tang army, but also by the Turkic people on the road. Chai Shao's idea was very simple. Since the sky had suddenly turned completely dark and his army could not see, the Turkic cavalry could not see either. With his shout, the Turks wouldn't be able to see their surroundings in the pitch-black environment. They would definitely be afraid of the tripwires on the ground and wouldn't dare to charge in this direction. At this time, the archers would be able to take this opportunity to shoot a few more volleys in the direction the Turks had originally come from. Otherwise, if the Tang cavalry charged forward in this pitch-black environment, there was a high chance that they would accidentally injure their own men, and the outcome would be very difficult to predict. The gains would not make up for the losses. As expected, in this pitch-black environment, the moment Chai Shao said that there were tripping ropes on the ground, the Turkic wolf cavalry immediately slowed down. After all, the tripping ropes had already caused the Turkic army to lose 3,000 to 4,000 men. Although the Turks had slowed down their horses, the Tang archers did not slow down at all. Although they did not know when Chai Shao had hidden the tripwires by the side of the road, at this time, they only cared about obeying orders and firing in the direction of the Turk cavalrymen. In truth, the Tang army's tripping ropes were all on the road. There was not a single one on either side of the road. Chai Shao was completely tricking the Turkic people. Even though they could not see anyone, they still remembered the general direction and only needed to shoot in that direction. In any case, there were many Turkic people, so they would definitely be able to hit them. Thwish, 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 thwish. In the darkness, countless arrows were fired at the Turkic army. At this time, the Turkic people had tripping ropes in front of them, preventing them from charging at full speed. But if they turned around and fled, they would definitely crash into their comrades in this darkness. Moreover, their backs would likely be turned into a beehive by the Tang army. They were in a dilemma. At this time, the Turkic army was truly in a dilemma. Retreat. All soldiers, retreat. The rear army will become the front army, and the front army will become the rear army. Everyone retreat. The Tang army had closed their eyes. After several volleys of arrows, the Turkic army could be said to have suffered disastrous losses. Why did he say that they had closed their eyes? Because it was pitch black right now. Wouldn't those archers be shooting arrows with their eyes closed? Xianxia knew that in this situation, the Turkic army had no way of fighting the Tang army. He did not know what kind of witchcraft the Tang army had used to make the sky suddenly turn dark, but even if the sky was bright again, he would still not be able to defeat the Tang army with these defeated soldiers. It was better to make a prompt decision and decisively give the order to retreat. This way, he could preserve some of his strength and make a comeback after returning. Naturally, a messenger passed down Xianxia's order. The Turkic army immediately changed their formation, leaving behind a trail of corpses. Then, relying on their memories, they fled toward the road. Hearing that the Turkic army was about to escape, Chai Shao panicked. Arrows had a range. If the Turkic army escaped the range, he would be completely helpless. But in this dark environment, if he rashly ordered the cavalry to give chase, not only would they not be able to catch up, the cavalry might even trip over themselves because they could not see the road clearly. At this moment, a miraculous scene appeared. A corner of the sun suddenly appeared in the sky. Soon, the exposed part of the sun grew larger and larger, and soon, the sky was bright again. The sudden change from night to day made it difficult for everyone to get used to this intense sunlight. Chai Shao covered his eyes for a moment, and after getting used to the intense sunlight, he roared, "All soldiers, hear my order. Get on your horses. Pursue." Yes. The Tang soldiers replied loudly, and not long after, Chai Shao led 30,000 elites in pursuit of Xianxia. It was said that a cornered enemy should not be pursued, but today he had to pursue these defeated Turkic soldiers. Chapter 1394. While Chai Shao and Xianxia were fiercely fighting, a major event was taking place in Shuafang City, a major event that could affect the war. Although Liang Shidu had predicted that there would be Tang soldiers outside Shuafang City, he had thought that they would only be soldiers from the Summer Province, and there wouldn't be too many of them. Who could have imagined that there would be tens of thousands of elites brought by Yuqi Jingde from Chang? Thus, even when Yuqi Jingde had led his army to besiege the city, Liang Shidu's mind was still in a daze. He simply couldn't understand. The Tang emissary had clearly only left 2 days ago, so how could Yuqi Jingde have arrived outside Shuafang City? The only explanation was that the Tang emissary had come with the main force of the Tang army. But this also didn't make sense. Wasn't the Tang known as the Celestial Empire, a land of etiquette and propriety? How could the officials of the Great Tang Imperial Court allow Li Er to bring an army to persuade them to surrender so rudely? In any case, the Great Tang strategy of diplomacy before force had caught Liang Shidu off guard. Upon learning that the Tang army was besieging the city, the price of food in the city immediately soared, and the price grew more and more exaggerated with each passing day. On the second day of the siege, many of the grain stores in the city had been plundered. It was now the sixth day of the siege, and many of the common people and officials had no food to eat. In the desperate situation of starvation and near death, obedient people would also become mobs. In the past few days, there had been dozens of cases of mobs robbing the rich in Shuafang City. What was even more serious was that just yesterday, there had been a case of mobs attacking the county government and robbing the official storehouse. Although it had been suppressed, the rest of the citizens had already begun to stir. There was a fine line between mobs and obedient people. Now that someone had made a good start, the rest of the citizens would be able to follow suit. All of this seemed like an invisible hand was secretly adding fuel to the fire, causing the Shuafang city that had been stable for 10-some years to be on the verge of collapse in just a few days. Of course, what made Liang Shi even more anxious was the army. In the past few days, there had been cases of generals leading soldiers to mutiny. The walls of Shuafang city were indeed impregnable, but the inside was shaky and could not withstand a single blow. When it was close to noon, in a courtyard near the imperial palace of Shuafang city, a middle-aged man dressed in rough clothes was anxiously pacing back and forth in the courtyard. His expression was very ugly. "Your Highness, General Xian has already come out from the palace." Just at this moment, a soldier came before the man and bowed. The man hurriedly asked, "How is it? Did my brother agree?" The soldier shook his head and replied, "Your Highness, His Majesty did not agree. It is said that he even scolded General Xian. He said that as the ruler of Daliang, he would rather die than surrender." It turned out that this man in rough clothes was Liang Shido's younger cousin, the Prince of Daliang, Liang Lin. This brother did not have any other skills, but he could eat a lot. It was not an exaggeration to call him a glutton. Shuafang city was now surrounded on all sides, and the crops outside the city had been trampled. Even if the Tang army retreated, Daliang would face a shortage of food this year. As a glutton, how could Liang Luoren endure this? Thus, among the high-ranking officials of Daliang, Liang Luoren was the one who wanted to surrender to Daliang the most. After all, if he followed Daliang, he would not lack food and drink, right? However, although he had this thought, Liang Luoren did not dare to reveal it. This fellow had always been timid, so he encouraged the generals close to him to persuade Liang Shido to surrender. At this moment, after learning that Liang Shido was unwilling to surrender to Daliang, Liang Luoren's face was filled with displeasure. After a moment of hesitation, he viciously said, "My good big brother, since you don't know what's good for you, then don't blame me." What a glutton was most afraid of was not having anything to eat. Whoever did not give him food to eat, he would take that person's lives. At this time, even the most timid person would take the risk when forced into a corner. The heavenly dog is eating the sun. The heavenly dog is eating the sun. At this moment, the sky suddenly darkened, and the cries of the commoners could be heard from outside the mansion. "Your Highness, this heavenly dog eating the sun has always been seen as the omen of a country's demise. Now that it has appeared in Daliang, I'm afraid that Daliang is not far from its demise." At this moment, the soldier beside Liang Luoren said with a face full of fear, "Daliang should have been destroyed long ago. Unfortunately, some people are still stubbornly holding on." Liang Luoren coldly snorted and said a rebellious sentence. The soldier next to him kept quiet out of fear, not daring to say anything. A quarter of an hour later, the solar eclipse was over, and the world was bright again. Liang Luoren said, "Now that the celestial phenomenon has appeared, it means that Daliang's fate has come to an end. Quickly prepare a horse. This king wants to see General Xian." Reporting to the chief steward, General Chai encountered the Tujue wolf cavalry at the east gate. After a battle, the Tujue were defeated, leaving behind thousands of corpses as they retreated in defeat. Now, General Chai is leading the army in pursuit of the enemy. South of Shuafang City, Tang Army's central tent. A soldier rushed in and cupped his fists at Yuchi Jingda. The Tujue retreated in defeat? Good job, Sikeng. Hearing the good news, Yuqi Jingde laughed loudly and said, "Quickly tell this chief steward about the battle." The soldier quickly began to explain. Reporting to the chief steward, General Chai set up a pocket formation on the official road 3 li from the east gate. The soldier roughly explained the battle between General Chai and the Tujue to Yuqi Jingde. Yuqi Jingde nodded as he listened. In the end, he came back to his senses and quickly ordered, "Quickly ride a fast horse and catch up to General Chai. Tell him not to chase too deep and accidentally get surrounded by the enemy. Ashina, the Tujue is not easy to deal with." The soldier cupped his fists and left. Just as Yuqi Jingde was about to breathe a sigh of relief, another soldier walked in and cupped his fists. Reporting to the chief steward, the south gate of Shuafang City has been opened. Liang Shidu's younger brother, Liang Luoren, personally carried Liang Shidu's head and led hundreds of officials out of the city, saying that he wants to surrender to the Great Tang. The moment these words were said, all the officials in the tent were stunned. Although these old generals were not experienced in hundreds of battles, they had still fought dozens of wars. But now, before they even launched an attack, the enemy directly delivered the head of the enemy to admit defeat. They had never encountered such a battle before. Could this be a trick that Liang Shidu deliberately came up with? His goal is to deceive us and make us lower our guard? Summer Province's Governor Lu Min could not help but ask. Having been in Summer Province and having interacted with Liang Shidu for many years, he subconsciously thought that Liang Shidu was using a scheme to trick them into surrendering. Shui Wanjun shook his head and said, "It shouldn't be. Opening the city gates and letting the officials out of the city would make it easy for our army to seize control of the city gates. At that time, the situation in Shuafang City would be at our mercy. Liang Shidu shouldn't be so stupid as to think of such a stupid move." The soldier cupped his fists and said, reporting to the generals, "This general has already sent people to personally check. That head is indeed Liang Shidu's head. Furthermore, according to the spies in the city, Liang Luoren had just killed Liang Shidu in the palace. Together with great generals Xen Liao, Li Zhengbao, and Feng Duan, they took control of the situation in the court. Then they brought hundreds of officials out of the city to surrender." Yuqi Jingde laughed and said, Good. Since Liang Shidu is already dead and the generals in Shuafang City have surrendered without a fight, then we have taken down Shuafang City without shedding a drop of blood. Let's go. Generals, follow this old man into the city." Sir. The atmosphere in the central tent instantly surged. All the generals cupped their fists and agreed, their faces filled with joy. After all, to be able to take down Shuafang City without shedding a drop of blood was the most ideal result. Chang'an City. The solar eclipse only lasted for a quarter of an hour before the world regained its light. The commoners discovered an interesting thing. In the past, when the heavenly dog ate the sun, everyone needed to beat drums and gongs. They used this loud noise to scare the heavenly dog away and save the sun. However, because Li Zishuan's solar system theory had been widely spread, only a small portion of the citizens went to beat the drums and gongs during the heavenly dog devouring the sun. After the initial panic, Chang'an City became quiet. However, in the end, the sun still came out. This meant that the legend of the heavenly dog was a lie. There was no heavenly dog at all. Of course, this also meant that Li Zishuan's solar system theory was correct. Therefore, after the solar eclipse, the citizens regained their peace faster than usual. Those who were eating went back to eating, and those who were going home went home. However, most of them lamented that the heavenly dog devouring the sun was because the moon had blocked the sun. Your Majesty, after the heavenly dog devouring the sun, the citizens quickly returned to normal. No one spread rumors and no one panicked. Now, the citizens believe what the Marquis of Yong and said on De Tong Daily. Royal Palace, Ganlu Hall. Li Er had personally witnessed the solar eclipse. At this moment, after he returned to the palace, Zhao Song came in to report to Li Er. Since ancient times, the county kings had placed great importance on the heavenly dog devouring the sun. Therefore, after the solar eclipse, Zhao Song sent people out of the palace to investigate the citizens' customs. When Li Er heard this, he smiled and said, Good. This way, I can rest assured. After all, if someone took the opportunity to mislead the people, although the imperial court has the ability to quell the rebellion, in the end, the people will be the ones to suffer. Send the Minister of War to commend Li Zishuan on my behalf. This small matter was not enough to confer Li Zishuan an official title, but it was still necessary to commend him. Zhao Song smiled and said, "This old servant obeys." Cloud Mountain, Yanhuang Courtyard. Li Zishuan, who had just finished admiring the solar eclipse, was sunbathing in the courtyard. At the same time, he was thinking about the situation in Shuzhong and the front line of Shuofang City. That's right, when the solar eclipse came, he was seriously admiring this rare astronomical spectacle. This guy used 2 lenses covered in ink as sunglasses to admire the solar corona during the solar eclipse. In his previous life, he had also experienced a total solar eclipse, but at that time, he was highly myopic and did not have the chance to look carefully. In this life, because of his cultivation of inner qi, his eyesight was excellent. Naturally, he did not want to miss such a good opportunity. I just saw an incredible phenomenon. At this moment, Li Chunfeng ran into the courtyard excitedly and said excitedly, "Master, you've been waiting for a long time." However, just as he ran into the courtyard, he accidentally tripped on a bamboo stick on the ground and fell to the ground like a wild goose falling from the sand. The Li family's courtyard was full of cement. Li Chunfeng was already running very fast, so the fall was not light. His palms and arms were bleeding on the ground. Li Zishuan was far away, and Li Chunfeng's fall was too sudden, so he could not react in time. He could only watch as Li Chunfeng fell to the ground. "Master Li, are you okay? Shall he quickly bring gauze, water, and medicine?" Li Zishuan only reacted when Li Chunfeng cried out in pain. He quickly walked to Li Chunfeng and pulled him up from the ground. He then shouted at Xiao He, who was in the courtyard. "Master." Xiao He quickly went to carry out the order. Li Chunfeng immediately waved his hand and said, "No need, no need. I just didn't see the road clearly and accidentally tripped. It's just a small injury. It's not worth mentioning. I've embarrassed myself in front of you, I'm here because I have something important to discuss with Marquis." Didn't see the road clearly? Li Zishuan looked at Li Chunfeng suspiciously. Although his eyes were a little sluggish, they were not as rigid as those of a blind person. He could not help but let out a sigh of relief and asked, "Master Li, were you the one who was observing the entire solar eclipse?" Li Chunfeng's face froze. He then smiled embarrassedly and said, I was fascinated by it, so you've completely forgotten what this Marquis told you before? It's a miracle that you're not blind." Li Zishuan said angrily. Although the eyepiece and objective lens of the astronomical telescope were smeared with ink, this method could only slightly reduce the damage done to the eyes by the light in the corona. It could not completely eliminate the damage. That was why Li Zishuan reminded Li Chunfeng not to use the telescope for too long when they were in the academy. He did not expect this guy to be so daring as to forsake his own eyes. Now, Li Chunfeng's eyes were not completely blind. That was definitely a blessing. This is all my fault, but I don't regret it. Because during my observation just now, I discovered a very extraordinary phenomenon. Li Chunfeng apologized embarrassedly and then said excitedly, "I'm sorry." Li Zishuan saw that Li Chunfeng kept saying that he had discovered something incredible. He could not help but ask curiously, "Master Li, what did you see just now?" "Moved. I saw the stars move." Li Chunfeng's words shocked Li Zishuan to the core. Chapter 1395. Are you saying that you saw the stars move? How is that possible? Cloud Mountain Villa. Li Zishuan frowned when he heard Li Chunfeng say that he saw the stars move. The stars that Li Chunfeng saw should be the stars outside of the solar system. The reason why stars were called stars was not because they did not move. However, the movement of stars could not be seen with the naked eye for a short period of time. There was no celestial body in the universe that was immobile. All celestial bodies were moving at different speeds. Not only did stars move, but they also moved at the speed of the universe. Take the sun for example. It was spinning around the center of the Milky Way at a speed of 250 kilometers per second. The other stars moved at the same speed as well. The reason why stars did not move was because they were too far away from us. We could not see their movement in a short period of time. Therefore they were called stars. Only after tens of thousands of years or even hundreds of thousands of years would the position of stars change. That was why Li Zishuan did not believe Li Chunfeng when he said that he saw the stars move. It's true. It's true. Seeing Li Zishuan's disbelief, Li Chunfeng hurriedly explained, when the sky was completely dark, I saw a cluster of galaxies around the sun's silhouette with my telescope. I observed this cluster of galaxies last year and even drew a star map. However, during the total solar eclipse today, the positions of some of the stars in the cluster of galaxies seemed to have changed. Isn't this the movement of the stars? It's not that the stars are moving. It's that the direction of light has changed. When Li Zishuan heard this, he quickly recalled some things from his previous life. He couldn't help but be shocked. Good heavens, this Li Chunfeng inadvertently discovered something incredible. In his previous world, Newton stood on the shoulders of giants and saw a falling apple. That was when he realized the gravitational force between all things. Einstein stood on the shoulders of his predecessors and proposed the general theory of relativity in 1915. He believed that gravitational force was the representation of the curvature of spacetime. One of the major differences between Newton and Einstein's views on time and space was the influence of gravity on light. Although classical dynamics predicted that the gravitational force of a star could deflect the path of a photon, Einstein believed that this prediction was only a rough approximation of the actual situation. It was not the gravitational force of a star that pulled the photon, but the star curved the structure of space. This was like a person standing on a trampoline bending the surface. The photon was like a small ball rolling across the trampoline, moving along the curved structure. From the perspective of a photon, it always travels in a straight line, and the distortion of spacetime causes the photon to be deflected. Therefore, gravity was a manifestation of the curvature of space. Since the Sun is the most massive object in our solar system, the resulting spacetime curvature will be the most obvious. But to test general relativity, astronomers must study the positions of background stars near the edge of the Sun to determine the angle at which light is deflected as it passes near the Sun. The deflection predicted by general relativity is twice as large as Newtonian mechanics. However, the Sun was very bright, and it was impossible to see the background stars at the edge of the Sun unless the sunlight was blocked. A total solar eclipse. During a total solar eclipse, the Moon moved between the Sun and the Earth, completely blocking the Sun's disk. In 1917, Einstein's little fan, Dyson, conceived an experiment. During a total solar eclipse, the positions of the background stars near the edge of the Sun were plotted, and then compared with the normal positions of these stars in the night sky, the spacetime distortion effect could be observed. This experiment was verified in 1919, proving the validity of Einstein's general theory of relativity. Now, Li Chunfeng saw the shift of the stars during a total solar eclipse. Didn't this prove Einstein's general theory of relativity? Massive stars would cause spacetime to be bent, and light would be deflected as it traveled through it. It was equivalent to passing through a gravitational lens, so people would mistakenly think that the positions of the stars had changed, but in fact, the positions of the stars had not changed. This Li Chunfeng was a physicist who had been delayed by metaphysics. The direction of light transmission has changed? Marquis, I don't understand. Doesn't light travel in a straight line? Is it possible that it will be bent? Li Chunfeng heard Li Zishuan's mumbling and could not help but be puzzled. He had stayed in Yanhuang College for more than half a year, and he often communicated with Mo Huai, Mo Chue, and other professors in the physics department. He knew some basic physics knowledge. Li Zishuan pondered for a moment, then slowly said, Daoistly, under normal circumstances, light does travel in a straight line. However, there are some special cases where light doesn't travel in a straight line. For example, when light passes through ice or water, it will be deflected. That's why when we use a harpoon to spear fish, we have to stab the fish a few inches deeper into the fish's body. Because the fish we see at that time are not real fish, it's just an illusion. Li Chunfeng heard this and nodded slightly. He had heard these theories from Mo Huai and Mo Chue, so it was not difficult to understand. However, Marquis, I understand what you said, but the light emitted by the stars in the sky only passes through the vast space in the process of transmission. It doesn't pass through ice or water. According to what you said in the textbook of physics, if the refractive index of the transmission medium doesn't change, then the transmission direction of the light won't change. Why do you say that the transmission direction of the light has changed? Li Chunfeng was puzzled. Li Zixuan heard this and could not help but think that Li Chunfeng was quite knowledgeable about the physics of Yanhuang College. He smiled and said, Master Li, there is one thing that I can tell you clearly. The stars in the sky do not move in a short period of time. Only after tens of thousands of years or even hundreds of thousands of years will you be able to see the changes in their positions. Therefore, the only explanation for the movement of the stars you saw just now is that the light emitted by the stars was deflected when it passed near the sun. It was as if the light passed through a lens. As for why this strange phenomenon occurred, you will have to figure it out yourself. However, I can provide you with a hypothesis. The sun is a star, and its weight is much heavier than the Earth. The space near the sun is different from the space in other places. When the light passes by, it may be deflected or absorbed by the sun. As for the specific reason, you will have to figure it out yourself. As the most famous quack in the Tang dynasty, Li Chunfeng's life was undoubtedly very glorious. He even left a deep mark in the history of Chinese civilization. Li Zixuan wanted to drag Li Chunfeng into the pit of physics. He wanted to see what kind of sparks would be created when a metaphysician collided with physics. In the 21st century, there was a popular saying that the end of science was metaphysics. When a scientist climbed to the top of the mountain, a metaphysical, or Buddhist, master would have been waiting for him for a long time. Einstein once said, "Religion without science is lame, and science without religion is blind." Space, time, and matter are all illusions of human cognition. Metaphysics was the study of the universe itself. It mainly studied the origin of Tao, which was opened, passed down, and developed by the ancestor of humanity, Fuxi, the Yellow Emperor, King Wen, Laozi, and Zhuangzi. The origin of Qi was a concept of the universe with a strict logic system. It was the core value of Chinese civilization. If one looked at it carefully, some parts of metaphysics actually had the shadow of science. It was very interesting to let a senior metaphysician study science. Perhaps, Li Chunfeng could become a big name in science in the future, even more awesome than Newton and Einstein. This was definitely not impossible. After listening to Li Zixuan's words, Li Chunfeng's face gradually became serious. After a moment of silence, he muttered to himself, "This star can change the direction of light transmission. This is unbelievable." In the past, he boasted that he was proficient in metaphysics and could see through everything in the world. However, after talking to Li Zixuan, he suddenly felt small and insignificant. He felt that the knowledge in his mind compared to Li Zixuan was like a firefly competing with the bright moon. For the first time, he felt that Li Zixuan was unfathomable and unfathomable. Li Zixuan smiled. "This is not unbelievable. The physics taught in Yanhuang College is still relatively basic. It does not involve the movement of celestial bodies. In the later advanced physics classes, students will be introduced to a force called gravity. The heavier an object was, the stronger the gravitational force it produced. The heavier a star was, the stronger the gravitational force it produced. It was difficult for mortals to estimate its weight, and the stronger the gravitational force it produced. Perhaps there is a type of star that is infinitely heavy and has an infinitely strong gravitational force. It can swallow everything, even the light around it." The thing that he mentioned that could swallow everything was a black hole. Li Chunfeng's expression changed when he heard that. If there really is such a celestial body, won't all living beings in this world experience a world-ending catastrophe? He asked in horror. Li Zixuan shook his head and said, "All living things have their own destiny. As a Taoist, how can you not see this point clearly? How vast is the universe? How vast are the stars in the sky? Who can be sure that there is such a star that can swallow everything that I mentioned? Even if there is, it might not be near Earth because the universe is so vast that Earth is equivalent to a speck of dust. In terms of pure probability, the probability of us being swallowed is very small. I've lost my composure. The Marquis's words are reasonable. Li Chunfeng looked ashamed. He put his hands together and bowed to Li Zishuan. After pondering for a while, he said seriously, "Marquis, I have a presumptuous request. I hope that Marquis will allow it." Li Zishuan's heart skipped a beat. He quickly said politely, "Taoist Master Li, feel free to speak your mind. I will do my best to help." "Thank you, Marquis." Li Chunfeng thanked him first and then said, "Marquis, please forgive me. I want to stay in the Yanhuang Academy. I have always felt that Lord Marquis's work seems to contain the supreme mystery of Taoist metaphysics. If I can understand it, I may be able to successfully deduce the fate of the Tang Empire for the next hundreds or even thousands of years. This is my life's wish." The pushback diagram. After listening to Li Chunfeng, Li Zishuan subconsciously thought of the #1 book of Chinese Taoist prophecy, the pushback diagram. Legend has it that Li Shimin ordered two famous Taoist masters, Li Chunfeng and Yuan Tiangeng, to write it in order to predict the future of Tang. It combined the study of astronomy, poetry, riddles, and pictures into one. Now, Yuan Tiangeng had not yet entered the imperial court, and Li Chunfeng was only in his 20s. Naturally, no one could write the pushback diagram. When Li Chunfeng was proficient in physics and truly recognized the universe, what would the pushback diagram be like? Li Zishuan was looking forward to it. Although you and I don't study under the same teacher, we are both from the same school of Taoism. I have no reason to reject your request. However, the knowledge of Yanhuang College can only be known by the students and teachers of Yanhuang College. Taoist Master Li, you were able to learn some knowledge about physics from Mr. Mo, which is considered a violation of the rules of the college. Yanhuang College has been implementing a comprehensive confidentiality policy since a while ago. From now on, no one from Yanhuang College will be able to learn the knowledge of Yanhuang College. This is my decision, and it is also His Majesty's decision. Taoist Master Li, you are now working in the Bureau of History. You are not part of Yanhuang College. According to the confidentiality policy, you cannot stay in Yanhuang College to study engineering. Li Zishuan thought for a moment and shook his head. It was true that he wanted to pull Li Chunfeng into the big pit of physics, but the confidentiality rules of the Yanhuang Academy could not be violated by anyone. In the past, Li Chunfeng was able to learn some physics knowledge from Mo Huai and Mo Chue because the Academy had not fully implemented the confidentiality rules. Now that they had started to implement confidentiality management, he had to abide by the rules. If Li Chunfeng wanted to stay in the academy, he had to solve the problem of his identity first. Li Chunfeng was silent for a while. Then he cupped his hands and said, "I see. I was too impulsive when I tried to learn engineering from the college. I apologize to Marquis." Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Taoist Master Li, you don't have to apologize. It was the college's fault for not having a complete system." Li Chunfeng's eyes suddenly lit up and said, "Since only people from Yanhuang College can learn engineering, I wonder if Marquis is willing to accept me as his student? I am willing to resign from my position in the Bureau of History on behalf of His Majesty." Li Chunfeng wanted to be a student in Yanhuang College? Li Zishuan almost laughed when he heard that. Li Chunfeng's son, Li Yan, was studying in Yanhuang College. Wouldn't that mean that father and son would be in the same college? No. Li Zishuan paused for a moment and quickly said, "Taoist Master Li's knowledge is more than enough to be a teacher in the college. How can you be a student? Also, Taoist Master Li is very talented and is highly valued by the Emperor. How about this? Taoist Master Li can ask the Emperor if you can be a teacher in Yanhuang College while being a teacher in the Bureau of History." Li Chunfeng was very tempted. He cupped his hands and said, "If that's the case, thank you very much, Mart. I will return to Chang, and report to the Emperor. Go." Li Zishuan did not show it on his face, but on the inside he was overjoyed. He had accidentally tricked the most famous con man of Tang Dynasty into becoming a teacher in the college. This was a great deal. As for what kind of chemical reaction Li Chunfeng would have with engineering, only God knew. However, Li Zishuan was looking forward to it. Chapter 1396. What's wrong, Your Majesty? Are you still worried about the drought? In the evening, Empress Xiangsun came to the sweet nectar hall with a bowl of porridge. She saw Li Er sitting on the dragon couch with one hand supporting his chin. His brows were furrowed, and he had an appearance of great bitterness and hatred. Clearly his mood was not good. Thus, she carefully walked forward and asked softly. Li Er snorted and said with a disgruntled expression, Li Chunfeng came to see me just now. He said that he wanted to work as a teacher in Yanhuang College and hoped that I would allow it. If I didn't allow it, he would resign from his position in the Imperial Historian Bureau. Guanyin maid, don't you think this is infuriating? Don't tell me that the position I gave him is not as good as a teacher in Yanhuang College? Empress Xiangsun couldn't help but smile and asked, Did Your Majesty allow it? Li Er was even more annoyed. Can I not allow it? Li Chunfeng is so young and he is already proficient in the 5 arts of Taoism. As long as he is trained, he will be the best candidate for the position of Imperial Historian. If I don't allow it, won't I lose a talent and look like I have no tolerance? Li Er was the only one who could do that. If it were any other emperor in the future, they would definitely order Li Chunfeng to be fired if Li Chunfeng made such demands and conditions in front of them. It had to be said that Li Er was very tolerant towards those who were truly capable and capable. For example, Li Zishuan. Although he had made many mistakes, Li Er never gave him any substantial punishment. Empress Xiangsun smiled and came to Li Er's side. She gently massaged Li Er's temples and said with a smile, Your Majesty, there is no need to be angry. Whether it is the Imperial Historian Bureau or Yanhuang College, they all belong to Your Majesty. Now that Li Chunfeng is willing to work as 2 people, it proves that he wants to double his loyalty to Your Majesty. Your Majesty, why don't you accept it? Li Er was stunned and then laughed. Guanyin maid is right. Both the Yanhuang Academy and the Taisha Bureau belong to me. Li Chunfeng's action is also a show of loyalty to me. Guanyin maid, you are really smart. What? Father? Are you saying that you will stay in the academy as a teacher in the future? There was a small shop in Yanhuang College. After school, Li Chunfeng called his son, Li Yan, over for a quick meal at Gu Xiaomao's tavern. He also told Li Yan about his preparation to join Yanhuang College. Li Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. Li Chunfeng took a sip of wine and chuckled. That was right. Marquis, oh no, Yamacho, he has promised me. Tomorrow I can officially join Yanhuang College and become a teacher. In the future, I will have more time to stay in Yanhuang College. Li Yan was silent for a long time before he finally accepted the news. After a pause, he asked, Father, what about your job at the Taisha Bureau? Did you resign from your position in the Imperial Court? Li Chunfeng smiled and said, You don't have to worry about this proverb. His Majesty has given me permission to work in the Imperial Historian Bureau and teach in the Academy. So I still have my official position, but I will have to travel between Chang and the Academy in the future. Although Li Chunfeng could give up his position in order to pursue the truth, it did not mean that he did not like being an official. Especially with his current position in the Taisha Bureau, the Yamen was a place for him to use his knowledge. On the other hand, Yanhuang College was a place where he could continue to recharge. The two did not conflict at all. Instead, they complemented each other. Li Yan was surprised. His Majesty is really generous and righteous. I didn't expect him to agree to your suggestion. That's great. However, Father, the reason I came to Yanhuang College was to find out the depth of Yamacho's destined one. Why are you here now? In the end, Li Yan was a little depressed and confused. In his impression, his father was determined to be a top Taoist metaphysical sorcerer who could predict good and bad luck and deduce the fate of the country. Why would he be interested in teaching at Yanhuang Academy now? Li Chunfeng was silent for a long time and said gloomily in his heart, Can your father say that I was wrong? I only saw that Li Zishuan was the destined one, but I didn't see that his knowledge was as vast as the sea, unfathomable and admirable. As the saying goes, what Mountain Elder has learned is rather complicated, but the supreme profoundness seems to have some kind of connection with the 5 arts of Taoism. Thinking of how Mountain Elder used to be spiritual Master Ling Su's disciple, this point is not difficult to explain. Perhaps spiritual Master Ling Su's Tao is very different from my master's Tao, but in the end, they all lead to the same destination. Therefore, if I want to improve my 5 arts of Taoism, I must stay in Yanhuang College and study Yamacho's Tao. Li Chunfeng was silent for a moment and whispered to Li Yan. Li Yan was shocked and said, "I see. However, forgive me for being slow, but I still can't see the connection between Yamacho's knowledge and the 5 arts of Taoism." Li Chunfeng smiled and said, No rush, no rush. You will slowly discover the proverb in the future. Come, let's eat. In the future, you and I will be father and son, as well as teacher and student. It will be a good story." Yanhuang College had a new teacher, and he was an official in the imperial court. This was new. Many of the teachers in Yanhuang College had been officials before, and their positions were not low. For example, Li Gang and Yen Silu were not only officials, but also first-rank officials. They had a high reputation in the imperial court and among the scholars. However, that was the glory of the past. Before this, no official in the imperial court came to Yanhuang College to be a teacher. Li Chunfeng had set a precedent. Of course, Li Zishuan was an exception. The fact that Li Chunfeng was able to hold 2 important positions at the same time was enough to show how much the emperor valued him. In the first month, Li Zishuan did not assign any teaching tasks to Li Chunfeng. Firstly, Li Chunfeng needed to pass the college's secret exam and study the college's physics textbook. Secondly, Li Chunfeng had to balance his work with the Bureau of Imperial History. He needed time to get used to it. That's right. Li Zishuan planned to arrange for Li Chunfeng to teach the subject of physics. Although Li Chunfeng's current level of physics was not as good as Mo Huai and Mo Chue's, his mathematical ability was definitely the best among all the physics teachers. Elementary physics might not require a strong mathematical ability, but advanced physics required a high mathematical ability. The world's top physicists like Newton, Einstein, and Maxwell had another identity, and that was mathematicians. Therefore, Li Zishuan had a long-term plan when he assigned Li Chunfeng to the physics department. 3 days later, in the morning. Early in the morning, Li Zishuan had just finished his breakfast when Pang Feiji rushed into the courtyard with a letter in his hands. "Marquis, someone in Sichuan has sent you a letter." "Sichuan? Could it be a letter from Shiqing? Quick, let me see it." Li Zishuan was shocked. He quickly took the letter from Pang Feiji's hands, opened the envelope, took out the letter, and began to read it carefully. Pang Feiji secretly observed Li Zishuan's facial expression. Seeing that Li Zishuan was getting more and more excited, he could not help but feel happy as well. After about 20 breaths, Li Zishuan finally finished reading the letter. He smiled happily and said, "Hee hee." Shiqing did not disappoint. The vanadium mine in Sichuan is finally ready to be mined. Li Zishuan waved at San Bao, who was in the courtyard, and said, "San Bao, come here." "Young master." San Bao thought that something good had happened to him. He quickly ran over and bowed to Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan smiled and said, "San Bao, I want you to go to Sichuan again." "Young master." "San Bao. San Bao hasn't done anything wrong recently. Please don't send San Bao to die in Sichuan again." San Bao instantly put on a long face and said with a wronged expression, "The last time he went to Sichuan, he almost lost his life there. How would he dare to go there again? Wasn't that seeking his own death?" Li Zishuan was taken aback. He immediately understood that this fellow had misunderstood his meaning. Thus, he slapped the back of San Bao's head in exasperation and said, "What are you talking about? Why would I send you to die? Don't worry, the leader of the Chang people in Sichuan has already agreed to let us mine there. This time, not only will they not make things difficult for you, they will also treat you with respect. The governor of Izhou will also take care of you." San Bao was stunned. He said with surprise, "Young master, is that true? The leader of the Chang people really won't chase after San Bao anymore?" Li Zishuan snorted and said, "Of course it's true. Why would I lie to you? San Bao, I'm sending you to the center of Sichuan to take charge of the mining. You'll be in charge of the allocation of money, grain, and manpower. I'll send 2 accountants and a team of guards to follow you to the center of Sichuan. You must send back a few batches of vanadium or as soon as possible. San Bao was flattered when he heard that. He said, Young master, San Bao can run errands, but I don't have the ability to be in charge of the mining of the vanadium. Li Zishuan smiled and said, You little brat, I gave you such an important task, and you didn't accept it. But you don't have to worry, there will be a student from the academy there to help you. He is familiar with the local Chang people and the local government. You just have to help me take care of the money. Ku Shiqing said in the letter that he wanted to wait until the vanadium was completely mined and the road in Sichuan was completed before returning to the academy. Li Zishuan thought about it and did not object. This child's dream was to benefit the people in his hometown. This time, he would treat it as an off-campus practice. San Bao was relieved and said, Then no problem. San Bao will pack up and go to Sichuan again. Li Zishuan nodded and sent someone to find Wang Zhong. He transferred 50,000 strings of coins from his family to start the mining and road construction. He was going to send the guards to escort San Bao to Sichuan. Speaking of which, the use of the Tang Yuan was not popular in Sichuan yet. In the letter, Ku Shiqing said that Gao Shilian hoped that Li Zishuan could open the Yanhuang Bank in Sichuan so that the people and merchants there could start to use this currency that was 100 times more convenient than copper coins. Li Zishuan naturally had no reason to disagree. After all, in history, the first place to use paper money on a large scale was in Sichuan. This time, he was not just sending people to Sichuan to mine the vanadium. He wanted to bring the bank, the Chiziu Pavilion, the Chiziu culture, the Datong Daily Office, these new things, as well as some famous shops in Chang'an City. Bashu had always had the reputation of being a land of abundance. Its grain output was astonishing, and during the struggle for supremacy between Chu and Han, the grain from Bashu alone was enough to feed Liu Bang's hundreds of thousands of soldiers. If they could revitalize Bashu's transportation and economy, it would be of great benefit to the Great Tang. Hence, after arranging the initial funds for the mining and road construction, Li Zishuan invited a few members of the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce, the managers of the Chiziu Pavilion and Chiziu Culture, Ma Zhou from the Datong Daily Editorial Department, and the current king of Shu, Li Ku, to discuss setting up a bank, shops, and newspapers in Sichuan. Everyone contributed funds, manpower. In the end, they formed a huge army to assist Sichuan. They were prepared to follow San Bao to Sichuan the next day. Of course, the Yanhuang Bank was now a state-owned property. If they wanted to set up a branch in Sichuan, they would have to inform Li Er. Even though they knew that Li Er would not object, they still had to report to him. This was a matter of principle. Hence, around 5 p.m., Li Zishuan rode his horse down the mountain and prepared to meet Li Er in the palace. Just as he entered Chang'an City, Li Zishuan heard the sound of horses galloping behind him. Following which, he heard someone shouting, Great victory! General Yuqi has achieved a great victory in Shu'ao-Fang City. Killed more than 10,000 Turkic Wolf cavalry soldiers. Liang Shi was killed by his subordinates. The officials in Shu'ao-Fang City have surrendered. As soon as he finished speaking, a soldier rode past Li Zishuan on his horse. As he ran, he continued to shout, Victory! General Yuqi has achieved a great victory in Shu'ao-Fang City. Killed more than 10,000 Turkic Wolf cavalry soldiers. Liang Shi was killed by his subordinates. The officials in Shu'ao-Fang City have surrendered. When the commoners heard this, they instantly became lively. The imperial court has achieved a great victory again? That's great. That Liang Shi stole from our great Tang prefecture and even sided with the Turkic people. He should have met with such a fate long ago. That's right. General Yuqi has done well. This kind of traitor who betrayed the Han people should be cut into pieces. Yes. The front line has achieved a great victory. No matter what, we have to drink a few cups tonight. When the commoners heard this news, they naturally cheered. They were overjoyed that they were able to live in such a prosperous dynasty. However, Li Zishuan heard another meaning from the news. He muttered to himself, "Killed more than 10,000 Turkic wolf cavalry soldiers? The Turkic people have indeed sent out their troops. Looks like the war between our great Tang and the Turkic people is about to begin." Hiya! After regaining his senses, Li Zishuan hurriedly urged Bai to gallop toward the imperial city. Chapter 1397. 2 in 1 chapter. 4th month, 22nd day, General Yu Qi led 50,000 elites and joined forces with the 30,000 Summer Province House Army. On the same day, they entered the forest outside Shuafang City. Shen Fa and Zhong Chang, the two Taichang temple officials, went to Shuafang City to persuade Liang Shidu to surrender, but to no avail. Seeing this, General Yu Qi ordered Summer Province Governor Lu Min to send spies into the city. He also sent General Shui to lead cavalry and trample all the crops outside the city. When Liang Shidu heard the news, he guessed that the great Tang army was outside the city. The next day, he locked down the city gates, not allowing anyone to enter or leave. In the next few days, General Shui led his cavalry to trample the crops outside the city. After all the crops were trampled, on the 25th day of the 4th month, General Yu Qi led his army to surround Shuafang City, surrounding it but not attacking. At this time, due to the lack of food, the people in Shuafang City were panicking. Rioters rose up, and the army mutinied. In order to get out of this situation as quickly as possible, Liang Shidu sent many cavalry to break out of the encirclement and seek help from the Turks. On the 27th day of the 4th month, Turkic General Ashina Shirchuan led 20,000 Turkic wolf cavalry to assist Liang Shidu. However, he did not know that General Chai had already set up a pocket formation in the wilderness. Caught off guard, the Turkic army suffered heavy losses in the first clash. The day after, when the sun began to eat, General Chai took advantage of the darkness to rain arrows on Ashina Shirchuan. When the sun rose, the Turkic army threw away their armor and fled. In this battle, General Chai killed 10,000 Turkic wolf cavalry at the price of less than 100 casualties. On the other side of Shuafang City, Liang Shidu was killed by his cousin Liang Lun. Liang Luren then led all the officials and generals of Shuafang City to surrender. Only then was Shuafang City taken without bloodshed. Within the Sweet Dew Hall, the messenger soldier from the front lines reported the details of the battle to Li Er. When Li Er heard this, he could not help but smile. "Ha! Good. This battle was well fought. You can go and rest first. When the army returns to court, we will reward you according to your merits." "Your Majesty, this general will take his leave." The soldier cupped his fists and hurriedly left. Li Er was in a great mood and was preparing to head to the inner palace to share this good news with Empress Zhongsun when another eunuch walked in and said, "Your Majesty, the Marquis of Yong, and requests an audience." Li Er was stunned and stopped in his tracks. He sat back down and said, "Let him in." Not long after, Li Zishuan came in from outside the hall and greeted Li Er. "This subject pays his respects to your Majesty. Congratulations to your Majesty for the great victory on the front lines and the recovery of the north. Now, our great Tang has finally unified the Central Plains." Just now, when the messenger soldier was reporting the results of the battle to Li Zishuan was waiting outside the hall for his summons. His hearing was sharp, and naturally he heard every word. Li Er was amused when he heard that and said, Her. Get up, brat, you're rather well informed. Not only has the imperial court recovered Shuafang City, the Turks have also sent troops because of Liang Shidu. This way, the great Tang will have a good reason to send troops to the Turks in the future. The plan you formulated back then has all been realized. No matter how you look at it, this can be considered a great merit. Whatever reward you want, just tell us. One could see that Li Er was in an extremely good mood. The main reason was that this battle had been fought too beautifully. Not only had they recovered the north that had been isolated for 10-some years, they had even lured Xieli Khan to send troops. It was simply too perfect. And all of this was thanks to Li Zishuan's strategy of using peaceful means before resorting to force. Li Zishuan hurriedly bowed and said, "Your Majesty, this subject did not personally enter the battlefield, nor did I kill a single enemy. I only moved my lips, so how can I claim credit? Those soldiers who shed their blood on the battlefield should be rewarded. These words were not out of modesty, but from the bottom of his heart. Even without his suggestion, Li Er's powerful think tank would have come up with the best strategy. This was because in history, Liang Shidu had never caused much trouble for Li Er. Li Er was taken aback. Then, as if he had just met Li Zishuan, he sized up Li Zishuan from head to toe. Then he chuckled and said, "Huh. It seems like after spending so much time with Li Gang and Yen Silu in Yanhuang College, your personality has become more and more stable. Not bad. Not bad. What business do you have with us today?" Li Zishuan smiled and replied, "Your Majesty, the people this subject sent to Sichuan have replied. They said that the local Chang people have agreed to allow this subject to mine the mine. Although Sichuan's agriculture industry is very developed, due to the lack of transportation, it is inconvenient to communicate with the outside world. This is not conducive to the development of local trade. Therefore, this subject not only plans to send people to mine the mine, but also wants to build roads in Sichuan and bring famous shops from Chang and to Sichuan. At the same time, I want to open a bank there and promote the replacement of copper coins with Tangyuan. I hope that your Majesty will allow this." Hearing this, Li Er nodded and said, For you to have such thoughts, this subject is very gratifying. Sichuan is very important to our Tang Empire. If we can connect Sichuan to the Central Plains, it is equivalent to Tang Empire having a very stable rearguard. In the past, Sichuan was able to support hundreds of thousands of Liu Bang's Han army. From this, one can see how good this land is. Therefore, building roads, opening shops, and opening a bank, this subject is approved by this subject. In the next 2 days, submit a proposal to this subject. The imperial court will allocate a sum of money to help build roads in Sichuan. Li Zishuan happily cupped his hands and said, "Many thanks, Your Majesty." Speaking of which, building bridges and paving roads for the people's livelihood was best done by the imperial court. It was not that Li Zishuan was unwilling to spend the money, but if this matter was done by him, it would be unjustifiable. He might even be accused of buying the people's hearts and arouse the suspicion of the emperor. Now that Li Er was willing to let the imperial court allocate the money, it was naturally the best. Li Er thought for a moment and suddenly smiled. Establishing the Yanhuang Bank is the best decision this subject has made in these 2 years. A few days ago, I heard from that in the past half a year since the bank was established, not only did it solve the shortage of money, but it also made the business activities of the Tang Empire more frequent and prosperous. This month, introduced an interest-bearing deposit business to the people in the Yanhuang Bank. Every day, he took in countless copper coins from the people, merchants, and the people. He then used these savings to lend to the merchants. It is said that the monthly interest added up to tens of thousands of strings of coins. And this is just the beginning. It really surprised me. Li Zishuan heard this and was not surprised. He cupped his hands and smiled. His Highness King of Shu is naturally intelligent and can often draw inferences from one example. Now that he is training in the Yanhuang Bank, it is all because of Your Majesty's guidance that he can achieve such results. Ha! You brat! Li Er was amused when he heard this. He pointed at Li Zishuan and said with a smile, "We are usually busy with state affairs. How would we have the time to teach Ku? Are you praising yourself by saying this? Actually, you don't need to say it. This subject knows that Ku'er's ideas must have been given by you. In short, I am very happy that Ku'er can learn such knowledge in the academy." Li Zishuan smiled and did not reply. "That's right." Li Er suddenly said, "A few days ago, Li Chunfeng came to me and said that he wanted to be a teacher in Yanhuang College. You brat, tell me, what kind of magic potion did you feed him to make him so obsessed with Yanhuang College?" Although Empress Zhangsun had solved the knot in Li Er's heart that day, Li Er still could not figure it out. Logically speaking, the only thing that attracted Li Chunfeng in Yanhuang College was the astronomical telescope. Moreover, Li Chunfeng already had the right to use it. So why did that guy still want to be a teacher in Yanhuang College? Li Zishuan recalled the scene of him tricking Li Chunfeng that day and could not help but want to laugh. He coughed softly and said with a straight face, "Your Majesty, Priest Li is very knowledgeable and talented in physics. He is about to understand the mystery of the universe and stars. It is very likely that he will become the greatest physicist in the whole Tang Empire, or even the whole world. Yanhuang College is the place that can fulfill his dreams. I believe that he decided to be a teacher in Yanhuang College after careful consideration. Your Majesty's permission is enough to show that your Majesty is broad-minded. You can be called a wise emperor. The mystery of the universe and stars? The greatest physicist? Lier could not help but mutter. Then he said angrily, "You brat, don't flatter me. This subject is warning you, don't have any ideas about the officials in the imperial court. Not only do you have a lot of things to do in the academy, but the imperial court is also very busy. If all the talents that I have carefully groomed are tricked into the academy by you, then who will handle the affairs in the 3 provinces and 6 departments? Won't the imperial court be in a mess?" Li Zishuan was speechless. He muttered gloomily, "What do you mean by tricking? What I did was called tricking with skills." What? Li Zishuan's voice was too soft, so Li Er did not hear it clearly. However, he knew that Li Zishuan did not say anything good, so he raised his voice by an octave. Nothing. I just said that I won't dare to do it again. If your Majesty has no other orders, then I will take my leave." Li Zishuan quickly changed his words. Li Er looked at Li Zishuan suspiciously and said, "That's all, you can go back." Li Zishuan heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Your Majesty, I will take my leave." Then, he turned around and was about to leave the hall. Unexpectedly, Li Er's voice came from behind him. Wait. Li Zishuan was speechless. He thought to himself, "Old Li, are you messing with me? If you make me angry, I will. Your Majesty, do you have any other orders?" He had no choice. He was under someone else's roof. He had to lower his head. Li Zishuan turned around and walked in front of Li Er with a smile on his face. Li Er said with a serious face, "There is something that I want you to do. If you do it well, I will reward you handsomely." Li Zishuan clasped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, please speak. If it is within my power, I will do my best." Actually, this fellow did not think much of it. This was because he knew that with his current title and official position, he was already in an awkward position where he could not be promoted. There was no other way. Who asked him to be the one and only Marquis of Great Tang at such a young age? If he were to be promoted any further, where would the faces of those who contributed to the founding of the country be? Li Er nodded with satisfaction and then said, "Yesterday, the envoy of the Wan Nation, who is the current crown prince of the Wan Nation, came to me and wanted to make a bet with me. He said that the football league held by the Tang Empire Football Association had ended. He was very interested in the football of the Tang Empire, so he set up his own team and wanted to compete with the best team of the Tang Empire. If he won, he hoped that I could allow the Wan Nation to send students to study in the Yanhuang Academy in the future. If they lost, he was willing to give 40,000 kilograms of brass to the Tang Empire." Li Zishuan's heart tightened and he quickly asked, "Your Majesty, did you agree to the request of the Crown Prince of Wu?" At this time, he was secretly cursing in his heart. Sure enough, the imperialists still want to destroy us. This damn Crown Prince of Wu has always coveted the advanced engineering knowledge of Yanhuang College. Last time, he failed to bribe me with beautiful women, so he wants to find an opportunity from Li Er. How hateful! Li Er looked at Li Zishuan strangely and said, "The Tang Empire is the most powerful country in the Celestial Empire, while the Wan Nation is just a small foreign country. How can I not accept their challenge? Wouldn't that be degrading the prestige of the Tang Empire? Besides, this football comes from Tang football. I don't believe that Tang football's team can't beat Wu's team. Since the Crown Prince of Wu is willing to give me 40,000 kilograms of brass, how can I not accept it?" When Li Zishuan heard this, he was so angry that he almost died. He thought, "Old Li, you are too deceitful, aren't you? Even when I was facing the Princess of Wu, I was still calm. Wasn't it to protect the knowledge of Yanhuang College from being controlled by foreigners? But you actually accepted such a deceitful bet. What do you want me to do?" "Your Majesty, forgive me for offending you, but you really shouldn't have accepted this bet. The Crown Prince of Wu covets the engineering knowledge of Yanhuang College, and it has been clear for a long time. Even if we are sure to win the competition, it's better to be safe than sorry. If they really win, Your Majesty, do you really want to allow them to send students to Yanhuang College? Li Zishuan was angry and cupped his hands to Li Er. There were many disrespectful words in his words, and they were all because he was angry with old Li. Hearing this, Li Er did not get angry. He chuckled and said, "What you have said, Zhen is very clear about it. But Zhen is the emperor of the great Tang Empire. How can Zhen refuse a challenge from a small foreign country? If this spread out, the reputation of Tang football's imperial court among the people will definitely fall. Won't it be considered as falling into the Wu's trap? So, instead of avoiding it, it's better to fight head-on and win. Of course, to be on the safe side, I order you to select a group of top players from the top teams of Tang football. After training them well, they will participate in this competition. You are the founder of Tang football, so you are most familiar with the rules of football. If you are to select and train the players, I don't believe that the Wu team can win." "Great. You really think highly of me." Li Zishuan smiled bitterly in his heart and felt an inexplicable pressure. This courage was related to the honor of Tang football and whether the knowledge of Yanhuang College would be leaked. It was not up to him not to take responsibility. After thinking for a moment, Li Zishuan cupped his hands and said, "In that case, I will accept this task. I just don't know when Your Majesty will be competing with the Wu team." Chapter 1398. The date of the game is set for half a month later. You can choose an existing team, or you can choose several excellent players from several teams to form a new team. I have sent people to secretly inquire about the team formed by the Prince of Neon. The cooperation between the players is very good. They have secretly defeated several Tang First League teams. Don't underestimate them. In the Sweet Dew Palace, Li Er stood up and looked at Li Zishuan with his hands behind his back. Li Zishuan cupped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, please rest assured. I will do my best to win this game." To be honest, Li Zishuan didn't take the Neon team seriously. Good cooperation? How good could a team that had only been in contact with football for a few months cooperate? Although he didn't play football in his previous life, he had watched a lot of football games. He didn't believe that the Neon team could win if he just gave them some tactics to practice. In the past, Li Zishuan didn't want to do these things because he didn't want to break the rules. As the president of the Tang Football Association, how could he set up a team himself? After all, how could he be both a referee and a player? What's more, if he were to use the training methods of modern football clubs, which team would be his opponent? This would make the game lose its suspense and seem very boring. But it was different now. The Neon team took the initiative to ask for a beating. If they lost this game, Yanhuang College would have to accept students from Neon. That couldn't be done. Therefore, Li Zishuan had to choose to come out of retirement at this time. Oh, the king of Xianxia is also very interested in this matter. You can go and find him later. Maybe he can help you with something. At this time, Li Er suddenly thought of something and said with a smile, "Yes, Your Majesty." Li Zishuan nodded. After hesitating for a moment, he gritted his teeth and bowed to Li Er, saying, "Your Majesty, the Neon people are the best at forbearance. Beneath their humble appearance, they often hide wild ambitions. This subject earnestly requests that Your Majesty not be fooled by their appearance when interacting with the Neon people in the future, because once they learn your way of governing and the advanced production technology of the Tang Empire, not only will they not be grateful, they will even bite us back. Those who are not of our kind will definitely have different intentions. A wolf cub will never mature." What he said was not polite at all, and he even faintly blamed Li Er. The reason why he took the risk to say those words was mainly to remind Li Er not to be soft-hearted and give the Neon people chances in the future. He might be able to help in the Sino-Japanese football rivalry this time, but he might not be able to do so next time. After all, he was not omnipotent. Moreover, what he said was not alarmist talk. In terms of forbearance, the Neon people were probably the most forbearing people in the world. Before the Ming Dynasty, the Neon people were weak, and they endured as the underlings of China. However, after the Middle and Late Ming Dynasty, There was a phenomenon of a vicious dog biting its master, and the Neon people began to frequently invade the coastal areas of China. Later, the Neon people became the Neon people and gradually expanded. They started the Second World War and even conquered more than half of China's territory. However, the Neon people were defeated in the end. Many people would say that the Neon people were a loyal dog that would be obedient as long as they were afraid of being beaten. Look at how obedient they were to the United States. However, would a loyal dog bite its master? After the Second World War, the United States began to support the Neon people's economic development. The Neon people kept a low profile and their economy developed rapidly. Soon, they surpassed the old strong countries such as England and France. In the 1980s, the Neon people's forbearance finally paid off. The Neon people's GDP finally exceeded half of the United States' GDP. As a result, the Neon people's self-confidence began to soar. They declared that they could buy the entire United States of America. The United States of America saw that the Neon people who had been hiding for so many years had finally revealed their true colors. Not long after, the United States of America held a public meeting and announced economic sanctions against the Neon people. They wanted to teach the Neon people how to behave. After that, the Neon people's biggest economic bubble started, and a huge economic empire collapsed. After that, the Neon people immediately expressed their loyalty to the United States of America, hoping that they would forgive them. From these incidents, you could tell that the Neon people knew how to be patient. They were smart and could bow their heads. However, they were also conceited. You could also call them untrained wolf cubs. Li Zishuan felt that since he was reborn, and he had a certain amount of authority in the Tang dynasty in this life, he must not let the Neon people take advantage of him. If he had the chance, he would make sure that the Neon people would never be able to rise again. He would make sure that the Neon people were completely wiped out. You could say that he was a nationalistic youth, but no one could stop him from being a nationalistic youth. After listening to Li Zishuan's merciless words, Li Er's eyes narrowed. However, he did not fly into a rage on the spot. This was because he had already been trained by Wei Zheng. Normally, the words that Wei Zheng said to him were 100 times worse than what Li Zishuan had just said. After so many years, Li Er had already been trained to have a strong heart. You seem to hate the Neon people very much? After a moment of silence, just when Li Zishuan thought that Li Er was going to fly into a rage, Li Er spat out a few words with neither joy nor anger. Li Zishuan thought for a moment, then cupped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, I don't hate the Neon people. What I hate is all the foreigners who covet our Wuxia." Li Er nodded and said in a deep voice, I understand what you mean. Don't worry, I will pay attention to the Neon people in the future. I will not let them threaten the future of my descendants." Li Zishuan secretly heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Your Majesty is wise. Then I will take my leave." Li Er smiled and said, "Go. When the Sichuan Vanadium ore is transported back, you have to hurry up and forge equipment for the Black Armored Army. The war between the Tang Empire and the Turks is not far away." Li Zishuan was shocked. He cupped his hands and said seriously, "Your Majesty, don't worry, I will do it as soon as possible." After leaving the palace, Li Zishuan immediately rode back to Yunshan. After making the final arrangements for his trip to Sichuan, he sent someone to inform the bosses of the 20 Tang League First Division teams to have a meeting at the workshop's office building the next day. It was already the beginning of May, and the Tang Football Association's league tournament had already ended. The 20 top teams had officially been promoted to Tang League First Division teams. The First Division League tournament was being held in Longtime County, and the 3 worst Division League teams would be demoted to Division League First Division teams. Therefore, all the teams were very serious in the recent matches, and the fans were naturally very satisfied. Early the next morning, Li Zishuan's reinforcements set off with the troops sent by the imperial court toward the territory. This time, the imperial court had allocated 20,000 strings of coins to Sichuan to build roads. This was the limit of what Old Li could give. Because of this, Xiao Yu complained to Li Er that he was poor. He said that there were already rats in the national treasury, so how could he have any money to squander? In addition, it was worth mentioning that the white stack seed distributed in Lantian County had not only been made into nutrient pots, but all of them had also sprouted. The people were now busy transplanting the nutrient pots into the mountains. Moreover, in terms of drought resistance, cotton's drought resistance was much higher than rice and wheat. This made Li Zishuan quite pleased, because there was destined to be less rain this year. After sending off the team, Li Zishuan went directly to the workshop. Yesterday, he had sent someone to inform all the bosses of the Tang League First Division teams to come. For the game against the Japanese, he planned to use the existing players to form a new team. This was a bit like the modern national team. When there were no important games, the players would serve in their respective clubs. Once there was a national game, the national players would have to return to receive training and participate in the game. In the future, as football became more and more popular, other countries would gradually start to have football competitions. When that time came, it would be inevitable to have wars between countries. Therefore, Li Zishuan wanted to take this opportunity to form a national football team for Tang League First Division. As soon as he walked into the office building in the front yard of the workshop, Li Zishuan heard a commotion. He saw a group of well-dressed men of all ages, and there were a few familiar faces among them. When they saw Li Zishuan come in, they quickly bowed and saluted. "Greetings, Marquis." Li Zishuan smiled kindly and said, "You don't have to be so polite. Today, I gathered you here because I have something to trouble you with. It's about the football team." Xiaoxian, how can I not be involved in the football team? Before anyone could answer, Li Daozong's hearty laughter came from outside the hall. Li Zishuan quickly turned around and saw Li Daozong walking over. He went forward and saluted, "Greetings, Your Highness." You don't have to be so polite. Li Daozong waved his hand and said, "The Japanese crown prince has overestimated himself and declared war on Tang League in football. I heard about this yesterday. You gathered everyone here today for this matter, right?" Li Zishuan nodded and said, "I can't hide anything from Your Highness. Today, I gathered everyone here for this matter. Your Highness, let's go in first." Li Daozong nodded in agreement. Thus, Li Zishuan led everyone to a large conference room on the first floor. After everyone was seated, Li Zishuan said in a deep voice, "Everyone present, the teams under your command have been promoted to League 1 teams of Tang Empire. Here, I congratulate all of you. However, there is a very urgent matter that needs your help. I hope you won't refuse." Zheng Qianjun, who was sitting below, quickly said, "Marquis, you don't have to be so polite. If you need our help, just say it." Yes. Marquis, if you have any orders, just say it." Everyone chimed in one after another. Not to mention that Li Zishuan was the first Marquis of Tang League. Li Zishuan was now the president of the Tang Football Association, so they had to give him face. Li Zishuan nodded and said slowly, "Just the day before yesterday, the Japanese crown prince asked His Majesty to have a match with the strongest team of Tang League. His Majesty agreed. The time is set for half a month later. The victory or defeat of this match is related to the face of Tang League. So, I gathered you here today to inform you in advance, because I plan to set up a national team of Tang League. This team is not only for the sake of dealing with the Neon people. It will exist forever. The players in the team are all selected from various teams. They will usually help your team play matches, but when the Tang Empire is in a competition with other countries, these players must come to report and participate in the training organized by me. They will also win glory for the Tang Empire. Therefore, in the next few days, I will be selecting outstanding players from your teams. You are not allowed to obstruct any of the selected players in any way. Furthermore, you must support them in all aspects. This is because their selection is not only their personal glory, but also the collective glory of your teams. Do you have any objections?" Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but look at each other. Obviously, they all knew that if their team's players were selected, it would inevitably affect the team's performance in the league. But this matter was proposed by Li Zishuan. Even if they wanted to refuse, they didn't have the courage to do so. Ahem. I have something to say. At this moment, Li Daozong, who was sitting to the left of Li Zishuan, suddenly stood up. He looked at the team owners sitting below him and said with a serious face, "My words might not be pleasant to hear, but even if they are unpleasant to hear, you must still listen. The Marquis of Yong established the national team for the imperial court to protect the glory of Tang League. Football rose from Tang League, and if Tang League can't beat a small country like Japan in the future, how will you have the face to establish a team to play football? Without the Marquis of Yong's painstaking efforts to create this environment, how can you have the Tang League A team that is envied by tens of thousands of people today? I know that most of you here are businessmen. Usually, I won't say anything when you focus on profits. After all, it's natural for businessmen to focus on profits. But in this kind of confrontation between countries, if you still only think about your own profits, then even if the Marquis of Yong spares you, I will definitely not spare you." The purpose of Li Daozong's visit today was mainly to support Li Zixuan. He had not said anything before, but at this critical moment, he had to stand up for Li Zixuan and give the team owners a deterrent. "We will definitely follow your Highness's instructions and Marquis of Yong's orders." Hearing this, everyone's heart trembled. They quickly stood up and cupped their hands. Li Daozong nodded his head in satisfaction and sat back down. Li Zixuan looked at Li Daozong gratefully. Just as he was about to speak, there was a sudden sound of footsteps at the door. It was Pang Feiji hurriedly walking in. Later, he saw that there were many people in the room, so he whispered a few words in Li Zixuan's ear. After Li Zixuan heard it, his expression changed slightly. He turned around and said to the crowd, "The situation has changed. The football match with the Japanese in half a month is cancelled, but I will still form the Tang national team. Today, I will stop here. Everyone, please help yourselves. I still have something important to do, so I will leave first." After that, ignoring the stunned expressions of the crowd, Li Zixuan excused himself from Li Daozong and left in a hurry. Hey, little Xian, what exactly happened? Why is this competition cancelled out of the blue?" Li Daozong came back to his senses and quickly chased after him and asked. Li Zixuan squatted down and waited for Li Daozong to come to his side. He whispered, "Your Highness, the Queen of Japan has passed away, so this match can't be played. Now the Crown Prince of Japan is in Yunshan. He said that he wanted to say goodbye to me, so I went to see him." Li Daozong was stunned and then said in surprise, "Oh, I see. Then you go. I will go back first." Chapter 1399. Coming out of the workshop, Li Zixuan walked towards Yunshan. He was as depressed as he could be. After all, he had planned to set up a national team to have a good match with Neon. However, the Empress had suddenly passed away. The match had not even started, but it had ended without a result. It was really disappointing. To be honest, the big brother Wang on the mountain back was more depressed than Li Zixuan. He had spent a lot of effort to set up a team and had carefully studied the tactics of the Tang team. Just when he felt that his team would definitely win and had issued a letter of challenge to the Emperor of Tang, the Neon suddenly sent a letter saying that the Empress had passed away. At this time, he could only rush back to Neon immediately to inherit the throne of the Emperor. How could he continue to stay in Tang and compete with Li Zixuan in football? More than 15 minutes later, Li Zixuan returned to Yunshan. At the gate of Yanhuang College, he met the big brother Wang on the mountain back. The big brother Wang on the mountain back was looking at Yanhuang College with a yearning face, but he did not enter. It was not that he did not want to, but that he could not. He knew very well that Li Zixuan's people would not let him enter the college. "Your Highness, the Marquis of Yong is here." The guard behind the big brother Wang on the mountain back saw Li Zixuan coming over and hurriedly reported in a low voice. Hearing this, the big brother Wang on the mountain back turned around and greeted him. He cupped his hands and said, "My of Yong, and long time no see. How have you been?" Li Zixuan said expressionlessly, "Of course I am well. However, I heard that the Empress of your country has passed away. I am very sorry. Your Highness should be leaving for Neon today, right?" The big brother Wang on the mountain back said with a sorrowful face, "Marquis of Yong is right. I do plan to leave today. Before Her Majesty passed away, she left a will for me to return to Neon as soon as possible to inherit the throne and restore the court. I have no choice but to obey. Unfortunately, I originally had an appointment with the Emperor of Tang to have a football match half a month later. However, because of this incident, the match can only be cancelled. I'm very sorry for making the Marquis of Yong an waste of time." Li Zishuan widened his eyes and said, "Working for nothing?" His efforts were not in vain. This Marquis had originally intended to form a new team to help Great Tang sweep away the surrounding countries. This time, I was just casually following the pretext of this matter. It won't take much effort. The big brother king on the mountain's back narrowed his eyes and said meaningfully, "Oh? Marquis Yong, and is so confident that he can beat the Japanese team?" Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Of course. Our great Tang Empire is vast and has abundant resources. Isn't it easy to find a dozen good soccer players and form a top team?" The big brother king on the mountain's back was silent for a moment. After a while, he said with a complicated expression, "Marquis is right. Great Tang Empire is indeed vast and has abundant resources. If you want any kind of talent, as long as you put in the effort, you will definitely be able to find it. Unlike our Japan. Actually, sometimes, this Marquis envies the people of Great Tang Empire. To be able to be born in such a powerful country like Great Tang, forget it, let's not talk about this anymore." However, the previous match was still effective. After this Marquis of Great Tang Empire's affairs, this Marquis will definitely lead the team to Great Tang Empire to learn a thing or two. I hope that at that time, the Marquis of Yong and will still be so confident. Li Zishuan said lightly, "Ha! I'll accompany you anytime." The big brother king on the mountain's back looked deeply at Li Zishuan and said, "Mark Yong, you are a very special person. You have the ability to reach the heavens, but you only want to live in seclusion in the mountains, travel with your wife as your companion, and teach students at the same time. People call you a person who enters the world, but you do things in seclusion. However, it is not entirely correct to call you a person who enters the world, because you have always been concerned about the state affairs. Once Great Tang is in trouble, you will not hesitate to step forward. This Marquis Yong and really can't see through you." Li Zishuan said with a fake smile, "I am the Crown Prince of Japan, and also the future King of Japan. As for this Marquis, I am the Marquis of Great Tang. Your Highness, you don't need to see through me. You just need to see through your officials and subordinates." After being stung by Li Zishuan, the big brother king on the mountain's back was not annoyed. He smiled and then said seriously, "This one knows that the Marquis of Eternal Peace has always been very wary of this one, but this one does not know why. This one feels sincere respect and reverence for the Great Tang, and this one has never disrespected or schemed against it. If this one has truly done something wrong, this one asks that the Marquis of Eternal Peace speak, and this one will definitely correct his mistakes." This was a clear statement. The big brother king on the mountain's back had stayed in Great Tang for several months. He had repeatedly expressed his goodwill to Li Zishuan, but he had been mercilessly rejected by Li Zishuan. Of course, he did not understand. Now that he was about to leave Great Tang, he might as well make it clear. Otherwise, he would not be willing to return to Japan. Li Zishuan's eyes flashed. After a moment, he said, "It doesn't matter whether it's right or wrong. It's just that our standpoints are different. In my eyes, the interests of Great Tang will always be the first." The big brother king on the mountain's back seemed to understand. He nodded and clasped his hands. "I understand. But no matter what, it is my honor to come to Great Tang and meet such a capable person like Marquis Yong. If Marquis Yong and goes to Japan in the future, I will definitely treat you as a national hero. However, you people of the Central Plains have a saying, when the cunning rabbit is dead, the hound is cooked. When the birds are gone, the bow is put away. When the enemy's country is destroyed, the strategists die. In the past, your Emperor Gaozu of Han, Liu Bang, killed Han Xin and executed Ingbu after he obtained hegemony. The people who had followed him in his quest for hegemony either died or retreated, making him a loner. Marquis Yong, and you are so young, but you already have such a high position. If you make another contribution in the future, who can guarantee that you won't be suspected and follow in Han Xin's footsteps? If that day really comes, as long as Marquis Yong and is willing to submit to Japan, I am willing to rule the world with you for all eternity. I will never suspect you." Enough. Hearing the elder brother's words getting more and more ridiculous, Li Zishuan finally couldn't help but say coldly, "You should give up. I, Li Zishuan, was born as a person of great Tang, and even if I die, I will still be a soul of great Tang. Even if the monarch suspects me, I will not betray my ancestors and flee to Japan. If you say such words again, don't blame me for sending people to chase you down the cloud mountain." In truth, Li Zishuan had also considered the problem of being overshadowed by the monarch. He was currently living in seclusion in the Cloud Mountain residence and rarely returned to his home in Cheng. He wanted to maintain a half-official, half-hidden state and reduce his presence. But no matter what, even if there was a day when Li Zishuan suspected him, he would at most bring his family to Nanyang to live overseas. He would definitely not sell his life to the Japanese. The elder brother stopped talking and cupped his hands. "What I said just now was sincere. If I have offended you in any way, I hope Mark Yong and can forgive me. I will take my leave. We will definitely meet again in the future." After he finished speaking, he smiled and left with the group of guards. Li Zishuan narrowed his eyes and looked at the back of the elder brother on the mountain. He did not say a word. Pang Feiji said, "Marquis, the Japanese crown prince is so rude. He dares to sow discord between you and the emperor. Who in the world doesn't know that the emperor treats you like enough?" Li Zishuan said unhappily, "Just pretend you didn't hear what I said just now. You should know that trouble comes from careless talk." Although he had a clear conscience, he was afraid that some things would be spread wrongly. In the end, even if nothing happened, it would become a problem. Pang Feiji's heart skipped a beat. He quickly cupped his hands and said, "Yes. I know what to do." Li Zishuan nodded. After a while, he suddenly smiled and said, "After the Japanese delegation leaves, you and Shimu will get married. Although you can't do it with great fanfare, you should treat some of your good friends to a meal. My wife and I will also go to the wedding. In the next few days, you can go down the mountain to prepare for the wedding. You don't have to wait here at Yunshan every day." Pang Feiji's face lit up with joy when he heard this. He solemnly bowed to Li Zishuan and said, "Thank you, Mark." Although he was full of gratitude to Li Zishuan, at this moment, it was as if his throat was blocked. He could only say these 4 words. Perhaps this was a great kindness that could not be thanked with words. He could only remember it in his heart and find a chance to repay it in the future. Li Zishuan patted Pang Feiji's shoulder and said with a smile, "Live a good life. Those who follow me will eventually live a good life. This is what you deserve." After that, he turned and left with a smile. Pang Feiji stared at Li Zishuan's back and said to himself in his heart, "Marquis's kindness to me is as deep as the sea. If I can't repay him in the future, I'm afraid I won't be able to forgive myself." 3 days later, Li Er led the civil and military officials out of the city to welcome Yuqi Jingda's victorious army. At about 5 in the morning, when the sun was shining on people's bodies, they could faintly feel a trace of heat. Finally, on the official road in front of them, there were fluttering banners and a black mass of mighty soldiers. Not long after, Yuqi Jingda led more than 50,000 soldiers of the Chang and left guard and finally arrived in front of the city gate. When the 3 armies were still some distance away from the gate, they all dismounted. At this moment, tens of thousands of people bowed to Li Er and said, "Your Majesty." Their voices were like thunder, shaking the city walls. Their words carried the joy of winning the battle and returning alive. After all, before going to the north, no one knew if they could come back alive. "All soldiers rise." Li Er was excited. He raised his hands and said loudly, "Thank you, Your Majesty." The soldiers gave their thanks and straightened their backs. Yuqi Jingda stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, this old subject led the army to the north and fortunately did not fail, taking back Shuafang city. Liang Shidu was stubborn and was killed by his subordinates. The Turkic Khagan Sheli wanted to send soldiers to help Liang Shidu, but they were also routed by our army. Now, the mountains and rivers of the Central Plains have finally been unified by Your Majesty. This subject congratulates Your Majesty." "This subject congratulates Your Majesty." Chai Shao, Shui Wanjun, Lu Min, and the other important generals also bowed along with Yuqi Jingda. Li Er was overjoyed. Ha! Good. This battle was well fought. Generals, with minimal casualties, not only did you take down Shuafang City, you also forced the Turkic wolf cavalry to flee, raising the prestige of my great Tang. You should be rewarded for your contributions. Let's go. Set a carriage to Taiji Palace. We will reward you according to your contributions. Although the great Tang had taken down Shuafang City without shedding a drop of blood and repelled the Turkic reinforcements, luck and coincidence played a large role, but this battle's bountiful results were definitely enough to be recorded in the annals of history. Under the lead of Li Er, the civil and military officials, as well as the soldiers of the three armies, entered the city one after another. When the people in the city heard that the army that had pacified the northern army was returning today, they had long been waiting on both sides of the road to welcome them. Some of the passionate women even gave handkerchiefs to some of the handsome soldiers. The hidden meaning of their actions was beyond words. Regarding this, Li Er, Yuqi Jingda, and the others didn't really care. In their eyes, after winning a battle, it should be this lively. This glory was earned by the soldiers of the three armies fighting with their lives on the battlefield. No one could find fault with it. Didn't we just chase away 20,000 Turkic soldiers? Look at how proud Yuqi Old Hay is. Back then, Old Qing even fought 70 to 80,000 Turkic wolf cavalry. As the commander-in-chief of the three armies this time, Yuqi Jingda had the right to accompany Li Er. Qing Yaojin, on the other hand, did not have this fate. Old Qing rode his horse and followed behind. Looking at the high-spirited Yuqi Jingda, he could not help but say sourly. Hearing this, Qin Qiong was stunned and could not help but roll his eyes. Then he slapped his horse and pulled away from Qing Yaojin. Obviously, he did not want to bother with this shameless old man. Uncle Qing, why are you envious? Last month, when you returned to Chang'an from Hunan, didn't you also enjoy this treatment? Li Zishuan was riding his horse alongside Qing Yaojin. At this moment he was a little amused. Qing Yaojin's personality was similar to the old urchin in the legend of the Condor heroes. The more he lived, the younger he became, the more childish he became. After interacting with him for a long time, Li Zishuan actually quite liked this personality of his. Little Xian, you're right. Who envies charcoal? I, Old Qing, am not envious at all. Qing Yaojin said insincerely. Then he said, Hey, that's right. Little Xian. It has already been 2 to 3 months since it rained. Looks like your prediction back then was not wrong. This year is indeed a year of great drought. This old man heard from the steward that many of the wheat seedlings in the farmstead are about to die. Many of the farmers are carrying water from the Feng River to water their fields. But this is not a solution. Little Xian, you built a dam on the Ba River this year. With that dam, even if there is a great drought, it should be able to ensure that the farmlands in Lantian County have water to irrigate. But what about the farmlands in our Cheng family's farmstead? Little Xian, you have many ideas. Help your Uncle Qing come up with some ideas? Hearing Qing Yaojin mention this, Qin Qiong slowed down his horse and came to Li Zishuan's side. He said, Little Xian Jijie is right. If you have a good idea, then save those farmers. The Qin family and Qing family do not lack that bit of rent, but we can't watch the farmers starve to death without any harvest. Yes, Little Xian, you have to help think of a way. At this time, Niu Jinda also joined in. Li Zishuan nodded and said, Uncles, this nephew has also noticed the problem of this year's drought. For now, other than hoping for rain from the heavens, we have to rely on ourselves to send people to build water wheels and clear the canals. Chapter 1400. Water Wheel. When Qing Yaojin heard Li Zishuan say that he wanted to build a water wheel, he couldn't help but look confused. After thinking for a moment, he couldn't help but say, Shao Xian, you're right. A water wheel should be a rollover, right? Hearing Qing Yaojin's words, Li Zishuan realized that he had said something wrong. According to his memory, there was no such thing as a water wheel. In most situations, people called it a rollover, so he quickly corrected himself. Yes, Uncle Qing, it's a rollover. According to folklore, the earliest water drawing tool used by the ancient people was a tangerine. Simply put, It was a strong wooden pole with a wooden bucket hanging on one end and a heavy object similar to weights hanging on the other end. It used the lever principle that Chinese people had discovered many years earlier than foreigners to achieve the goal of saving the energy needed to draw water. The water wheel in China's official written records was only created in the Eastern Han Dynasty. At the end of the Eastern Han Dynasty, Emperor Ling of Han ordered Bai Lan to build a rollover, which already had basic equipment such as wheels, axles, grooves, and plates. It was also said that during the Three Kingdoms period, the people of Wei and Ma also made rollover. The Wei Lu said, Ma Jun lived in the capital. He had land for a garden, but there was no water to fill it. It was a rollover, so the children turned to fill it with water. However, at that time, the water wheel was only a basic concept and some basic structures derived from it, and its driving method was relatively backward. This was the first stage of the development of the water wheel in China, and it was also the most primitive stage. Cheng Yaojin couldn't help but shake his head and say, Xiao Xian, the rollover can be used to water a small number of fields, but for thousands of acres of land, it's not as convenient as using manpower to carry water. Qin Qiong nodded and said, Jijie is right. This water wheel is indeed not suitable for large-scale irrigation. It's time-consuming and laborious. Instead of that, it's better to carry water. Li Zishuan thought for a moment and knew that Cheng Yaojin and Qin Qiong must have misunderstood, so he smiled and said, Uncle Cheng, Uncle Qin, the rollover I'm talking about is different from the previous ones. It doesn't need to be driven by human power, but directly depends on the flow of water. Its speed is also much faster than the previous rollovers. It can run day and night, so instead of calling it a rollover, I'm more used to calling it a water wheel. Hearing this, Cheng Yaojin's eyes widened to the size of a copper bell. He said in surprise, There is such a water wheel that relies on the flow of water to move? Little Xian, are you trying to trick this old man? Qin Qiong and Niu Jinda were also in disbelief. Li Zishuan smiled and said, How would I dare to deceive you? After the morning assembly, I will return to Yunshan and draw the blueprint. In a few days, the workshop will be able to build the water wheel I mentioned. The water wheel that he was talking about that could use the flow of water to move on its own was known as the roller wheel in history. It first originated at the end of the Tang Dynasty and flourished during the Song Dynasty. The rollover wheel was invented during the Eastern Han Dynasty and the Three Kingdoms era. It had been stagnant at the stage of human power until the appearance of the roller wheel. This situation was then broken. It used water power and animal power to move the wheels, freeing human power from the pedals of the rollover wheel. The roller wheel not only had a better irrigation efficiency than the previous rollover wheel, but it also saved manpower and material resources. It was loved by the later generations of emperors and was popularized in daily life. Li Zishuan didn't plan to copy the roller wheel from history. He would optimize and modify the original foundation, adding gears, bearings, and other transmission mechanisms to further optimize the operation efficiency and friction loss of the water wheel. Now, his workshop definitely had the technology and ability to do so. At this time, Li Zishuan couldn't help but admire his own foresight. When he first transmigrated to the Tang Dynasty, the first thing he did was to establish the Strange Taste Pavilion workshop. Now, most of his glory and disgrace were related to this workshop. Good. When the time comes, little Xian, when you make this kind of water wheel, you must tell me. This old man has lived for more than half of his life, but I have never seen a water wheel that can move on its own. Cheng Yaojin laughed excitedly. Li Zishuan nodded and said, Of course, of course. They chatted and laughed along the way and soon arrived at the palace. The 50,000 soldiers of the left guard naturally couldn't enter the palace. When they were at Vermilion Bird Avenue, they had already turned to the main camp. As for the important generals in the army, they followed Li Er into the palace to receive their rewards. Li Zishuan didn't have anything to do with this. He just stood there and dozed off. He faintly heard that Yuqi Jingda, Chai Shao, and the others were being rewarded with money, silk, satin, and food. Then he quickly fell asleep. Yes, he fell asleep standing up. After being in the imperial court for so long, Li Zishuan had long mastered the skill of sleeping while standing up. Speaking of this skill, He had learned it from Qing Yaojin. Old Sheng had been in the imperial court for more than a decade, so he was much better at this than Li Zishuan. Reporting to your majesty, Left Minister Wei has returned to the capital. He is now outside Taiji Palace. In the midst of his drowsiness, a sharp voice came from inside the palace, waking Li Zishuan up from his sleep. When he came back to his senses, he couldn't help but say in his heart, Wei Zheng is back. Oh no. I can't sleep anymore. If Wei Yaojin sees this, he will definitely accuse this young master. Li Zishuan hurriedly wiped the corner of his mouth and pretended to be full of energy as he stood up straight. It was said that dozing off in the imperial court was something that almost every official had done before. Thus, when everyone saw it, they would turn a blind eye to it. However, Wei Zheng, who couldn't tolerate sand in his eyes, was different. If it was light, he would wake you up. If it was heavy, he would scold you for being disrespectful in front of the emperor. Li Zishuan's position in the imperial court was very close to Wei Zheng. There were only two people in between them. He didn't know if Li Er had purposely arranged this position for him or not, but he didn't allow him to change positions without permission. Thus, when he heard that Wei Yaojin was back, Li Zishuan's sleepiness immediately disappeared. Oh, beloved Minister Wei is back? Quickly invite him in. Li Er, who was sitting high up, said with a face full of joy. However, no one knew what old Li was thinking. After all, Wei Yaojin was back and often pressured Li Er. Whenever old Li did something wrong, Wei Yaojin would immediately scold him. Understood. The eunuch cupped his hands and left. After a while, Wei Zheng strode in with a travel-worn face. He bowed to Li Er and said, Your Majesty, I, Wei Zheng, greet you. To be honest, ever since he left Chang, and in the first month and went to Hunan province, Wei Zheng had missed Li Er a little. This was not a gay relationship, but a relationship between an emperor and an official. Old Wei respected and loved Old Li from the bottom of his heart. He hoped that Old Li could become a famous emperor. Especially after the rebellion in Hunan province and the narrow escape, Wei Zheng was even more eager to return to the imperial court. Thus, once the matter in Hunan province was settled, he rushed back without stopping. Beloved Minister Wei, you may rise. Thank you for your hard work in Hunan province. Li Er hurriedly said, emotionally. Although he was annoyed by Wei Zheng's scolding in the past, Li Er felt a little uncomfortable after Wei Zheng was away from the imperial court for so long. Now that Wei Zheng was back, Li Er didn't know why, but he actually heaved a sigh of relief. Thank you, Your Majesty. Wei Zheng stood up and said, Your Majesty, during the first month, I was ordered to send Cui Junchuo back to Zhengzhou and to rectify the illegal activities of the Cui family over the years. During this time, Cui Junchuo didn't want her family members to be investigated by me, so she secretly rebelled with the Cui family of Bowling and the Zheng family of Xinjiang. I escaped death with the help of Lu Reng, who was in charge of the army in Bianzhou. After that, Your Majesty sent the army to Guan City to quell the rebellion. After the rebels were executed, I stayed in Hunan province to pacify the people and investigate the officials who colluded with the Cui family. A total of 33 officials were found, and all the evidence was conclusive. These people have now been detained in the Supreme Court's prison and await Your Majesty's judgment. I was fortunate to have completed my mission in Hunan province, and I'm here today to present the imperial edict. At the end of his speech, Wei Zheng bowed and cupped his hands. Li Er nodded and said in a deep voice, Minister Wei's journey was extremely difficult and dangerous. In order to clean up the Hunan province, you risked your life many times. I'm very touched. Thanks to your efforts, Hunan province can be restored to its former glory. I've decided to confer you the title of Junior Guardian of the Crown Prince, Jinziguang Lu Daifu, and grant you 300 households. Wei Zheng bowed and said, Thank you, Your Majesty. However, when I was on my way back, I saw that many farmlands had encountered a very serious drought. Many people were carrying water from the river to irrigate the land. I'm sure Your Majesty will order the Ministry of Revenue to transfer money and the Ministry of Works to send craftsmen to help the people dredge the ditches and alleviate the drought. When Li Er heard this, he frowned and said, I have long known about this matter. In a few days, the imperial court will allocate manpower, material, and financial resources to order the local government to help the people dredge the ditches and ensure that the low-lying farmland can be irrigated by the river. Wei Jing heaved a sigh of relief and cupped his hands. Your Majesty is wise. In this way, the drought can be alleviated to the greatest extent and the losses of the people can be reduced. Obviously, Wei Jing also understood that with the current level of drought, it was impossible to take care of all the farmlands. Some of the farmlands that could not be reached by the ditches could only rely on the people to carry water themselves. He, who said that the farmlands on higher ground can't be irrigated. From what I know, the Marquis of Yong, and knows how to build a self-moving overturned cart to carry water from the lower ground to the higher grounds. Cheng Yaojin couldn't help but show off at this time. Today's morning court was all about other people being rewarded. Cheng Yaojin already felt that it was quite boring. Now that he finally found such an opportunity to show off, how could he miss it? In the early days of the Tang Empire, the imperial court was still relatively free. Cheng Yaojin said something without any reason, and no one blamed him. Instead, everyone looked at him with shining eyes. Old Cheng had jumped from a roll of soy sauce in today's morning court to the main character. Li Zishuan couldn't help but cover his face. In his heart, he thought that old Cheng was really impatient. The water wheel hasn't even been built yet, and you're already bragging about it. Isn't it a little too early to brag? Hi Duke Liu, is what you said true? Is there really such a thing as a self-moving overturned cart that can carry water? Wei Jing looked at Cheng Yaojin excitedly and asked. Although Cheng Yaojin always bickered with him on normal days, Wei Jing still knew to put aside those personal feelings when it came to matters of right and wrong. Cheng Yaojin sneered and said proudly, Old Cheng, speak with every word. Do you think I'll deceive you, Wei Xuanqing? If you don't believe me, you can ask the Marquis of Yong. This attitude, it was as if he was the one who wanted to build the water wheel. Wei Jing couldn't be bothered to bicker with this old fellow. He quickly turned his gaze to Li Zishuan. At this moment, Li Er finally couldn't help but ask, Marquion, and is what Cheng Jijia said just now true? Li Zishuan knew that he couldn't continue to keep a low profile. He walked out of the group of civil officials and bowed. Your Majesty, there is indeed such a thing. This subject calls this overturned cart a water wheel. It doesn't need a person to step on the pedals. It relies completely on water power to move. However, these are just some ideas in this subject's mind. It hasn't been built yet. Your Majesty, please give this subject a few days. By then, we will know if this method is feasible. Hearing Li Zishuan say it with such certainty, all the officials couldn't help but be shocked. Wei Jing was so excited that his entire body trembled. He muttered, There's hope. There's hope for the commoners now. Li Er was also shocked. He looked at Li Zishuan with a burning gaze and said, Water wheel? Good. In the next few days, I order you to focus on developing this water wheel. If you do well, I will reward you handsomely. This subject obeys the decree. Li Zishuan bowed and said. After saying this, he couldn't help but look at Cheng Yaojin with hidden bitterness. He had only casually mentioned the improved water wheel in the morning. Whether it could be built successfully, even he didn't know. However, now that Cheng Yaojin had done this, the entire court knew about it. No matter what, he had to build the water wheel and build it successfully. After the morning court, he came out of the palace. He didn't have time to chat with Cheng Yaojin, Qin Qiong, and the other elders. Wei Jing urged Li Zishuan to quickly go back and develop the water wheel. Marquion, the drought is like fire. Please, for the sake of the commoners, quickly build the water wheel you mentioned. Otherwise, who knows how many commoners will have no harvest this year. This old man's heart hurts to see it. Although Wei Jing didn't explicitly urge Li Zishuan to scram back to Yun Mountain, his resentful gaze still made Li Zishuan feel uncomfortable. Therefore, Li Zishuan quickly cupped his hands in response and immediately rode back to Yun Mountain. Although Wei Jing sometimes liked to be stubborn, this old man was thinking of the commoners from the bottom of his heart. It was also because of this that Li Zishuan respected Wei Jing. Husband, your backs? Han Yushi saw that Li Zishuan had returned and hurriedly went up to him and said, Wife, your husband has some things to do. I won't be eating lunch. Don't let anyone disturb me in the study. Li Zixuan said to his wife and hurriedly went to the study. He had to quickly draw up the blueprint of the improved water wheel. Not only did Wei Jing know that the drought was like fire, he also knew. Chapter 1401. The water wheel is actually like a big turntable. You can use a wooden pole as the turntable skeleton, or you can use steel. The edge of the turntable is equipped with a scraper and a water bucket. When the water hits the scraper, it drives the turntable to rotate. When the turntable rotates, the water bucket fills with water and is lifted up section by section with the rotation of the water wheel. When it reaches the top of the water wheel, the water bucket rotates due to gravity, and the water in it will be poured into the water trough above the water wheel. This cycle completes the process of filling and transporting water. Among them, the direction of the water bucket is very important. It must be against the direction of the water flow. Only in this way can the water be filled and lifted to a high place. In addition, in the main wheel of the water wheel, we have to use our workshop's unique roller bearings to reduce the friction and increase the efficiency of transporting water. Of course, for the stagnant water that doesn't flow, we can add a gear transmission mechanism and use animal power to drive the wheel. In short, no matter what method, it's much more convenient than the previous manual overturning of the water wheel. That afternoon, Li Zixuan brought the completed drawings to the workshop of the Strange Taste Pavilion. Yan Xiaoning, Faubert, Mo Huai, and Mo Chue all rushed over when they heard the news. Li Zixuan spread out the drawings and explained the structure and operating principle of the water wheel in detail to everyone. Wonderful work of art. It's really a wonderful work of art. In this way, as long as there's water in the river, the water wheel can carry the water to the bank day and night. Moreover, if there are a few of these water wheels side by side on a section of the river, the speed of carrying water is definitely enough to irrigate thousands of acres of fertile land in a short period of time. After listening, Mo Huai imagined the scene of the water wheel operating in his mind. In the end, he couldn't help but stroke his beard and exclaim in admiration. That's right. Compared to the manual overturning of the water wheel in the past, this water wheel can automatically carry water as long as it's placed on the river surface. Not only is it convenient and labor-saving, but it can also produce a lot of water. We can use this to transport the water to the dish. In this way, we won't have to be afraid of drought anymore. Faubert couldn't help but nod in agreement. Li Zixuan smiled and said, "Everyone is right. With this water wheel and the ditch, we can water the farmland on a large scale. Tomorrow, I will ask County Magistrate He to hurry up and use cement to renovate all the canals in Longtime County. Longtime County has a dam as a guarantee, so we can directly release water from the reservoir into the canals. As for the villages in the north of Longtime County, because the terrain is much higher than here, we can use water wheels to carry the water over." The topography of Longtime County was that the north side was higher than the south side, and the west side was higher than the east side. The Ba River was a river that flowed from the northwest direction into the southeast direction of the Yellow River. Plum Village and the Han family manor, which were close to the Ba River, could directly draw a canal from the vicinity of the dam to ensure that all of the farmland could be irrigated. However, for a manor like the Yu family manor, which was close to the north, wanting to use a canal to draw the water from the Ba River was tantamount to wishful thinking. They could only rely on a water wheel to carry the water from the south side of the canal to the north. Using cement to repair the ditch? Little Xian, did I hear wrongly? When Yan Xiaoning heard this, he couldn't help but widen his eyes in disbelief. At this time, Faubert, Mo Huai, and Mo Chue were also looking at Li Zixuan in surprise. They guessed that Li Zixuan had accidentally said something wrong just now. Li Zixuan nodded and said, "Yes, that's right. It's to use cement to renovate the ditch. Firstly, this kind of ditch built with cement can reduce the loss of water during the process of water flow. Secondly, compared to the previous mud ditches, cement ditches are more convenient to maintain. There's no need to dredge them every year. This saves manpower and material resources. Compared to the little bit of cement used, it can be said that it's too cost-effective." Yan Xiaoning nodded thoughtfully and said, "That's true, but such a luxurious method can only be used in Longtime County. When building canals in other places, they only needed to hire some workers to do some work. It wasn't like Li Zishuan, who not only had to pay for the wages, but also the cement materials. All these efforts are definitely worth it, Li Zishuan said with a smile, then looked at Faubert and said, Faubert, you've seen this blueprint. Are there any difficulties in the process? Faubert thought for a while, then shook his head and said, there's no difficulty. Some of the techniques used in it are ready-made in the workshop. If I can't make it even after looking at the blueprint, then I'll have no place to show my face. Young master, don't worry. The workshop will make the water wheel as soon as possible, and then we can immediately test it. Li Zishuan nodded. With the workshop's current level of technology, making the water wheel was indeed not difficult. He smiled and said, that's good. It's been hard on you guys recently. The drought is like fire. The sooner we make the water wheel, the less the people will suffer. Young master, Yamacho, don't worry. We'll do our best. Faubert, Mo Huai, and Yen Xiaoning all knew the severity of the matter, so they cupped their fists and said solemnly. Li Zishuan nodded, said goodbye to everyone, and left the workshop. It was already evening when they left the workshop. Outside, people were still watering the fields. In this era, water projects were far less developed than in his previous life. If there were no officials from the county government presiding over a major project like the renovation of canals, no one would do it. Those abandoned canals, under the erosion of rain over the years, would collapse and become blocked again. It was very troublesome to clean them up. It was basically the same amount of work as digging a new canal. This was one of the reasons why Li Zishuan insisted on renovating all the canals in Lantian County with cement. It's young masters. Coincidentally, not long after they left the workshop, they bumped into Hu Hanyun, who was carrying a bucket of water. Ever since Han Lijing became the landlord in Lan Province, Hu Hanyun became the new village chief of the Han family manor. Old Hu was a man who valued friendship. When the world was in chaos, he fled to the Han family manor with his wife. Many of the villagers in the manor helped him. Now that he was the village chief of the Han family manor, he was even more cautious and conscientious. He didn't dare to slack off for even a day. Whenever a family in the manor encountered a problem, he was always the first to solve it. Naturally, the villagers in the Han family manor had a good impression of Hu Hanyun. Uncle Hu, did you just come back from watering the canals? Li Zishuan asked with a smile. Hu Hanyun wiped his sweat and said with a grin, isn't that so? The weather has been dry recently, and the nutrient bowl in the ground has just been planted. If I don't water it, the white pile seeds won't survive even if they germinate. This thing is very precious. It wasn't just old Hu. Recently, all the citizens of Lantian County were busy watering the freshly planted white fold seed flowers. Li Zishuan had spent a lot of money to buy these flowers, so no one paid any attention to them. It could be said that the white fold seed flowers in this one mu of land were more valuable than all the crops in each household. If they could get a good harvest, they wouldn't have to worry about food for a whole year. Li Zishuan understood. He thought for a while and said, Uncle Hu, later tell the villagers that the canals in our county will be dredged soon. When the time comes, they won't have to carry water from so far away to water the fields. Hu Hanyun's eyes widened in surprise and said, Young master, is what you said true? The county is going to help us dredge the canals? Li Zishuan smiled and said, Of course it's true. In a few days, the county government will organize the workers to start the construction. When the time comes, if the farmers are free, they can help. Not only can they speed up the progress, they can also get a salary. Old Hu quickly waved his hand and said, Hey, young master, what do you mean by wages? In any case, they're helping us to build our own canals, so it's only right for us to contribute. Don't worry, when the time comes, you don't have to tell them. As long as the farmers have the motivation, they will go and help. We don't have other things, but we still have the strength. The people in ancient times were simple and honest. As long as the officials were willing to organize everyone to dredge the canals, they would be willing to do it even if they didn't want to be paid. Besides, the ordinary people in ancient times usually had corvée labor. If they did these things, they could reduce part of their labor and help water their own fields. Why not? Li Zishuan smiled and said, Uncle Hu, there will be some salary, but it won't be too much. After all, the amount of money that the county yamen can give in advance is limited. However, at the very least, there will be food. When the time comes, you can have the farmers call for those half-grown children who can carry shovels and eat a lot. After helping out, they will be able to eat their fill, right? What he was doing was not considered child labor. In ancient times, 13 or 14 years old was considered an adult. Moreover, at this time, the children of ordinary families were generally not fat. This was because it was impossible for them to eat until they burped every meal. It was not a bad idea to let them take advantage of the opportunity to eat until they were full for a few more days. Hu Hanyun grinned and said, "Yes. Those little bastards, they just squat in the manor every day and don't do anything serious. Let them come and help out, it'll be a good way to temper their temperament." Li Zishuan smiled noncommittally and chatted with Hu Hanyun for a while before taking his leave. It was already late, so he didn't plan to go to the county town. He went straight back to Yunshan. The next morning, after Li Zishuan finished his practice and breakfast, he went down the mountain and headed to Lantian County. Pang Feiji had to prepare for his wedding, so Li Zishuan gave him a few days of leave. So, he didn't come with him today. Now, the two brothers beside Li Zishuan were Lu Feng and Lu Yun. Li Zishuan was now the marquis of 10,000 households, so he had to have guards following him when he went out. It wasn't for safety reasons, but it was also for the sake of his reputation. Speaking of which, these two brothers were from the Imperial Guard. They were originally sent by Li Zishuan to help Li Zishuan search for ores and to be his personal guards. However, Li Zishuan was busy with the vanadium mine, the dam, and the drought. He didn't know what ores to mine next, so he didn't give them any missions to search for ores. So, they became temporary guards. After entering Lantian County, Li Zishuan went straight to the county government. When he passed by another street beside the county government, Li Zishuan inadvertently saw a luxurious mansion with the words, Marquis of Yong, written on it. He couldn't help but be startled. Then, he realized that this should be his new mansion in Lantian County. Speaking of which, he was ashamed. Previously, he had heard from County Magistrate He that the new mansion had been built, but until now, he had not had the time to go in and take a look. After that, the decorations and furniture in the new mansion were all handled by his parents. Apart from paying for it, it could be said that he had not made any contribution to the new mansion at all. However, just by looking at it from the outside, this new mansion was much more imposing than the one in Chang. At the very least, the two stone lions at the entrance were very imposing. Li Zishuan liked it very much. Yunshan Villa was a small building with a modern style. It was suitable for a short stay for a vacation. This mansion in Lantian County could be considered an official marquis mansion. This had a symbolic meaning. It symbolized that the owner of Lantian County lived here. Therefore, the architectural style of this mansion was authentic Tang-style architecture. After living in Yunshan Villa for half a year, it might be nice to change back to a Tang Dynasty-style mansion. Li Zishuan thought to himself. After he finished explaining things to the county government, he should go to the new mansion to take a look. He didn't aspire to be a virtuous person like Yu the Great. He couldn't do something like passing by the house 3 times without entering it. Speaking of which, if this luxurious mansion was placed in modern times, it would be worth at least a few billion, right? However, Li Zishuan only spent less than 10,000 strings of coins to build such a luxurious mansion. Just thinking about it made him feel like he was dreaming. Even so, there would probably be people who would say that he was extravagant. However, to Li Zishuan, he had earned so much money. Couldn't he enjoy it and let his family live better? Moreover, he wasn't the kind of person who was heartless. He had used his own money to make the people rich. He couldn't even count how many examples he had. Marquis, why don't we go in and have a seat? Old Master and Old Madam should be awake by now. Lu Feng suggested after seeing Li Zishuan staring at the mansion for a long time. Li Zishuan came back to his senses and shook his head. Business is more important. Let's go to the county government first. After saying that, he urged Big White to go to the county government. When they arrived at the county government, Li Zishuan didn't ask anyone to announce his arrival. Instead, he went straight to the back office. County magistrate he happened to be going through official documents at the back office. Seeing Li Zishuan suddenly arrive, he was shocked. Could it be that he had done something wrong recently? Could it be that Li Zishuan had come to question him personally? Suppressing the doubts in his heart, County magistrate he hurriedly came forward and greeted, "Greetings, Market." Li Zishuan nodded and walked into the hall. Then he asked, "County magistrate he, the weather has been dry recently. Many crops in the fields have withered. Do you know about this?" County magistrate he was shocked. Only now did he understand Li Zishuan's intentions. He hurriedly cupped his hands and said, "Marty, I already know about this. 2 days ago, I had already discussed a solution with the county deputy and official registrar. We have decided to gather all the villagers and dredge the ditches. Then, we will divert the water from the dam that you built. I had planned to look for you today to discuss this matter, but I didn't expect you to come to the county government so soon." Chapter 1402. Although only the first signs of the Guangzhou drought had appeared, the county yamen of Longtime County still had not come up with a response policy. This made Li Zishuan somewhat dissatisfied. No matter what was said, the officials of the county yamen were definitely lazy in their work. Li Zishuan had personally come to the Longtime County yamen today with the intention of denouncing them. However, when he heard county magistrate he say that the yamen was already preparing for the drought, his expression softened. Building the canals and opening up the reservoirs is a must. It's best for the yamen to start recruiting workers in the next 2 days and use cement to refurbish all the main canals in the county. As for the branch canals, they only need to be cleared. The wages paid to the commoners will be allocated by the county government, and the cement required will be distributed by the workshop of the Strange Interest Pavilion. Using cement to refurbish the canals? County magistrate he was shocked when he heard this. He asked doubtfully, "Marquis, isn't this a little too extravagant? Also, there's no need for this." Li Zishuan frowned and said, "Why is there no need for this? Now that there's a shortage of water, the cement canals can reduce the loss of water during the flow of water. Also, it'll be easier to clean them up every year. Don't tell me you want to mobilize the workers to clean the canals every year?" County magistrate he swallowed his saliva and said, No, I don't want to. Marquis is wise." Although he understood that Li Zishuan was speaking the truth, he still couldn't accept such an extravagant matter from the bottom of his heart. After all, the cement produced by the workshop was still a priceless item. Merchants outside couldn't buy it even if they wanted to. Li Zishuan seemed to have seen through county magistrate's thoughts. He said, "The cement produced by the workshop hasn't been sold, so we've accumulated a lot of stock in the past half a year. County magistrate you don't have to worry about the problem of insufficient cement. After the drought is resolved, the yamen can organize people to refurbish the roads in Longtime County. Since we plan to make Longtime County a commercial city second only to Chang and City, we can't lose our dignity. Right now, we are only repairing the roads. In the future, when the number of people in the city increases, we will have to expand this county. But that's all for later. The most important thing now is to repair the cement ditch as soon as possible." The roads in Longtime County were all bluestone roads. However, even though they were both bluestone roads, the roads in Longtime County were not as smooth as the roads in Chang and City. Li Zishuan had been dissatisfied with this for a long time. As the saying goes, if you want to be rich, you have to first fix the roads. He was able to fix the cement road from Yunshan to Chang and City. Of course, he had to fix the roads in Longtime County. County magistrate he was shocked by Li Zishuan's plans to repair roads and expand the city. But at the same time, he was also fascinated. If he could really turn Longtime County into a commercial city second only to Chang, then he, the county magistrate, would be famous all over the world. How could he be an exception to this rule? Gulp. County magistrate he swallowed his saliva and said, "Marquis is right. I will do my best to assist Marquis." Li Zishuan smiled and nodded. He asked again, "How is the scale of business in our city compared to the past?" Speaking of this, county magistrate he was suddenly energized. He said excitedly, "It's flourishing. Marquis, the business in Longtime County is flourishing. Where there are people, there are business opportunities. In these few months, the Football League not only attracted a large number of spectators, it also attracted a large number of businessmen to open shops, tea houses, inns, and pubs in Longtime County. The number of shops and pubs is 3 times more than before. The business tax collected by the county government every month is almost 5 to 10 times of the previous years. In the long run, the business tax in our county will exceed the land tax. That's just around the corner. These are all within expectations. What I want to ask is, the business in Longtime County is developing so rapidly. Are there any new problems in the middle? Li Zishuan nodded and asked. Football was one of the most charming sports. Longtime County was hosting a portion of the Football League this time. To be able to attract so many businessmen was within Li Zishuan's expectations. However, this method could be described as pulling up seedlings to help them grow. It was inevitable that there would be hidden dangers in the middle. Hearing Li Zishuan's question, County Magistrate He's face showed a hint of difficulty. After hesitating for a while, he opened his mouth and said, Marquis, if you want to talk about problems, it's not that there aren't any. The most prominent problem is that as the number of shops in our county increases, there are more and more hooligans who seek protection fees from the businessmen. Many merchants would report to the county yamen after being blackmailed. The yamen's constables would arrest the ruffians, but the merchants who reported to the yamen would often be retaliated against. The most serious case was a silk shop that suddenly caught fire one night. After this matter spread, very few of the merchants came to report it to the authorities. Li Zishuan heard this and his face turned cold. He said sternly, There was such a thing? Why didn't you tell me before? This, County Magistrate he opened his mouth to say something, but in the end he lowered his head and didn't say anything. Li Zishuan said angrily, This is County Magistrate he's dereliction of duty. Those hooligans want to use these little tricks to instill fear in the hearts of the businessmen, so as to achieve their goal of extorting protection fees. If the county government doesn't do anything, won't it encourage those hooligans' arrogance? In the long run, our Longtime County's business environment will get worse and worse, and our reputation will even spread far and wide. Now there is the Football League to help us attract businessmen, but what about after the Football League ends? What do you plan to use to keep them? This was the first time County Magistrate he saw Li Zishuan lose his temper. His face couldn't help but turn pale. After Li Zishuan finished speaking, he hurriedly cupped his hands and said, Marquis is right. I will do my best to clean up this bunch of hooligans in the city in the future. However, those people will run away as soon as they see the wind blowing and the grass blowing. If we want to catch them, we will need a lot of manpower. Our county government's 3 groups of bailiffs only add up to about 50 people. If you don't have enough manpower, then go and recruit more. Longtime County is no longer the small county it used to be. County Magistrate you have to broaden your horizons. The 3 groups of bailiffs in the county government must have at least 100 people. You must ensure the safety of the city, and resolutely protect the safety of the people and the businessmen. Li Zishuan mercilessly interrupted County Magistrate and said, The bailiffs were different from the army. If Li Zishuan wanted to recruit more people, he could do so. He didn't have to worry about anyone impeaching him. Yes. I will do as you say in a moment. County Magistrate he hurriedly cupped his hands and said, Yes. Li Zishuan turned around and clasped his hands behind his back and said, In addition, this Marquis also intends to set up a Department of Commerce in the county government. It will specialize in dealing with the tax collection of the businessmen and ordinary disputes. This Marquis' purpose in setting up the Department of Commerce is to tell those businessmen that they can enjoy the same treatment as ordinary people in Longtime County. They will not be discriminated against. From now on, Longtime County would only be divided into the ranks of soldiers and commoners. Although the children of businessmen can't participate in the imperial examinations, they can still attend the county school in the county. In the future, they can even enter Yanhuang College. Before this, the businessmen of Longtime County were helplessly bullied by the local ruffians. However, County Magistrate he didn't do his best to help. The reason for this was because of the low status of the businessmen in this era. The reason why the businessmen didn't dare to report to the officials, other than being afraid of being retaliated by the local ruffians, another important reason was that they felt that even if they reported to the officials wouldn't take their matter to heart. They might as well spend money to avoid disaster. Li Zishuan wanted to change this situation. However, he didn't radically raise the status of the businessmen to a very high level. At least, it wasn't as high as it was in the modern era. He only wanted to divide the businessmen into commoners. This way, the opposition he received would be much smaller. County Magistrate He's eyes widened when he heard this. He couldn't help but say, "Marty, you can't do this. I'm afraid this is very inappropriate." What's inappropriate about it? This marquis respects the rights of the scholars and didn't give any special treatment to the businessmen. I only unified the businessmen and craftsmen in Longtime County into commoners. Who would object? This Department of Commerce, you first send someone to take care of it. If your people don't do a good job, then this marquis will personally send someone to take care of it. However, when the time comes, this Department of Commerce won't listen to you. Li Zishuan said very unyieldingly. If a superior always treated his subordinates with a pleasant countenance, then it would cause the subordinates to lose respect and slack off on their own work. County Magistrate He was like this now. Li Zishuan wanted to take this opportunity to give him a good beating. Seeing Li Zishuan being so firm and decisive, County Magistrate He couldn't refute. He could only cup his hands and say, "This official obeys and will do my best to help Marquis manage this Department of Commerce." Li Zishuan's expression cleared up a little. He nodded and said, "In this world there are gains and losses. The businessmen have a good and stable business environment, so they have to pay the corresponding taxes to the officials. In the past, the business tax ratio of 1 out of 30 was not acceptable. After the Department of Commerce is established, all the shops in Longtime County must report their profits every month to the Department of Commerce. They will pay 1 out of 6 of the profits for the month. The Department of Commerce will regularly check the projects of the shops in the city. Those who falsify accounts, underreport tax, or even evade taxes will be severely punished." Li Zishuan felt more than once that the business tax ratio in the ancient times was too low. 1 out of 30. In the modern times, the business tax would be at least 17%, right? No matter what, the agricultural tax was higher than the business tax. This was definitely an abnormal phenomenon. Why did those poor farmers have to pay more taxes than the rich merchants? This was not fair. In the past, Li Zishuan wasn't in his position and didn't meddle in politics. Now that he was given a county, he naturally had the ability and the obligation to meddle in this matter. When County Magistrate He heard 1 out of 6, he instantly lost his calm. This was equivalent to raising the business tax by 5 times. How could this be tolerated? He quickly said, "Mar, you must not. With such a heavy business tax, how would those merchants be willing to do business in Longtime County?" Li Zishuan said decisively, "This hasn't been tried yet. How do you know that the merchants won't be willing, County Magistrate He? The protection fees they pay to the local ruffians every month is definitely much higher than this amount. As long as the county can help them get rid of these local ruffians and ensure that they have a stable business environment, they will definitely be willing to accept this business tax ratio. All in all, if they do business in Longtime County, not only will they be treated like normal people, they will also not be harassed by the local ruffians. Moreover, their children will be able to receive good education from the county schools. These benefits are definitely not something they can enjoy in other counties, right? Apart from that, the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce's goods will be given priority to the merchants in Longtime County. As such, I don't believe that there will be merchants who won't be willing to accept this tax ratio." Hearing Li Zishuan's analysis, County Magistrate He couldn't help but feel a little moved. In all fairness, if he was a merchant himself, he might also be willing to do business in Longtime County. It couldn't be said that the business tax was high, but it could only be said that the business tax in the past was too low. Even if it was increased by 5 times, it still wasn't much. Compared to the many benefits he would receive, it was completely worth it. Marquis's words are reasonable. Then this official will quickly recruit the citizens to repair the canals and establish a Department of Commerce. We will also severely punish the local ruffians in the city and create a good business environment for the merchants. After thinking for a moment, County Magistrate he cupped his hands and said. Li Zishuan nodded and said, The matter of repairing the canals must be done quickly. It would be best if it can be started within the next 2 days. After the canals are completed, the dam will be open to release the water. As for the village in the north of Longtime County, this marquis will think of a way to move the water there. Although County Magistrate he didn't know how Li Zishuan would move the water to the north, but since Li Zishuan didn't say anything, he didn't dare to take the initiative to ask. He could only bow his hands and say yes. When Li Zishuan saw that he had explained everything, he turned around and was about to leave. Before he left, he lightly instructed, The local ruffians in the city are the cancer of Longtime County. You must be merciless when dealing with them. If there are any ruffians who openly resist the authorities, you just need to send someone to inform me. This marquis will bring people to destroy them. Although it was a light sentence, it was full of murderous intent. County Magistrate his heart trembled. Only then did he remember that this fair-skinned, scholarly young man in front of him was a ruthless person who started a massacre at Snake Spirit Mountain. He couldn't help but silently mourn for the ruffians in the city. He thought to himself, You'd better obediently surrender. Otherwise, what awaits you is complete destruction. After leaving the county office, Li Zishuan directly went to the new Marquis Mansion in the east. The Marquis Mansion and the county office were not far apart. They were only separated by a square, so Li Zishuan quickly arrived at the Marquis Mansion. That's right. What's the name of the square where the Marquis Mansion is located? Walking to the door, Li Zishuan suddenly had a question in his heart and couldn't help but ask. Since he was going to move back in the future, he should at least know his home address, right? He naturally asked the two brothers behind him, Lu Feng and Lu Yun. Hearing this, Lu Feng couldn't help but laugh. Marquis, this square was originally called Yunfu Square, but I heard that County Magistrate he changed the name of this square a month ago. It should be called Yong and Square now. Oh? There's such a thing? Li Zishuan couldn't help but be slightly surprised. Although he didn't like his subordinates to flatter him, he had to say that County Magistrate his flattery was good. It was simply a slap to his heart. This name was changed well. Yunfu Square, Maternity Square, Yong and Square sounds better than Yunfu Square. Li Zishuan smiled and then walked towards the Marquis Mansion. Chapter 1403. Hey, stop right there. This is the Marquis Yong and Marquis Mansion. Ordinary people are not allowed to enter without permission. If you are looking for my family's marquis, please go to Cloud Mountain. Longtime County, Yong, and Lane, in front of the Marquis' mansion. Just as Li Zishuan was about to step into the mansion, a manservant suddenly appeared from the side of the porch and stopped him. That manservant had good eyesight. He saw that although Li Zishuan's clothes were not extremely luxurious, his extraordinary aura was clearly not something an ordinary family's young master could possess. Therefore, he was more courteous in his words. Li Zishuan saw that this manservant was unfamiliar and knew that he should be a new manservant that his parents had hired. Speaking of which, this Marquis' mansion occupied 5 to 6 times the size of the original mansion in Chang'an City. To take care of such a large house, they definitely had to hire more servants. Manservant, as a servant of the Marquis' mansion, don't you recognize our family's marquis? You really don't know who the real god is. Before Li Zishuan could speak, Lu Feng behind him could not help but laugh. He also took into account that this manservant's words were more courteous, so he did not speak harshly. You are Marquis. That manservant was not stupid. He did not think that anyone would dare to impersonate a marquis in front of the Marquis' mansion. After all, Li Zishuan's parents and many servants of the original Li mansion of Chang'an City were still living in this mansion. If someone were to impersonate Li Zishuan here, wouldn't they be exposed immediately? Therefore, after hearing Lu Feng's words, he could not help but widen his eyes. He was very frightened and hurriedly bowed to Li Zishuan. Marquis, please forgive me. I am also new here and did not recognize the real marquis. I deserve to die. Li Zishuan wouldn't be so petty as to argue with a servant in his residence. He waved his hand and said, "It's fine. As the saying goes, the ignorant are not guilty. Besides, you didn't do anything wrong just now. By the way, what's your name?" When the servant saw that Li Zishuan wasn't angry, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He stood up and said, My name is Wang Bail. I'm the 9th in my family, so everyone calls me Wang Jiao. Marquis, you can also call me that in the future." Li Zishuan nodded, then patted Wang Bail's shoulder and said, Bai Lu, do your best. Don't think that being a concierge means that you will be useless for your whole life. Being a concierge is very knowledgeable. The previous 2 concierges in the whole residence can now help me take charge. They are your role models. Li Zishuan was talking about San Bao and Afu. These 2 were originally concierges in the Li residence. Now, one was helping Li Zishuan open a mine in the Shu lands, and the other was assisting Faubert in the workshop. They were the role models of the entire Li residence. However, the servants in the whole residence were most envious of Xiao He and Xiao Shi. After all, although these 2 were also servants, they could serve Li Zishuan all day long. It was really enviable. However, this was only the envy of the maids in the residence. The servants were still envious of San Bao and Afu. Hearing Li Zishuan's words, Wang Bail's heart almost jumped out. He felt that the blood in his body was already burning. He bowed excitedly and said, "Thank you, Marf, for your advice. This little one will definitely do my best and become someone useful to Marquis like Brother San Bao and Brother Afu." Li Zishuan nodded and did not say anything else. He walked straight in. I heard that the servant guarding the residence stopped you just now?" The new Marquis residence occupied a larger area, and its interior was more luxurious. Among them, there were artificial mountains, ponds, pavilions, terraces, and pagodas that complemented each other. Now that it was the middle of summer, the residence's garden was full of flowers and lush trees. It was very beautiful. After taking a tour around the residence, Li Zishuan accompanied the elders of the family to a pavilion in the garden as they sipped divine tea and chatted. "Mother, this is just a small matter. How can you worry about it? There are many new servants in the residence. It's normal that they don't know me. They'll know me after a few more times." Li Zishuan was embarrassed when he heard this and quickly said. Speaking of which, he was stopped by his own servants when he returned home. If this were to spread, he would probably be laughed at. Madame Li looked at her son reproachfully and said with a smile, You still have the nerve to say that? Isn't it because you're busy with work? The new residence has been built for so long, but you don't even come back to take a look. The new residence is several times bigger than the previous one. Naturally, it needs more servants. Who can you blame if those new servants don't know you? Mother is right. Your son will definitely come back and stay here more often in the future. Li Zishuan quickly said. Madame Li shook her head and said, I don't mean to force you. Yanhuang College is where you put all your effort into. It's natural for you to stay here and take care of it. You just have to find time to come back and take a look. My son's ambition is to benefit the tens of thousands of people in Longtime County. As your mother, I can't be your stumbling block. Although Li Zishuan was moved by his mother's understanding, he could not bear to see the 2 elders guarding this huge but empty residence all day long. What was the difference between them and those old people who had empty nests? So he quickly said, Mother, look at what you're saying. Yunshan is only half an hour away from Longtime County. Your son can stay here and take care of Yanhuang College. When I'm done with my work, your son and Yushi will move back here. He was now not only the Yamacho of Yanhuang College, but also the master of tens of thousands of people in Longtime County. He had to consider not only Yanhuang College, but also the livelihood of these tens of thousands of people. For example, the drought this time and the sudden growth of merchants in the city attracted local ruffians. He needed to deal with them personally. His subordinates did not have the courage to do so, so staying in the city and commanding was the long-term plan. Madame Li was pleasantly surprised when she heard this. She said, Xian, is what you said true? Li Zishuan smiled and said, Of course it's true. Oh, that's right. Mother, where did you buy all the new servants in the residence from? Are they reliable? Li Zishuan didn't have the heart to harm others, but he had to be on guard against others. Li Zishuan didn't have the heart to harm others, but he had to be on guard against so many new servants. After all, his current status was special. It was hard to guarantee that there wouldn't be some people with ulterior motives mixed in. There were too many secrets in the Li residence that outsiders wanted to know. When Madame Li heard this, she replied, "These servants were naturally bought from a broker house. Mother doesn't dare to use servants sent by other families." Xian, don't worry, these servants are all clean. Furthermore, they've all been inspected by your father and grandfather. Xian, you should trust their judgment of people, right? Li Zishuan was not the only one who knew to be wary of servants. Madame Li and the others naturally knew. After all, the Li residence stored Li Zishuan's drawings. Any one of them was worth thousands of gold outside. It was hard to guarantee that servants with bad moral conduct would not be tempted. Hearing this, Li Zishuan quickly nodded and said, "Since father and grandfather are personally checking, then I'm naturally relieved." Father Li and Li Zishuan were people who had experienced the vicissitudes of life. Their judgment of people was naturally very accurate. In the past, the servants in the Li residence were personally selected by Li Jingma. Although Li Zishuan had used bean sprouts as bait to catch a few traders, there were a total of 100 to 200 servants in the Li residence. Only a few traders appeared. This was enough to show that Li Jingma's judgment of people was very accurate. Li Jingma snorted, proudly, as if to say, "At least you're sensible." Then Xian, when will you and Yushi move back to live? Madame Li smiled and asked again. Li Zishuan pondered for a moment and replied, "Mother, it should only be around 10 days. After I've settled the matters at Yunshan, I'll move back to live with father and mother." If that's the case, why don't you quickly give birth to a chubby grandson for your mother? Then your mother won't be so bored and nag you every day. At this time, Father Li, who was sitting at the side, opened his mouth and joked. Hearing this, Madame Yi couldn't help but echo, "Hee. That's right. Little Xian, your grandmother also hopes to see my great-grandson in her lifetime." Although Madame Li didn't say anything, the eager look in her eyes exposed her thoughts. Obviously, she did think so in her heart. Li Zishuan's face suddenly turned red. He thought to himself that his father's words were ambiguous. What did he mean by giving birth to a chubby grandson for them? Did he have the ability to do that? Father, mother, grandmother, Yushi and I are still young. Yushi's body is also weak. To a woman, giving birth to a child is a very harmful thing. Let's wait until she's a little stronger before we talk about giving birth. Hearing Li Zishuan's words, Madame Li frowned slightly but didn't continue to persuade him. After all, she was also a woman. She knew that giving birth to a child was like walking through the gates of hell for a woman. Before giving birth, she should take good care of her body. After a moment of silence, Madame Li smiled and said, "Then when you move back to live, I'll make delicious food for you and Yushi every day to nourish your bodies." No matter how thick-skinned Li Zishuan was, when he heard this from his mother, he couldn't help but feel embarrassed. He quickly got up and said, "Mother, I'm very healthy. I don't need any nourishment. I still have things to do, so I'll go back to Yunshan first. We'll move back in a few days." After saying that, before Madame Li could react, Li Zishuan hurriedly fled, leaving behind Madame Li's reproachful voice in the air. "This child, is he shy? I didn't say anything wrong. Giving birth to a child isn't a matter for one person. It's only right that both of you should nourish your bodies." In the afternoon of the same day, the Lantian County Yaman's recruitment notice for laborers to repair the cement ditch was posted at all the important junctions inside and outside the county. It ordered all the village heads to report the number of laborers they had recruited to the county yaman before the sky turned dark the next day. From the day after tomorrow, the canal repair project would officially begin. Those who participated in the canal repair project would not only be exempted from 3 months of corvée labor, they would also receive a salary of 5 copper coins and a full lunch at noon. Any citizen above the age of 13 and below the age of 45 who was healthy could sign up. When the news spread out, the whole county was shocked. There was especially little rain this year. Many farmlands had dried up and cracked. All signs indicated that this year would be a year of drought. To the ancient people, drought meant a reduction in grain production. A reduction in grain production meant death. A lot of people would starve to death. Therefore, although it was very difficult to carry water and water the fields, there were still many commoners who would go to the river to carry buckets of water. Now that the county government was willing to organize the workers to repair the canal, even if the commoners didn't want to be paid, they would still be extremely happy. Moreover, not only would they be paid, but they would also be provided with food. Furthermore, they would be able to reduce 3 months of corvée labor. Although the Tang Empire had greatly reduced the amount of corvée labor for the commoners, this was something that no one would complain about, right? Therefore, the commoners who saw the notice, regardless of whether they were male or female, old or young, as long as they had some free time recently, all flocked to the village managers' homes and asked to sign up for the canal repair project. If there wasn't an age limit of 45 years old, it was likely that all the old men and women in their 50s and 60s would rush to sign up. Everyone understood that once the cement ditch was built, they would no longer need to carry buckets of water from the river. All the crops in their fields would be saved. However, there were a few villages where the commoners weren't so enthusiastic. For example, the Yu family village in the northernmost part of Longtime County. Village manager, even if the canal is built to our Yu family village, will the water from the Ba River be able to flow over? When the time comes, won't the fields in our village continue to be dry? That's right. Zhong Lijing. Our Yu family village's terrain is much higher than the Ba River. Instead of repairing the canal, we might as well continue to carry water and water the fields. If we can save some fields, then we can save some. It's better than repairing the canal. That's right. That's right. The nutrient bowls in my family's fields haven't been watered yet. Third Yu, can't go to repair the canal. In the Yu family village, there were many villagers gathered in the courtyard of Zhong Lijing's house. The villagers were all talking at once. In short, everyone wasn't very enthusiastic about repairing the canal. My fellow villagers, please be quiet and listen to me. At this moment, Yu Dehang held a notice and walked to the front of the crowd. She shouted loudly, "It's Elementary Scholar Yu. Elementary Scholar Yu, if you have anything to say, just say it. We're all listening." That's right. Elementary Scholar Yu, you're well read, so you can help us make some suggestions. The commoners respected Yu Dehang, who was a scholar, very much, so they quickly quieted down. When Yu Dehang saw this, she opened her mouth and said, "Fellow villagers, look at this notice. It is clearly written that after the canal is repaired, it can guarantee that the water from the Ba River will irrigate all the farmlands in Longtime County, so that the people of Longtime County will not suffer from drought." What does this mean? It means that the land in our Yu family village can also be nourished by the water from the Ba River. This notice came from the Longtime County Yamen. Such a huge project definitely wasn't decided by County Magistrate He alone. Marquis must also know about it. However, since this notice was released, what does it mean? It means that this is Marquis's guarantee to us. You may not believe that the water from the Ba River can flow to the Yu family village, but don't you believe in Marquis? Regardless of whether you believe it or not, Yu Dehang, definitely believe in Marquis. Chapter 1404. Yu Family Manor. After Yu Dehang finished speaking, the commoners couldn't help but fall silent. Li Zishuan, this name was currently like a god in Longtime County, and no one disrespected him. Some people even set up a longevity monument for Li Zishuan and prayed for Li Zishuan every day. They prayed that Li Zishuan could live to 100 or 1,000 years old, so that they and their descendants could also enjoy happiness. Therefore, when Yu Dehang mentioned Li Zishuan, the commoners no longer dared to make a ruckus like before. "Scholar Yu, Marquis has done us a great favor, so of course we believe in Marquis. However, no matter how capable Marquis is, he can't move the water from the Ba River to our Yu family manor, right?" A villager couldn't help but say loudly at this time. He had voiced out the thoughts of the majority of the people. Therefore, as soon as his voice fell, countless people immediately echoed his words. That's right. Moving the water from the river is the means of an immortal. Even if Marquis is skilled in both civil and martial arts, It's impossible for him to do such a thing. Maybe Marquis didn't know about this notice, or maybe Marquis didn't consider the terrain here. That's right. We believe in Marquis, but it doesn't mean that we believe that someone can move the water from the Ba River to the Yu family manor. Instead of wasting time building canals, it's better to water the land from the well. Zhong Lijing was a little helpless when he saw this, so he couldn't help but look at Yu Dehang. Although he also didn't believe it in his heart, he still chose to firmly believe in Li Zishuan. However, he couldn't convince others to believe that Li Zishuan could bring the water over like him. He was only a villager who relied on the sky to make a living. In terms of eloquence, he was far inferior to a scholar like Yu Dehang. Yu Dehang didn't disappoint Zhong Lijing. At this time, he shouted, "Fellow villagers, please listen to Dehang again. What you said just now is not wrong. Moving the river and transporting water is indeed an immortal's method. But have you forgotten Marquis' identity? Marquis is a descendant of an immortal. He can ascend to the heavens and enter the earth. You guys know about the immortal lamp from before, right? Also, Marquis grew vegetables in the winter. You should all know about that, right? Which of these things did you think was possible? But what was the result? These impossible things were all accomplished by Marquis. Although I don't know what method Marquis will use to transport the water to the Yu residence, I believe that Marquis will be able to do it. Gentlemen, think about it. If we don't use manpower to clear the canals, and only rely on the water from the wells to irrigate the land, how many mu of land can each family save? But what if we dig a canal and Marquis brings the water here? Then the drought in all the land in our village can be alleviated. Besides, the county yamen asked everyone to help repair the canals. Not only did they give you wages, but they also reduced your corvée labor by 3 months. Where else can you find such a good thing? Taking a step back, if you still don't believe that Marquis can transport the water to the Yu residence, then each family can only send 1 or 2 people to repair the canals, and the rest of you can continue to irrigate the land with water. But no matter what, the canals of the Yu residence must be repaired this time. Because this time, the county yamen provided cement to help us repair the canals, so we must not miss such a good opportunity. At this time, Yu Lijing also nodded and said, "Scholar Yu is right. This time, the county is mobilizing all the people in the county to repair the canals. The people of the Yu residence must not be left behind. After all, cement is a rare thing. It is our good fortune that the county yamen is willing to provide it to us to repair the canals. Marquis is also taking care of us behind the scenes. This kind of treatment is something that people in other counties can't even dream of, so we must know what's good for us. Therefore, each family must send at least 1 or 2 young and strong laborers to help repair the canals. This is a matter that will benefit future generations, so each family must contribute." After he finished speaking, the villagers couldn't help but talk in private. After a while, everyone finally began to agree with him. Scholar Yu is right. Marquis is the son of an immortal, so he must have the means of an immortal to transport the water from the Ba River to our Yu residence. I, Yu Dashan, firmly believe in Marquis. My family is willing to send 3 people to help repair the canals. I, Yu Cheng, am also willing to believe in Marquis. My family is willing to send 4 people. My family is willing to send 3 people. Suddenly, the villagers' enthusiasm for repairing the cement canals surged, and they all eagerly asked Zhong Lijing to sign up. Seeing this, Zhong Lijing finally let out a sigh of relief and began to call the villagers to line up and register. At night, the Lantian County Yamen was brightly lit. The officials in charge of the County Yamen all worked overtime at the request of County Magistrate He. During the day, Li Zishuan came to question him and scared County Magistrate He out of his wits. Therefore, when it came to the construction of the canals, he was even more vigilant and didn't dare to slack off. Li Zishuan wanted to build the canals as soon as possible, so he directly set the start date for the day after tomorrow. However, the construction of the canals in the county was a huge project, so it had to be done in sections and at many places at the same time. This way, the canals in the county could be dredged in the shortest time possible. The specific tasks assigned to each village had to be arranged in advance. The officials in charge of the county yamen were currently working through the night to come up with a plan. Deputy County Magistrate Meng, tomorrow you will lead 20 yamen runners to visit each village separately and measure the length of each village's main canals. Tomorrow night, we will calculate the amount of work and materials used. In the office at the back of the yamen, County Magistrate he ordered with a serious face. There was no room for discussion in his words. If it was in the past, Deputy County Magistrate Meng would probably have some doubts. However, today, Li Zishuan personally went to the county yamen and talked to County Magistrate he. Everyone in the county yamen knew about it. According to the yamen runners who were guarding the door, the conversation was not pleasant. This was worth thinking about carefully. Obviously, Li Zishuan was dissatisfied with the work of the county yamen recently. Therefore, Deputy County Magistrate Meng replied without hesitation, "Yes. County Magistrate, I will bring people out of the county early tomorrow morning." But County Magistrate he nodded and said to Constable Sun, "Constable Sun, tomorrow you will assist Deputy County Magistrate Meng in completing the measurement work. Order the yamen runners to not slack off. Also, the number of yamen runners in the 3 shifts is too small. We need to recruit more." Marquis said that Longtime County is no longer what it used to be. If we want to maintain law and order in the county, the number of yamen runners in the 3 shifts must be at least 100. Librarian Hu, Constable Sun, you have to recruit a group of yamen runners with good character and martial arts foundation as soon as possible. After passing the assessment, they will be hired directly. This is also an important task for you in the near future. Marquis is very dissatisfied with the current law and order of Longtime County, especially the local ruffians in the market. The county yamen must punish them severely. Librarian Hu and Constable Sun were shocked when they heard this. They quickly replied, "Yes. County Magistrate." At the same time, Constable Sun couldn't help but feel happy. Once the number of yamen runners in the county yamen increased, his power would increase in the future. After all, the number of underlings under him would increase. Also, Marquis also intends to set up a Department of Commerce to deal with the disputes and taxation of merchants. For now, the county yamen will be in charge. Deputy County Magistrate Wang, Registrar Zhang, you have to recruit a group of bookkeeping experts as soon as possible. It would be best if they are bookkeeping experts who are proficient in modern mathematics. Add them to your subordinates and wait for orders at any time. County Magistrate he looked at the other 2 and instructed. The other 2 middle-aged men in the public office quickly replied, "Yes. County Magistrate." County Magistrate he nodded and said to everyone, "The most urgent matter now is the construction of the cement ditch." Marquis attaches great importance to this. Of course, this also concerns the livelihood of tens of thousands of people. Everyone must work together to build the ditch as soon as possible. Everyone agreed. At this moment, Deputy County Magistrate Meng suddenly couldn't help but ask, "County Magistrate, the village in the north of Longtime County is on higher ground. How do we channel the water from the Ba River through the ditch?" As soon as he said that, everyone looked at County Magistrate he. Obviously, everyone had the same question in their minds, but they didn't dare to ask. County Magistrate he frowned and replied, "Marquis has his own way of doing this. We don't have to worry about it. All right, go and do your work. Once you're done, go back and rest." County Magistrate. Early the next morning, Deputy County Magistrate Meng of the County Yamen led more than 20 yamen runners out of the city. There were more than 50 villages in Longtime County. Even if they split up, it would probably be evening by the time they finished their work. At the same time, the news of the Longtime County Yamen organizing the villagers to build the ditch with cement had already spread to the surrounding counties of Cheng. The people in other counties who were suffering from drought were naturally envious of Longtime County. Although the announcement of the construction of the ditch was issued by the County Yamen of Longtime County, everyone knew that it was definitely Li Zishuan's idea behind it. For a moment, countless people were praying that one day, their villages would become Li Zishuan's fiefdom. When the imperial court heard the news, it was impossible for them to remain indifferent. The Ministry of Revenue and Ministry of Works both sent people to the various counties with funds from the imperial court to urge the county yamen to start dredging the ditch. Although it wasn't a cement ditch, it could still alleviate the drought to a large extent with the water wheel that Li Zishuan was currently developing. At the same time, in the new workshop of Strange Taste Pavilion, it was a busy scene. Since Li Zishuan handed the water wheel blueprint to Faubert yesterday, Faubert, Mo Huai, Yan Shaoning, and the rest discussed and divided the task of building the water wheel into many small parts and distributed them to the various departments of the workshop. After that, all the craftsmen in the workshop focused on building the water wheel. The scale of the workshop today was no longer what it used to be. The number of craftsmen was more than 10 times more than before. With thousands of people working on the same thing at the same time, how terrifying the progress was. At noon, a giant wheel that was 4 to 5 feet tall had been erected in the open space in the front yard of the workshop. It looked just like a Ferris wheel. However, this wasn't the kind of Ferris wheel that was only for viewing and entertainment. This was a giant water wheel that could save the people from disaster. The exterior of the wheel was made of wood. The reason why it wasn't made of steel was mainly to reduce the weight. When the time came, it could spin faster under the influence of the water flow. Of course, the center of the wheel was made of steel. The transmission part of it was made of ball bearings and gear mechanisms. There were many supports scattered around the giant wheel. The craftsmen were busy putting them together. Li Zishuan had just walked into the workshop's yard when he saw this scene. He had been worried about the progress of the water wheel's construction. Although he knew in his heart that the water wheel couldn't be completed in a day or two, he couldn't help but come over after lunch. The craftsmen in the yard were busy with their work at the moment. For a moment, no one noticed Li Zishuan coming over. Li Zishuan looked at the giant wheel in the yard and couldn't help but open his mouth in shock. The progress of the water wheel's construction was far beyond his imagination. "Hey, young master, you're here?" Faubert had just squatted on the ground to instruct a carpenter. When he got up, he saw Li Zishuan and greeted him. Li Zishuan nodded. Suddenly, he noticed Faubert's unconcealable tiredness, so he quickly asked with concern, Faubert, did you stay up late again last night?" No worries. No worries. Young master, don't worry. I just slept a few hours later. No worries. The construction of the water wheel is the most important thing." Faubert heard the deep concern in Li Zishuan's words and couldn't help but feel warm in his heart. He quickly waved his hand and said. Li Zishuan frowned and said, "Faubert, no matter how urgent the water wheel is, it's not as important as your health. Go back and rest. I'll help you keep an eye on this place." The academy had a midterm examination these 2 days. The Lantian county government had also just been warned. Since Li Zishuan had nothing to do these 2 days, he thought it would be good for him to stay in the workshop. Faubert quickly shook his head and said, "Young master, you're the head of a county and have a lot of work to do. How can you stay in the workshop and waste your time? Don't worry, my body is still strong. When I'm tired, I'll naturally go and rest." Speaking of this, he suddenly pointed to the giant wheel in the courtyard and said, "Young master, you came at the right time. Take a look at the main wheel of the water wheel. What do you think of the craftsman?" Seeing Faubert's unyielding attitude, Li Zishuan couldn't persuade him anymore. Hearing this, he looked at the giant wheel again. He saw that there were protruding scrapers on the wheel's circumference at intervals. These were used to block the water. When the water hit the scrapers, it would impact the wheel. On top of the scrapers, there was a thick iron pipe placed at an angle of 45 degrees. This was the water bucket, a device used to hold water during the rotation of the wheel. After looking at it carefully for a while, Li Zishuan nodded and said, "Very good. This is basically the model of the water wheel in my mind. The progress of the construction is really beyond my expectations. Faubert, you've worked hard." Faubert laughed and said, "It's not hard for me. This is the result of the joint efforts of all the craftsmen in the workshop. I estimate that the water wheel can be installed on the Ba River tomorrow. When the time comes, the corresponding water trough will be built. It should be ready for trial operation the day after tomorrow." Li Zishuan heard this and said excitedly, "When the time comes, we'll move the river and build a heavenly waterway." Chapter 1405. 2 in 1 chapter. The source of each village's main channel must be at the highest point. This way, the water can flow to all the fields in the village. When it was close to evening, Li Zishuan made another trip to the county yamen. He saw that county magistrate he was organizing the officials of the county yamen to discuss the plan to build the canal. He sat down and listened quietly. After he finished listening, he stood and pointed at a map hanging in the hall. In his previous life, he was a village boy. His village would also pump water from the river to the canal during summer, so he had some experience in this area. Moreover, when he was young, he would often run to the canal in front of the door to play with water. For this reason, he was beaten quite a lot. However, at that time, they used a water pump to pump water. In this era, where could he get a water pump? He knew the principle of a water pump. If you asked him to make one, he would do it. However, the water pump needed to be powered by electricity or diesel. He couldn't provide these two sources of energy now. Therefore, after thinking about it, the best way was to use a water wheel. Marquee, if the source of each village's main channel is placed at the highest point, how can the water be brought up? County magistrate he heard this and finally couldn't help but ask the question in his heart. This question was also what everyone in the room wanted to ask but didn't dare to ask. Li Zishuan smiled faintly and said, "I won't hide it from everyone. This marquis has ordered people to create a type of overturned cart that can rely on water or animal power to transport water. This marquis calls it a water wheel. It can carry water from a low place to a high place day and night without stopping. Moreover, this thing has already taken initial shape. After the test passes the day after tomorrow, it can be quickly mass-produced. At that time, we can use it to guide the water from the Ba River Dam to various villages." What? There is such a magical tool in this world? This is incredible. Hearing this, county magistrate he couldn't help but exclaim. The rest of the people were also shocked. Although everyone felt that it was unbelievable, no one doubted the truth of Li Zishuan's words. The main reason was that Li Zishuan had created too many miracles in the past. In their hearts, he had already become an omnipotent god. Li Zishuan said faintly, "There's nothing strange about that. You just need to follow my instructions and plan the channels for each village. As for the manufacturing and placement of the water wheel, I will order the craftsmen to do it." Everyone hurriedly cupped their hands and accepted the order. Li Zishuan pondered for a moment before instructing, "In addition, recruit 3 groups of yamen runners as soon as possible. After the canal is completed, the county yamen must begin to regulate the public security in the city square. At that time, the Department of Commerce will also be established. This concerns the development of Longtime County, so you must pay attention to it. Here, Imperial Palace, Suite Du Hall. Any news from Li Zishuan's side? Didn't he say that he wanted to build a water wheel? What's the progress now?" After reviewing the memorials, Li Er leaned on the dragon couch and asked tiredly. "Your Majesty, according to what I know, the Duke of Yong and had already handed the blueprint to the workshop yesterday. And this afternoon, the workshop had already built the skeleton of the water wheel. It seems that they will begin testing the water the day after tomorrow." Zhao Song knew that Li Er had been worried about the drought recently, so he asked the servants to pay more attention to the progress of the water wheel. Hence, he could answer Li Er's question immediately. "So fast?" Li Er raised his eyebrows in surprise. Zhao Song smiled faintly and said, "Your Majesty may not know, but the Duke of Yong and has used extremely generous terms to recruit many excellent craftsmen. The new workshop at Strange Taste Pavilion is more than 10 times larger than before. There are thousands of craftsmen, and even the work supervisor and the Ministry of Works cannot compare to it. Hence, if the Duke of Yong wants to build something, his speed will definitely be the fastest in the world." Li Er couldn't help but laugh when he heard that. With this kid doing this, those craftsmen in the work supervisor will probably run to him after they resign from their positions? Isn't this stealing my talents? Although he said that, Li Er's tone didn't sound like he was angry. Zhao Song couldn't help but laugh. The Duke of Yong's ambition is to bring engineering to greater heights. Hence, the scale of his workshop can be so huge. Your Majesty is broad-minded and can accommodate hundreds of rivers. Hence, the Duke of Yong'an's knowledge can be put to good use. Li Er shook his head and didn't say anything. However, the slight smile at the corner of his mouth proved that Zhao Song's flattery was very effective on old Li. In the afternoon after tomorrow, if the water wheel can really be tested, remember to remind me. I will also go and take a look. After a moment of silence, Li Er suddenly spoke. Your Majesty! The next day, early morning. Under the orders of County Magistrate He, the Yamen runners of Longtime County were mobilized in full force to each village to direct the construction of the cement ditch. As for the tasks assigned to each village, they had already been allocated last night. Today, the Yamen runners brought along their task books and blueprints. Each of them was in charge of a village. Of course, it wasn't just the Yamen runners. Li Zishuan also sent craftsmen to the villages to guide the villagers in the construction of the cement ditch. Before the sun rose, the villagers carried their shovels and under the guidance of the Yamen runners and craftsmen, they began to dredge the ditch. That afternoon, by the side of the Ba River Dam, they began to build tall supports one after another. Each support was more than 10 feet tall. On this row of supports, there was a wooden rectangular water trough that was about 3 feet wide. The craftsmen climbed up the ladder and knocked on it. Peng-peng sounds were incessant. Young master, the joints of the wooden boards on the water trough have all been smeared with tung oil. This can ensure that there won't be any leakage. After today, the tung oil should dry up. Tomorrow we will begin the experiment. When the time comes, we will open the gate on the east side of the dam and place the water wheel on the river below the dam. When the time comes, we will see if the water wheel can lift the water from the river to a position above our heads. Faubert personally brought Li Zishuan to inspect the construction site. While inspecting, he also explained to Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan nodded his head and praised, Faubert, you have thought of the details very thoroughly. Otherwise, with only my blueprints, I wouldn't be able to create a truly practical water wheel. This was the truth. Working with an experienced craftsman could often save a lot of trouble. Even if you didn't think of some problems and never mentioned them, the craftsman would be able to help you notice them. This was experience and a habit that had been cultivated over many years. Faubert laughed and said, Hee. Young master, what are you talking about? If it weren't for your idea and blueprints, this water wheel definitely wouldn't exist now. This old man has been a craftsman all my life. I only have more experience than young master, but when it comes to invention, young master has left this old man behind by more than 10 streets. We are a family, so let's not boast about each other. Faubert, the sun is still quite strong. You should go back and rest first. Mr. Imo and I will take care of this place. There won't be any problems. Li Zishuan felt that the weather was a little hot, so he comforted Faubert. Faubert was a person who refused to accept old age. Hearing this, he quickly retorted, Young master, this old man isn't that weak. It's just basking in the sun, nothing will happen. Li Zishuan directly interrupted Faubert and said, Faubert, you don't have to insist. If you get a heat stroke at your age, then my sin will be too great. Mo Huai also chimed in, Brother Fu Yamacho is right. This weather is very hot. Your health is important. It's better to go back and rest quickly. All right then. Young master, Brother Mo, if there's anything, just send someone to find this old man. Faubert couldn't persuade him and could only leave alone. Li Zishuan and Mo Huai played the role of supervisors and began to patrol the construction site by the murky river. Mr. Mo, I heard that you have been leading the physics teachers of the academy to study the construction of the hydropower station on the dam recently. How is the progress now? Li Zishuan suddenly thought of something and asked. The Murky River Hydropower Station was Yanhuang College's first trump card project. Its practical and symbolic significance was very important. Li Zishuan had also said that all physics, mathematics, and chemistry teachers were encouraged to actively participate. On the one hand, it was to verify what they had learned. On the other hand, they could also get the corresponding contribution points that could be used to evaluate their titles in the future. In the past few days, apart from assisting Faubert in building the water wheel, Mo Huai spent most of his time on the research of the hydropower station. It could be said that he was conscientious and made Li Zishuan, a Yamacho, feel a little ashamed. When Mo Huai heard Li Zishuan's question, he thought for a moment and replied, "Yamacho, we have already determined the location of the generator and the layout of the control lines. When the water wheel is finished and the dam is opened, we plan to install the generator and the generator blades to see if it can generate electricity. In this way, we won't waste the water in the dam, and we can also test if our generator can work normally." Li Zishuan nodded and said, "That's good too. After all, real knowledge comes from practice. If we don't do it ourselves, we will never know whether we are right or wrong. If your generator can generate electricity normally, you need to verify it with an electrical appliance. Before that, I will help you make a light bulb. Alright. You still have to make transformers, electromagnetic relays, and so on. You have to start preparing for these supporting facilities now." Professional terms such as light bulb, transformer, and electromagnetic relay were all in physics textbooks. Therefore, Mo Huai was not surprised by these new terms. He was surprised that Li Zishuan was going to make a light bulb. "Yamacho, are you confident that you can make a light bulb now?" Mo Huai was very surprised and asked in disbelief. Li Zishuan nodded and said, "I have a way to make light bulbs. I originally planned to make one a while ago, but I was too busy at that time and didn't have time. Recently, I found time to make a few to test the effect." When Mo Huai heard this, he immediately said excitedly, "That's great. I have only seen this thing in Yamacho's textbooks, but I have never seen the real thing. You said in the books that with this thing, there is no need to light oil lamps or candles at night, because this light bulb is dozens of times brighter than those things." Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Light bulbs are indeed good things. With them, people can find real light at night, and Lantian County can become a city that never sleeps." The next day, after 2 days of hard work by the craftsmen, the water wheel, the supporting frame, the water trough, and other parts of the water wheel were finally all installed near the downstream of the Ba River Dam. Ever since the Ba River Dam was completed and the sluice gate was closed to store water, the water level of the downstream river was getting shallower by the day. Therefore, the place where the water wheel was placed was more than 1 or 2 feet above the water level. Fortunately, there was a water wheel. Otherwise, even if a ditch was dug from here, the river water would not flow out. "Young master, the water wheel is in place, but the water level of the downstream river is too low, and the river water has almost no flow speed, so the water wheel is not turning. Should we open the sluice gate now and let the river flow downstream?" Faubert came over at this time to ask for instructions. Li Zishuan pondered for a moment and said, "It's fine." Li Zishuan nodded and said, "Just open one sluice gate and test the effect first." "Okay. Then this old man will give the order." Faubert responded and went down. At such an important moment, you didn't even send someone to inform me." At this time, a familiar voice came from behind Li Zishuan. Who else could it be other than Li Er? Li Zishuan quickly turned around and saw that it was not only Li Er, but also Fang Xianling, Zhang Sun Wuji, Wei Jing, Qing Yaojin, Qin Qiong, Niu Jinda, and other trusted officials of Li Er. Such a scene shocked all the craftsmen at the construction site, and they all bowed to pay their respects. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Li Zishuan also hurriedly saluted Li Er. Li Er first said to the craftsman, "You don't have to be so courteous. Just do what you should do and pretend that you didn't see me." After that, he looked at Li Zishuan and said, "All right, you can dispense with the formalities as well. Is this the water wheel you mentioned?" At this time, Li Er caught a glimpse of the giant wheel standing on the lower reaches of the Ba River and could not help but be surprised. Qing Yaojin, Wei Jing, and other important officials also widened their eyes and stared in that direction. "Your Majesty, this is the water wheel. In a while, when the sluice gate is opened and the river water flows, the water wheel will turn and the river water will be transported to the water trough above us." Li Zishuan cupped his hands and said, "So hi." Li Er looked up at the water trough above and could not help but raise his eyebrows. Then, he said, "Then get someone to open the sluice gate. I want to see if this thing can move the river water today." Li Zishuan cupped his hands and accepted the order. Open the sluice gate. Not long after, Mo Huai's shout came from the dam, followed by a loud rumble. One of the sluice gates of the dam opened, and the river water in the dam rushed out and fell on the river downstream, causing waves of snow-white waves. As the position of the water wheel was not far from the dam, although only one sluice gate was opened, the flow of the river